Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah. So we in the Lightning space, we like our focus is on growing the pie, right? Growing the user base. So we are on the search for use cases that give new users, non-Bitcoiners, actually a reason to come to
go
Lightning,
use Bitcoin,
to come to Bitcoin, to use Bitcoin exactly. So this is the mission actually that we are on. And so right now it's definitely still quite diverse. We mentioned some that are like the typical Nostr users that are using these tools to send and receive SAPs. We have quite a lot of podcasters actually that receive podcast value for value payments. Also with the new Albi Hub then. We have some small, especially smaller merchants that use it to receive payments, but the majority for sure I would say is like the general, still the general Bitcoin pleb that is excited about using Bitcoin on the web and various applications and experimenting with it. So,
Gotcha. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, I like what you guys are doing. I hope to see more, self-custodial adoption wherever it's possible. Of course, I understand it is going to be an uphill battle as well, given there's all these custodial wallets and apps out there, and most users won't know the difference, right? So they're just gonna. A lot of them are just gonna go for that, but we'll see. Maybe over time there'll be at least a decent chunk of the people who want to be self-custodial, and then maybe that's where they find their way to some of these self-custodial apps. But yeah, I'm curious if you have any thoughts on this kind of, do you think it's an uphill battle against custodial?
Custodial is always easier, that's for sure, right? If I give away everything to somebody else to do it, then I don't have to do it, somebody else has to do it, so it's easier for me.
Right, and maybe less cost, or at least less cost to that customer until they get rugged or something, right?
Yes, I mean, for sure, somebody can maybe do it better on scale because I can like share the costs among more users and so on. So yes, that's for sure like a thing. But it obviously comes with a lot of downsides, right? And I think it is also a question of a bit of education and understanding of the space. And if people understand that more, and people I think will understand that more, by just, all the education that you are doing and all the, like we as a whole community are doing, people are valuing that. So I think for sure that is the future, and at the same time, it is becoming easier. It is becoming so much easier to use, right? So I still compare it, or this typical comparison to the early days of the internet, where you had to get a modem and you had to get, I don't know, enter some SMTP codes to send an email, and then you said nobody has an email client and whatnot. So it's kind of similar. The tools are getting easier, and with that also like being self-sovereign becomes easier. But I think in the future, both will have their places. There will be bigger companies with a lot of resources that can go through also the regulatory requirements, and there will be users that prefer going through KYCs and all these limitations to do it. But there will be a lot of users also that value being able to run the nodes on their small Raspberry Pi at home or on a small device at home, or wherever it is. And as I said, I think this will become much, much more easier. And we've seen that in the recent years, that it becomes much easier. So we'll see where it goes. So it's going to be solved either on a technological side or it's on a KYC regulatory side. And I think for sure we are here for solving it on the technological side.
Yeah, I think a very astute comment. I think it's a really cool project. I like what you guys are doing. I hope to see more adoption of it. As I said, as we were talking about, there's Albi extension, which is a browser extension. There's Albi Hub, where you can run your Lightning node either in the cloud or on your own at home, and Albigo, which is the mobile portal into that, if you will. And so listeners, check it out. It's getalbi.com. You can follow Boomy on x.com/Boomy, and I'll also include your Nostra NPub in the show notes, as always. But Boomy, thanks for joining me, and keep up the great work.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Thank you for having me.
Hey, how's it going? Before we begin, I want to take a minute to thank everyone who's supported the Discovering Bitcoin podcast by sending, streaming, and boosting precious Satoshis via value-for-value apps like Fountain and Breeze, or Zaps via Nostr. Hearing tales of discovery and recording episodes of this podcast keeps me sane, and your support motivates me to keep going more than you will ever know. Thank you. Are you new to discovering Bitcoin, the network, the asset, the money? Do you want to get up to speed on self-custody, join the evolution, and know how to hodl your Bitcoin safely, securely, and simply? Discover the Bitcoin Advisor, a dedicated team of proper Bitcoiners, hardcore, ardent maximalists, whose sole purpose is to help you to discover Bitcoin, steer well clear of shitcoins, take self-custody, become sovereign, and ensure that you feel confident every step of the way. Click through to the bitcoinadvisor.com link located in the show notes and tell them DJ from Discovering Bitcoin sent you. Your first month's free when you do.
Can you explain why Bitcoin is such an attractive financial tool?
Because it is somewhat anonymous, not fully, and because you can move money instantaneously.
So the one thing we can count on is Bitcoin goes forward in the year 2024.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is
In the words of the Doors,
12, 11, 10,
the time to hesitate is
9.
through.
Ignition sequence start.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other thing. Not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
All engine running. Liftoff. We have a
Pablo, how's it going, man?
Yeah, what's up, man? Pretty good. Living life. I'm actually in El Salvador at the moment, so I'm in Bitcoin country. So life is very good.
Life is very good. Envy. Comparison is the thief of joy. I'm not gonna go there. I'm just gonna be incredibly pleased for you and not jealous at all. I think, what's it like, man? What's it really like? I mean, you hear a lot of hype. The boys on Simply, they were there a few weeks ago and they were talking about how safe they felt, and it was just an incredible vibes were high, all that sort of stuff. And I have no reason to not believe Nico and Opti when they say that. But yeah, I'm just curious. Is it legit?
Yeah, I'd back, and then even more so on what everybody says about El Salvador. This is my first time here. It's actually my first time in Latin America in general, so I've never visited anywhere like this. I've never been to, I live in Canada. Mm-hmm. And typical Canadian trip will be head to Mexico or Cuba for an all-inclusive vacation resort, and I never wanted to do that. I wanted to travel on my own terms, and I wanted to have a good excuse to go to one of these Latin American countries. But man, I never dreamt of being in El Salvador. It was not possible for me. I've traveled Europe, I've traveled North America, but I never really thought about traveling Central America, especially a country like El Salvador, just because of its previous reputation. Mm-hmm. But thanks to the grace of Bitcoin and my hard work working in Bitcoin, I got the opportunity to come out here to speak at a couple of conferences. It was the Adopting Bitcoin conference, which the Simply guys were at, and a whole host of Bitcoiners. So I came over to attend that event and spent the first 3 or 4 days with Bitcoiners exploring the country. And that was nice, man. That was super cool hanging out with the Bitcoin crew. But honestly, like the largest part of my experience out here has not even anything to do with Bitcoin directly. Like it's a country which is I was thinking about this morning, right? It's so nice to be in a country which is moving forward. It's I'm from the UK. You can probably tell with the accent, and I live in Canada and the Western world. Whether it's the States or France or everything we're like looking at the moment as Bitcoiners, we're always looking at like it feels like a bit of a societal decline. In the past few years, it seems like civilization peaked and is now heading back down into the trenches. And the nicest part of being in El Salvador is it's the reverse of that. The mood of the country, the direction in which it feels it's going, is so refreshing, man. Like it's just so nice to be out here with people who are thinking about what's to come. People are excited about what's to come. People are planning and building. And yeah, Bitcoin's only a part of that, but also Bitcoin enabled that. So I've had the wildest time just being in this country and talking with people about how their country was. I mean, they've still got a lot to deal with. It's like what happened in the past is living memory still. It's not like it was generations ago that they were going through this huge period of violence and conflict and instability. So it's still in living memory. But the fact it's behind them, people are so happy and grateful, and people are now like, okay, let's move forward. And just being here for like the past 2 or 3 weeks as a part of a nation which is building, rather than complaining or falling apart or infighting, has been a super refreshing break from, clown world, where everything's a scandal and the news cycle and the elections and the politicians and the corruption. So now people are looking at making El Salvador their home again, whether they be people who've been born and raised here and never left, or people who had to leave and have moved back, or even expats who are moving here. Everybody kind of picks up on that sense of things are moving forward, things are growing, things are building. And yeah, Bitcoin does play a role in that, but it's only a part of it as well. Obviously, there's a lot of political changes that have taken place, which have kind of enabled a lot of restructuring. Interesting to talk with people about that. People aren't all in. There's a lot of nuance on what people have to say about the president. There's a lot of nuance on what people have to say about Bitcoin. But just being within that, being able to kind of tangle with some of those discussions has been an absolute blessing. I'm so grateful to be here, and I've been having a great time. But if anybody listening to this is thinking, hey, I want to check it out for myself, like I'll vouch for what everybody else is saying about safety and openness of people and being able to travel here. As a guy who'd never been to Latin America, as a guy who never thought I'd be in a place like this, I actually extended my stay out an extra week. I was here for 2 weeks, and I love it so much. I stayed an extra week, and I walk around the streets. I talk with people. I can walk home late at night. I can Uber everywhere. I can taxi everywhere, and I feel safer here. This is the crazy thing, right? I came home from the Adopting Bitcoin after party, and it was probably a bad decision in hindsight. But when you're like a few beers in, you're like, yeah, this is going to be the moment. So it's like, let's walk home, man. Like it was 3 a.m. and my hotel was on the other side of town, and I was like, let's walk home. Like don't trust verify. Let's collect a little story here. I asked one security guy on the edge of the street. I was like, is it safe to walk to my hotel? And he was like, yeah, it's safe. I was like, okay, that's one guy. I asked another like military policeman. I was like, is it safe to walk to my hotel? Second guy was like, yeah, it's safe. I was like, okay, cool. Police guy says it's safe. Military police says it's safe. Let's do it. So I walked about an hour and a half across town, San Salvador, the capital city of El Salvador. At 3 a.m., I got to my hotel at 4:30 a.m. And in between, in that 1.5 hours of walking, I met nothing but people who'd wish me a good evening, hello, buenas noches, and like no fighting like we'd see in the UK, no one throwing up on the side of the street, no police cars wailing around trying to lock up hooligans or whatever, no thieves, no knife crime, no people dressed all in black with balaclavas, no electric scooters snatching mobile phones out of hands. None of that crap that we were getting used to in Europe and North America. Like, I felt safer walking home in San Salvador on that one night than I would have if I was in London or Paris or New York or Montreal or Vancouver, man. Like, obviously I had my guards up, But after like walking and messing, I went to a gas station at 3 a.m. to pick up some juice for the walk, and there were all the young people hanging out there, coming out of the bars and the clubs. Everyone's having a good time. No aggressivity. I went to the washroom. Everyone's like, yeah, after you, man. Like, no stress. Like, so that was like my one anecdote to prove that it is as safe as people say. Because a 3 a.m. Saturday morning walk home is usually the most scary safari concrete jungle time in San Salvador. No, I was on my own. I mean, obviously, I'm a guy, you know, so I was thinking, you know, would it be the same if a woman was to walk home alone? And the answer is probably not, just unfortunately because of the way things are. But as a guy on my own with little Spanish and not knowing exactly where I was, I walked home and felt safer than any other developed or, you know, like one of these well-prestiged cities which are unfortunately declining. So San Salvador's a place, and that's just my experience in the city. I've also been traveling around in the local areas as well, and I got so many stories, man. I could talk for an hour about just my time here. But yeah, anyone listening who wants to check it out, like, try and work to get here, try and apply for conferences, try and help out as a volunteer, just by any means possible. I really wanted to be here to see it for myself, and now I'm here. Like, you know, it's like blown me out of the water with what's happening in the country. And like I said, Bitcoin's only a part of it, but I'm very proud to be pushing that part of it, Bitcoin adoption. Yeah.
That's amazing to hear. I did say that comparison was the thief of joy, and I wasn't going to compare, you know, apples with oranges, but I'm jealous as fuck right now. That's incredible.
I was as well for like the last 2, 3, 4 years, right? You know, I was always trying to get to conferences. I was trying to get to Miami twice with the lockdowns. I couldn't make it out my country. They locked me up. I was trying to get to adopting last year, but, you know, like, I wasn't in that position to just drop money, drop job, and move. You know, I had to work to get here, and I'm so grateful that Bull Bitcoin gave me the opportunity to come out here. But to any Bitcoiner out there, like, you can find your niche. You can find what you like to do, whether it be like yourself, like a podcast, or whether it be like building apps and businesses, or just, you know, just being a Bitcoiner in general. Like, the proof of work thing works out eventually. If you dedicate enough time and energy to working with Bitcoiners and in Bitcoin, things like this will come your way. To me, this was a dream only a few months ago, and here I am now. So again, the jealousy is like a good fuel to hustle and to drive and to make it happen, because Bitcoin is definitely like a catalyst to like personal success. I find it has been in my case. I went all in with Bitcoin as a career, and it's paying off very quickly. I love working for Bitcoin. Bitcoin is working for me.
Unreal, man. Unreal. Let me get to my first question then. How did you discover Bitcoin?
How did I discover Bitcoin? There's like, you know, I keep on looking at like different people's stories, and there's always like a touch point, which isn't the discovery, and then there's a discovery, right? So my first touch point was maybe in like 2013-ish, so really early on. But it was in the context of like a 3 a.m. party, where a buddy of mine was like, oh man, like, I can get us party supplies. There's this website, like, it's called Silk Road. And, you know, like, he was a programmer. He was like, yeah, I was like, how do you pay for that? It sounds really suspicious. Like, won't they just find your transaction and lock you up? He was an Australian dude, actually. He was living in Canada. One of my buddies, he was from Mars, and he was working as a web developer out of Canada. He was like, no, man, there's like this new way of paying via the internet. It's like almost impossible to trace, and like, I buy these things, they're like tokens, they call them Bitcoins, and then I send these Bitcoins over to this website, and then they ship me out whatever I've ordered. I was like, okay, cool, sounds complicated, I don't trust it, whatever. So my buddy went ahead and like made his transactions online, and then like a few weeks later he was like, yeah, I got some Bitcoin left over, and it's going up in value. I was like, sweet. He was like, I might keep it for a while. And like 6 months later, he was like, buddy, I just made $300 off of the change from my transaction. I was like, wow, insane, cool. I missed the boat. Like, I should have got on board then. And And then I moved country. I moved back to the UK and I lived in Scotland for a while, so I kind of forgot about Bitcoin, and I always thought it'd be something I'd have to be like super skilled at with a computer to be able to interact with. So I was like, it's out of my competency. I can't get it. Like, it's for programmers. Was my initial touch point with Bitcoin. It's this weird internet money, which is for programmers and illicit internet transactions. So I was like, I don't need it. But then when I was working in the UK from like 2013 to 2016. I was working at different financial institutions. I worked at like the Bank of Scotland, and I worked at like some investment companies. And like most degens that worked, it wasn't anything fancy. I was working out of a call center. I was like a call center rat, you know, like we were like the rats in the trenches answering calls and changing addresses. And it was dope though. Like I loved it. I loved the camaraderie and like speaking with all these different people in the call centers. They're like the modern day factories, you know, like in the Western world. So I was hanging out with all these people in the call centers, and like during the lunch breaks, everybody's like looking to hustle, you know, like we're getting paid minimum wage at the call center, but we also know a bit about finance and banking. So people are trading. You know, everybody's got different apps, and I was trading using eToro back in the day, and just doing a lot of like, you know, trading on company earnings around like quarterly earnings. You know, it'd be quite easy to do. You'd work out who was up, who was down, how the company's done in the last few months, and then just kind of trade that. So I'd trade on my lunch breaks just to try and make a bit of extra cash. But then I found out like there was this thing on the platform called Bitcoin, and I was like, oh, there it is again. I thought that was like internet money for programmers, but here it is on my trading platform. I'm gonna trade it because look at it. It's volatile as hell. This is gonna be fun. This will be like my adrenaline shot during the coffee break at the bank. So I started trading it, and quickly I worked out it was on the up. You know, it's around about 2015, 16 that I was doing that, and it was moving so much. I was like, wow, this is wild. Strap me in. Like I'm taking off with this thing. It's great. I wasn't making a lot of money. It was just fun to see, like, you know, it would pay my beer at the weekend, right? So I was like, this is great. I found a hack, you know, I can interface with Bitcoin and I can pay my beer money with it. And I kept on doing that for like a few months. But then it was at one point I met one of my buddies who was a programmer who did have Bitcoin, and we were talking more and more about Bitcoin and what it is. And he handed me the white paper and was like, if you want to understand Bitcoin, you got to read the white paper. So I actually started off by reading the white paper, and I didn't understand any of it. Like, you know, I understood the abstract a little bit, but I was like, this guy called Satoshi, he's proposing a solution to a problem. And I didn't even understand the problem. So I wasn't going to understand the solution to that problem, right? But I was like, okay, so this is legit. Like, I think that's the one thing of reading the white paper that it gave me wasn't like an understanding of Bitcoin. It just gave it a bit of legitimacy. I was like, okay, this is like a scientific paper written by somebody who's very talented with lots of complicated words in it. It seems quite complete. It seems quite well thought out. It seems like something I want to understand a bit more. So I went back to my friend a week later. We'd grab coffee every week, and I'd be like, he was like, did you read the white paper? I was like, yep, I didn't understand any of it. I want to learn more. He was like, okay, well, I got this complicated book at home. You don't have to understand that either, but just give it a read. Just like stimulate your brain a bit. And it was Mastering Bitcoin by Antonopoulos. And bro, like I'm telling you, as a guy who was like, you know, like I'd lose backups to my computers and stuff, and like I'd just be a user. I'd be the basic user of a computer.
Right.
I never interfaced with a computer or like command line or Linux or open source or like node running or like I didn't even know how the internet worked. You know, I just used it. Like I was kind of a basic computer user, but then when I saw that, I was like, man, this is a combination of like fintech, because like I was trying to get out of traditional finance. I hated my job in the bank, and I wanted to do something cooler, which was like fintech at that point. You know, there were all these apps that were being launched, like Cash App and Wise, and you know, especially in the UK around London, there were a lot of like startup style fintech companies, and I was like, I wanted to do that until I learned that actually Bitcoin was more badass, more punk, more like underground, and like nobody controlled it. It wasn't a startup. Bitcoin wasn't a startup. It wasn't a corporation. It was an idea. I was like, and it's going to incentivize my learning because number go up, and I can also have my finance kick out of it because I can own it. So it was like everything in one. So I read like Mastering Bitcoin until like the 4th chapter, and I was like, bro, this is turning my brain to slush. Like, I got to learn some basic stuff. So I went back to my buddy 2 weeks later and was like, yeah, I read the white paper, didn't get it. I didn't read Mastering Bitcoin all the way through, definitely didn't get it. But I want some Bitcoin. He was like, okay, so you're trading at the moment, you're trading Bitcoin on a platform, it's called eToro. Do you realize that you don't own Bitcoin? I was like, what do you mean? Like, I got my username, I got my password, like I can close positions, I can open positions, I can take profit. He was like, yeah, but that's not actual Bitcoin, right? I was like, yeah, I suppose it is a derivative. He was like, yeah, exactly. If you want to be a Bitcoiner, you have to own some Bitcoin. So that was the point where that was my discovery. That was when the Bitcoiner in me was birthed, you know, like, and to change from that into like my personal life, it was around about then, like, my mother passed away a few months before that, and I got some inheritance money. And I was like, well, what am I going to do with my inheritance? I was still traveling, but I didn't want to like burn all my inheritance on Thailand and Bali and hostels and, you know, like just partying it up. I could have partied up for like 2 years, right? Yeah, I could have partied up for 2 years, and I could have traveled the world. It was like, you know, it could have been a nice little break for me. But I was like, man, after 2 years, I just knew it. I projected it all the way through, and I was like, I'm going to regret that. I'm going to come back to the UK broke as fuck, and I'm going to have spent inheritance, which is like, for me, it was like disrespect to my mother who'd worked hard for that cash. I was like, I can't do that. That's what a lot of millennials do. And I was like, I don't want to do that. But at the same time, I was like, well, where do I put this money? I didn't want to buy a house because I didn't want to get tied down. I knew that investments, they will all take commissions, percentages. I was feeding a system that I didn't believe in. I knew it was full of leeches. I knew whatever would give me a good return was at the base level corrupt. So I was like, I don't want to feed financial corruption. I don't want to invest in things I don't believe in. So where do I put my money? And it was at that intersection, whilst I was learning about Bitcoin and trading on a coffee break, and my buddy was feeding me information about how Bitcoin works, that I actually came into some money and didn't know what to do with it. So the only move I thought about was putting it into Bitcoin. And that's what I did. I put a small amount of inheritance into Bitcoin in like 2017. And obviously rode the crazy price hike, and I was like, whoa, this is nuts. And very quickly saw it come back down, but I actually decided to go back to university as well, leave finance and qualify as a teacher. So I knew my investing background was like, you can never make money quickly. Like 3 to 4 years was like a basic investment. So I was like, hey, I'm going back to university for the next 4 years. I'm going to lock in that Bitcoin. I'm going to hold it for 4 years. And when I graduate, it'll be like a graduation gift to myself, and I can gift myself my Bitcoin. I had no idea that Bitcoin worked in 4-year cycles. I had no idea. It was just simply because my degree that I was doing as a teacher was lasting 4 years. But that was like a blessing from Satoshi, right? Stars aligned, money came in at a time when I was curious. I had a low time preference. I had a 4-year project in front of me. I didn't know what to do with cash, and I just saved it. And that for me, I was very lucky. I was so like, well, the stars aligned and things worked out so that I became like a very basic Bitcoiner from day one. I didn't want to sell it. I put it away. I didn't want to touch other shit coins because I didn't have time. I didn't want to have to manage stuff. So I was like stupidly based. You know, I had like the most pleb approach to it. I was like, throw it in there 4 years, don't look at it, and then work hard and study. So that was my genesis as a Bitcoiner, and then the rest is kind of like the next episode. But that's how I became a Bitcoiner, man.
Quick break just to say, if you're enjoying the show and digging what you hear, please consider supporting Discovering Bitcoin by shooting, boosting, sending, or zapping the show some sats. If you're listening via a podcasting 2.0 app such as Fountain, Podverse, or Breeze, it's easier done than said. All you got to do is tap the boost button or set an amount of sats to stream per minute while you're listening. Alternatively, if you want to zap me direct via a lightning address, please send zaps and sats, or zaps of sats, in support of the show to djdbtc@zoospay.com. Thank you for listening, and thank you for your support.
That's brilliant. Such a cool story, man. You must have like an intuition for this. Like there must be something about your character or personality that just. I mean, the fact that you were so thoughtful in regards to your inheritance from your mum and allocating that mindfully and with, reverence rather than pissing it up the wall is something else. And I guess, is it coincidence that the degree happened to align roughly with the 4-year cycle? And, even then, what are you talking, 17? So the next sort of bull run from that was 21, and that was a pretty muted bull run. And I remember all the memes flying around when it passed the 20k threshold from all those people that had bought the top and just held like psychos, through all that time underwater, and just the jubilation. But there must be something clearly a fantastic storyteller. I mean, that's your talents are wasted at a fucking call center.
Hey, my average my call handling time was garbage, man. Like, I used to love to chat with people. I felt people's pain over the phone when I was working at the bank. I was like, fuck this. Like, I hated the bank, but I was like the inside guy.
Come on,
they were
Pablo,
like, yo,
get off the
Pablo,
call.
every time my boss would be like, yeah, you're getting really good reviews from the clients. Clients love you. You're getting solutions. Like, you're working it out. But like, buddy, you can't be taking 45 minutes per call. I was like, bro, I love it.
I'm thinking long term, man. I'm looking for retention here. I want people to keep
Yeah,
coming
that's
back.
it. That's it. But no, I think it wasn't. It was like I had like the collective experience. Like, I don't want to sound too esoteric with this shit, but like working in finance, I had my financial situation and reality, but also having talked to thousands and thousands and thousands of people through mortgages, life insurance. I even worked at a gas company for a while in the complaints department. Like, I just felt pain. I felt the collective pain, and I had empathy, but also rage. Like, I had empathy for the victims, but rage against the machine. I always like Rage Against the Machine, like, as a band, was like something I always dug into when I was like 14, 15, 16. I was always like, I hated rules at school, and I always had like this. I always wanted to go against the grain a little bit, and I think it was a collective movement of that. I was like, people know that it sucks, the system. People know that the banks are screwing them over, but no one feels they can do anything about it. And I was like, I can. So it was like, it was a little bit of a middle finger. And ironically, my mother, who passed away, she used to work at a bank. She worked for HSBC. And I always felt like, they'd, like, the money came from them, but there was like always that fiat exchange of like, like, my mom worked super hard. She was the breadwinner of our house. She came home with the bacon, but she put in so many hours and overtime and stuff. And like, I was like, fuck, like, through fiat, the bank stole my mother's time, and she didn't even get to retire properly. She died really young. And I was like, fuck, man, she was living on a retirement dream, this fiat dream that you'll, like, at 55 be able to live your life now because you escaped and you worked so hard and you tricked the system. I was like, fuck that, man. It was just like it was like this deal that was like always like what do they call it, the Faustian deal, like, you give your prime years to work in fiat so that one day when you're old enough they'll let you go with a pat on the back and a pension. And like, she didn't even get that, right? So I get the trickle down of a pension scheme that the bank had promised her, and I was like, I'm gonna take this money and I'm gonna give you the middle fucking finger, because fuck the banks, and like, fuck the system the way it worked. I had a lot of kind of anger for the system, and I had empathy for all of these people I'd been talking to who were trying to just live their lives, man. So I think that was like internally the motivation. Like, the brain was working it out, but the heart was burning with rage. So I think that was a good one.
Yeah, you're leading with the heart, man. I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's such a shame, and it's a familiar tale in terms of busting a gut, giving away your prime years in terms of just your energy and your capacity for work, and it's not even 55 anymore. It's like 65, I think, here in Australia. I'll probably be 95 by the time I get to retirement age, and
Yeah.
fuck that, man. Like, why make more money for other people, you know, and just to get some chump
Yeah.
change at the end of it, you
Yeah.
know, if you're lucky. It's it's an insanely extractive system, full of leeches, parasites, and unconsciously awful people. You know, I don't think that they're necessarily evil or intentionally, you know, awful. It's just that there's not a lot of thought and thinking that goes into this, and you know, you kind of just most of the time, I guess, go with the flow. And then those people that are in the sort of cognizant of that, it's either beaten out of them, or they do just eventually say fuck this, and you know, try and make it work some other way. I don't know. It's thank God for Bitcoin, man, because it just it's like a big shot of optionality. You know, straight in the arm, straight. You know, where you just like, you don't have to continue doing this nonsense. You can. Here's a couple of choices, but work for it.
Yeah,
You know?
amen, brother. Because it took me a while to work it out, but you know, after I'd held for a while and I saw it go up a little bit, and then I started when I came out of studies and got a job, then I started earning and I started stacking like a savage, because I was like, that's when I got the aspect of fuck you money. And as soon as I got that, I was like, man, this feels good. And it like incentivized saving again, but like saving on my terms, saving with attitude. It was like the punkest way to be like saving money before was just such a cuck kind of term. Like, you know, I'm going to give my hard-earned money to the bank and they'll give me 5%, but inflation's 7%, and I'll pay a fee if I have. It was such a cucked way of just like investing in your future was saving, but Bitcoin like rebirth saving.
For
Yeah,
taxes on
exactly.
the
And all this
interest.
crap you have to do to one day hopefully get it. But like Bitcoin is just, it made saving feel like an act of rebellion. You know what I mean? Which was something I never thought about before.
So cool.
So once I started saving it as well, I started growing the stack, because the idea of saving with Bitcoin is that eventually you have what we call fuck you money. And once you got that, you change as a person. Once you get that, you become sovereign, you become master of your own destiny. You don't have to negotiate on terms anymore. You say, hey, these are my terms, and if you don't like them, I can move somewhere else, I can do something else. You know, like it's like that meme, like I'm the captain now, you know? And that's it.
Yeah, it just makes disagreeable people even more disagreeable, and it's like a buddy of mine's fan who was on the pod, Star Fury. He was telling me how he's in like the top. He did that Jordan Peterson personality thing. He was like in the top 1% of disagreeableness. And I think I got like top 5 or top 3. Can't remember what it was when I did it. And I thought I was pretty disagreeable, but bro is like even more. And then you compound that with Bitcoin, and it's just like you're basically at that point an intolerant like arsehole. But he's like the most pleasant person ever. It's funny because Bitcoiners are very generous and friendly and helpful, and you know, they're very optimistic folk. But as you say, like they're just fed up with bullshit, and it's like now you have a firm foundation from which to stand on. I mean, gosh, you work at Bull Bitcoin, and if Francis isn't one of the most disagreeable people I think I've ever seen on Twitter, I don't know who is. But like, he's built this incredible company, he's got all of these incredible products and services, and he lives his life down, well, I guess in Costa Rica or whatever. But my point is that you feel that disagreeableness come through on his tweets, and you know he's intolerant of nonsense. You just see that. But at the same time, just incredibly insightful and generous with, you know, his insight and what he does. It's a funny thing, like I just find that paradigm, or that paradox rather, amongst Bitcoiners to be really fascinating. The idea that you can just be such a disagreeable human being and intolerant of so much, and yet be so willing and able to go that extra mile to be helpful, to provide value, and you know, yeah, demonstrate proof of work, I guess, which is kind of where your story's at.
Yeah, I was having an interesting conversation with a Bitcoiner like yesterday about this, and I think in terms of like personality types, there were certain personality types that gravitated towards Bitcoin. There were certain personality types that were necessary for Bitcoin to succeed. There were certain behaviors and way of defending and protecting and building Bitcoin which was necessary. But right now in 2024, where we're at and how Bitcoin has thrived and how game theory is playing out, there's two sides to me, right? There was like the kind of rage against the machine listening, like fuck the system, like I want to destroy the banks. But also there's a side of me which is like I'm an educator. Like I love working with young people and I love teaching and I love creating connection and I love sharing my time. But if you're stealing my time and if you're breaking my connections, I'll get angry. But as soon as I put myself on a Bitcoin standard, I found that my time opened up and the amount of time I can spend with people and making connections started to thrive again. And that it's kind of like the walled garden. You know what I mean? Like all of these Bitcoiners, when you get to meet them and like, you talk about things outside of Bitcoin, you realize that they have so many like passions and so many things they love and care about. And they appreciate beauty in so many different aspects of their life, but it's the walled garden. They have to protect and they have to build something that's very robust around them, which is their Bitcoin kind of like a citadel, if you will. Like they set that up first as a defense against fiat. But then within that, they build the most beautiful things. And I think we're at the change now where those walled gardens, we can now go and see what people are doing. So, like for example, Francis, he's living out there in Bitcoin Jungle, which is one of Bull Bitcoin's. We help out Bitcoin Jungle. It's a circular economy in UVita. And Bull Bitcoin, as a contribution, we take no fees, we make no profit on it, but we bring a lot of the back end and the resources necessary so that it can economically work. But Francis is out there enjoying fresh fruit. He's out there enjoying people who are starting families, building community, grounding his feet in the sand and connecting with nature and seeing the seasons go by. And so now he's worked so hard to build up that walled system. He's also working on that internal garden of rebuilding community and connecting with people and living the difference that without Bitcoin wouldn't be possible. So I think we're at that sea change now, like adopting Bitcoin, the event I just went to, there are things within Bitcoin which are now flourishing more than the developers and more than the on-chain and more than the mining, in my opinion, and that's things like education and art. I really feel that's like where Bitcoin development is now. It's grown up, it's maturing, and it's becoming also more like I wouldn't say empathetic or something, but there's more like there's more like desire for connection and sharing and collaboration now. Because a lot of we're standing on the shoulders of giants, me and you both, right? There are so many people who worked so hard to get Bitcoin to where it is now. And that's why it wasn't possible for me to contribute to Bitcoin previously. I wasn't a technically minded programmer guy. I was customer service. That's how I first got involved. I wanted to help people learn Bitcoin, change passwords, change addresses. I went back to the call centers. But essentially, I'm a teacher, and it's taken a while for that kind of culture to flourish within Bitcoin. But I believe it's here now, and I think the personality types that can access Bitcoin, it's widening. Bitcoin's becoming more welcoming. Bitcoin's becoming, a lot more diverse in terms of personality types now. A lot of the founders of Bitcoin had to be a certain type of person, but out of the projects that I've seen, like family-run businesses, like artists, like people who care about other things, Bitcoin's now enabling them to take more time to dedicate their efforts towards their project. And mine is education, so I can finally teach again, which is great. Like Bitcoin made saving possible again. Bitcoin for me has made education possible again. I rage quit fiat education because of the COVID restrictions. And now here I am back teaching again, but through Bitcoin. So that side of me, which wants relationship, which wants connection, which wants people to share and best practices and knowledge, is now possible thanks to Bitcoin. So I see it as like a maturation. of Bitcoin. And I think more and more personality types are coming to the space now, and they have their place now. Maybe 5, 10 years ago, definitely didn't have their place, but I'm seeing lots of different types of people join Bitcoin and finding their niche within Bitcoin and being able to contribute. So I see like a cultural sea change a little bit. Still Bitcoin only, still self-custody, but hey, if you want to like work in healthcare, you can be a Bitcoiner. If you want to teach, you can be a Bitcoiner. If you want to be an artist, you can be a Bitcoiner. You don't have to be an angry guy behind a keyboard. It was necessary for a long time, but no longer. I think thanks to those efforts, we're breaking through to like a whole new realm of what a Bitcoiner is.
Yeah, I agree. I was trying to shill a little bit of corn to someone who was playing an open mic a couple of weeks ago, and there was two of them actually. And they're really good artists and really good musicians, and they were playing some originals, and you know it was cool. And I've been talking to the owner of the bar about Bitcoin for a little while, and he still doesn't quite get it, which is a bit irritating to be honest. But these two musicians, I was talking to them about, you know, zapping and Noster and Wave Lake and Fountain and all this sort of stuff, and trying to sort of. It was interesting because I don't normally speak about Bitcoin to people I don't know, and I just sort of felt compelled, you know, to try and explain that, you know, doing the open mic is cool and doing the Instagram thing and all that stuff, but the game has changed. You can now actually earn money from like people literally all around the world sending you money for listening to your song. You can piss Spotify off to an extent, and it just fell on deaf ears. Like I just realized halfway through the conversation that I was attempting to have that I was that person in 1995 talking to them about sending a letter on the internet, and it was like, okay, I got to reframe how I do this in terms of educating these two musicians, which I really liked and wanted to see them continue playing, but because they're having a whinge to me about how they have to be side hustlers doing content creation, and you know how Spotify screws them over with streaming and all this sort of stuff, and it's really difficult to make money as a musician nowadays. And it's like, well, it's always been hard to make money as a musician, but you know, you can make it a little easier on yourself and introduce sort of the orange pill. But they switched off. You know, you could just hear their ears just kind of like, oh, okay, this guy's just talking to me about something weird on the internet. You know, and maybe it's like the context, maybe it's the place that I'm at, and so maybe those individuals, you know, they're just not as receptive. Whereas I can imagine if you're having that same conversation with someone in, I don't know, somewhere in Canada, particularly, I mean, God, the Canadians, man, they are just ahead of the game in terms of what they build over the last few years. There's some incredible, something in the water up there in terms of the output of Canadians relative to, I think, anywhere else, to be honest. But that context of maybe it's like a population thing, maybe it's just the type of people, who knows. But you're right, there is a shift in terms of the comfortableness. Like a couple of years ago, there's no way I would have had that conversation. I would have just kept it to myself, you know. Whereas I feel a little bit more comfortable having that conversation about Bitcoin, at least introducing the idea to strangers and not feeling completely concerned with, I guess, privacy or, you know, that sort of thing. But it's funny, I still was met with relatively deaf ears, and you know, maybe this particular place that I'm in, there's a bit of work to do.
Yeah. I don't know, like, I think what we need in all these different realms, like Bitcoin artists are becoming like examples of how you don't have to be a struggling artist. Like the poor musician or the poor poet or the poor artist, like they've just become like culturally accepted. But if we see them as being fiat related issues, maybe they're just poor fiat artists and poor fiat musicians and poor fiat poets. But maybe we can make these people self-sustaining Bitcoiner musicians, self-sustaining Bitcoiner poets, self-sustaining Bitcoiner artists, where, you know, they have their time back and they put their energy into creating beautiful things that our civilization needs. And because they moved onto a Bitcoin standard, we can finally give them the value that we all know they're contributing. We know these people are contributing. Like, humans are made to do certain things, not just work, but like creation is one of the higher planes of existence. Like, if you can create as part of your day to day, dedicating your life to creation is something that should be rewarded. And with the fiat system, it never can be, because, you know, we're just stuck in this kind of perpetual grind. So we accept that reality. And it sounds like your friends there talking about Spotify and side hustles. Like, it sounds like they've accepted the fiat reality. It's not being a musician that makes you poor. It's being a fiat cook that makes you poor, right? You can be a well-off we're on the cusp of this movement. And I can't wait to see the next kind of role models, or like the next kind of like innovators or leaders. We've had them in Bitcoin, from businesses to finance to developers, but, you know, there are artists that I can name, like Madex, like Flo Montoya, like people that I've met at like Fractal Encrypt, who are leading artists who are finally making good money. Musicians, it's on the way. Like, I listened to Roger 9000 at the after party. He makes like Bitcoin related songs, but he's on a Bitcoin standard and he sees his number go up. So I can't wait until there are all of these people that, you know, like your friends can look up to, being like, hey, that guy made it on a Bitcoin standard, maybe I can. But it takes trailblazers, I think is the word I'm looking for, you know, like cultural trailblazers. But I know it's on its way. The platforms have been there, like Wave Lake and Nostra and Zapstream, and you can build anything you want. And if you can't build, somebody's already built it for you. You can now platform yourself on a Bitcoin standard, whatever type of artist you want to be. And I think it's no longer the case that we should accept that artists should be poor people in our society. I think that's a fiat related problem. I don't think it's a culturally related problem. I think we can redefine how these contributors can play a role in society and finally give them the value that they deserve. But you know, it wasn't possible pre-Bitcoin, but we'll see it happen over the next few years. I'm more than certain.
No, I agree, man. It just takes a little bit of will and a bit of evolution of consciousness, you know, in order to.
Or the pain point as well, right? You know, like this is what I try and do as like an evangelist. Like I'd like to think that we can save people before they hit their pain point. Like, some people disagree with me. Some people say you need to go through a hard time to be able to see the benefits of Bitcoin. You need to get bankrupt. You need to get wrecked. You need to lose your coins. You need to go shitcoin trading. I'd like to think that I can open up avenues before that, but it's mainly, you know, that's what I try and do. That's kind of one of my quests. So maybe your musician friends need to get cancelled via YouTube, or like their song sued for infringement copyright on Spotify or whatever. Maybe they need to go through that process. I'd like to wish no, but maybe the pain is necessary to then transition onto a Bitcoin standard. But it's happening right before our eyes, and I'm just very happy to see it play out. There's like a cultural game theory as well playing out here as well.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, you got Joe Martin, who's killing it on that sort of, in that space, and God, there's another. Can't remember her name. They played in Nashville. That's the kind of stuff that, man, if you were just a little bit more switched on, I mean, you could just see that happening and be like, shit, let's do that here. Anyway, it is what it is. How has discovering Bitcoin changed you?
It's been like a culmination of stuff. Like you were saying about Canada and like Canadians building stuff. There's been like other events that have also shaped me at the same time. So it's hard to know if it was Bitcoin or if it was like other events. I mean, like, Bitcoin showed up at the right time for me, and that was pre-pandemic. I couldn't have imagined how the pandemic would have played out for me had I not had Bitcoin. But the pandemic definitely played a big part in shaping who I am today. Just just with my like vision of what the state is or isn't, and how I see the state in centralized education and centralized healthcare and centralized power. So that did play a large part. But Bitcoin was kind of like a point of where I could attach myself, because there's a set of rules without rulers. So I could always get on board with that. And I think just having like a bedrock, like a foundational layer on which I could like start to realign time, work, friendships, travel. It kind of became like a grid on which I could map out my new existence. So it's given me a lot more confidence in my own power and my own abilities. It's given me like a reassurance that I can do what I want to do, but on my own terms without much compromise. It's led me to imagine a lot more as well and become more hopeful about the future. It's allowed me to dream and see that things are getting better rather than this pessimistic cultural tendency, especially as being a Brit. Like, oh, how you doing? Oh, we're holding on in. People ask me now, how you doing? I'm like, I'm thriving. We already won. I already feel like we already won. So I kind of have all of those feelings within me now that previously I'd be like, how's this going to work out? Like, what are we going to do? Like, how are we going to overcome? And will I ever see a change? And all of those questions have been slowly answered and are being answered in front of me right now, to a point where I feel like very blessed and very at peace with what's to come, which is really nice. Like, it's something I wouldn't have thought, but it's everything that I think people wish for. So if anybody's listening to this, like being like, it sounds really really cultish and everything, yeah, if you jump in from day one, it's not going to happen overnight. This is a change which started back in 2013 when my buddy at a party was like, hey, this weird internet money for transactions. And here we are nearly like 10 years later, and it's slowly defining or helping me define myself. It is a slow change, but it's definitely a very positive one, and it's something that I'm very thankful for, and I thank Satoshi first and foremost. But then all the other Bitcoiners along the way who've helped me get to where I am, and now my contribution is to help as many new Bitcoiners get to where I am or where they need to go. I want to definitely, it's like a legacy thing, and I kind of pay it forward kind of culture. So it inspires me when I just even mentioning it now. It makes me want to like get to work and develop more resources for people and help other people escape what they already know is a broken system and give them something to hope for.
I was listening to Neville Goddard the other day. There's a book he wrote in the 40s, 50s, something like that, called The Power of Awareness. And I sort of discovered him going down this Steiner rabbit hole sort of thing. But anyway, one of the things that stuck out to me, I wrote this quote down while I was listening: imagination is the only redemptive power in the universe. And basically the notion that imagination creates reality, and that the reason as human beings we can imagine is because we have consciousness, and the more we work on that consciousness, we can cultivate an elevated sense of cognition through thinking, through imagination. And you can imagine the future, the future that you want, your future self, your future life, all of these things. And it's a very hopeful way of being in the world, which is almost untenable on a fiat standard, because you almost by default are like trapped in the hamster wheel, and you have to just jump on every day, spin around and around and around, and then get thrown off at 55, 65, whatever it is, with maybe something in your pocket to try and last you until you're dead. And that's a really depressing, shitty way of being in the world. And it thieves you, it robs you, or it may not even thieve you, it may just like suppress, which is just as bad, really. of your imagination. It inflates your imagination away, if you put it like that. You know, maybe it's 2% per annum, and so you compound over time, and you just become this husk of a person that once used to like to write songs, or once used to like to create tables, you know, out of wood, or work with your hands in some particular way, or write, or, you know, whatever it is, paint, you know, anything artistic and creative. You know, that notion of creation is so core and central to being a human being, and fiat just sort of robs people of that imagination, and therefore, if imagination creates reality, as this Goddard guy was talking about, you kind of get robbed of reality. And then you plug in this Bitcoin life, this Bitcoin standard, this you know, punk ethos of just being able to save your time and energy through time and space. You can reimagine. You can become more imaginative. You can create a better reality for yourself. And what you just said then is like one of the core reasons why I love doing this podcast so much, is because there's people out there that have this desire, innate impulse to contribute something to the world, but in the same way they're contributing to themselves. You know, there's a sense of meaning and authenticity there that is kind of innate in, I guess, people like yourself. And I see it a lot amongst early doors Bitcoiners. You know, we're doing 101 episodes now, and it's a core theme throughout, I think. And it's like you've got permission to imagine, to create your reality, because, as you were talking about with the walled garden, you've kind of set your defenses up. You've got your fuck you money. You've injected that sense of optionality into your life. And now you can go out and you can create and you can share and you can educate and you can do all these wonderful things that contributes real value to other people, and also yourself too. Like, you know, you're being of service to others, and in doing that, you're getting so much back in return.
Amen. For sure. I really like that. No, that's exactly it. Like, there's definitely that aspect of, it's like a non-violent punk movement towards self-sovereignty, you know. And then when you're self-sovereign, well, you fall back on kind of like the will of the soul, which is those things, like, you know, deep down, I think, you know, if you're not burdened by the fiat system, if you manage to you mentioned the word permission there. If you give yourself the permission to become, like, you know, through Bitcoin, it'll give you that permission. You can enable yourself to move forward. Then you can get down to like the core desires of the soul. And like, I know mine is like teaching. Like, I really like it. Some people like caring for others. You know, they wanna help people, whether they be sick or they need assistance. Some people have a core caring desire. Some people want to create. Some people want to learn. Some people want to discover. Some people want to invent. But these are like the core cries of the soul. And unfortunately, they're shackled down. They're burdened by fiat, and the key holders are what we call the time thieves. You know, these people who hold the keys are the time thieves. And it's Madex who says, he's one of our artists. Well, he's not one of our artists. He is the artist, and he works a lot with Bull Bitcoin. He always says death to time thieves. You know, and it is that, like, once you remove time thieves from your life, then you can become unshackled and go back to these core cries of the soul, which is so much a better existence. And I think that's what all people feel, that kind of inner chagrin of like the tortured soul of like, what am I, you know, human condition or whatever. We can flourish. We really can. Like, we just have to kind of adjust a couple things, and Bitcoin does that. It just realigns a little bit the system so we can get back on track. It's not like, Bitcoin isn't the destination. It is a vehicle. Like, I don't believe like, hey, we just want hyper Bitcoinization and that's it. Like, I'm interested in what comes after. But I do believe, like, I've been at the event of adopting Bitcoin, and after that, I was like, yeah, there is a drive to adopt Bitcoin, but then what really excites me is what happens after that. Like, and that's why I always liked Max Kaiser's idea of this Renaissance 2.0. that he was talking about in the early days. I was listening to Max Kaiser on RT News, like back when I was in the UK a lot. He was talking about Bitcoin. And I always liked his approach of like, this will be a Renaissance 2.0. There have been episodes in civilization where art and beauty were put to the forefront and things were prioritized, which aren't being so now. But I'd love to see that in my lifetime. I'm not sure if that's possible, but if I can set it up for future generations, well, all be it. Like, I think we thrive in those conditions. So hopefully Bitcoin is the vehicle towards that destination.
What does Bitcoin mean to you?
Oh, bro. It's like a rebalancing. Bitcoin, like, is right about now. It feels like a rebalancing. It feels like justice. It feels like the scales have always been tipped against us, and there's always been this like power imbalance and this unfair distribution of power. And it's generational. It's been passed down for a long, long time. It's inherited and it's systematic. And Bitcoin basically rebalances. It feels like justice to me. So yeah, I think that's what it is. Yeah.
Justice. I love that. That's cool, man. And balance, rebalancing everything. That is, I think, really crucial. Particularly, what comes after is so important to have that sense of balance in society, rather than have it sort of out of whack with, as you were talking about, or what Madex talks about with the time thieves. It's imbalance. The fiat system is imbalanced. And that is not the way of the universe. That is not how the world works. The universe is harmony. That's how it works. You know.
Yeah.
Pablo, thank you so much for spending some scarce time of finite energy telling us the tale of how you discovered Bitcoin. This is a rip that we could have gone for more than like 2 hours, 3 hours, I reckon. But just I want to hear more.
Stay in touch, man. I've enjoyed every second of this conversation. Like, I always feel like just sitting down with other Bitcoiners, having these conversations, like it's an evolution of thought as well. So I thank you for helping nourish this and bringing about the situation and giving your time and driving the conversation. It's been very stimulating. And to anybody out there listening, if anybody wants to reach out, you can always reach me at Pablo at Bull Bitcoin. And I'll be happy to help anybody along this quest that we're all walking together. So happy to have you along with us, brother. Thanks for your time.
My prediction, I think this is what we're seeing, like in real time, is Bitcoin's adoption will continue also for people who are not particularly interested in Bitcoin, or perhaps even don't like it, just because it is such a big advance over the previous form of money. It's so much better than fiat.
Hello, I am Cody Ellingham, and this is the Transformation of Value, a place for thinkers and builders, where together we explore freedom, energy, and creativity through the lens of Bitcoin. In this episode, I am joined by Dr. Anthony Jeffries, co-author of the book Decrypting Money, a Comprehensive Introduction to Bitcoin, which gives an excellent technical overview of Bitcoin and includes a foreword by world chess champion and chairman of the Human Rights Foundation, Garry Kasparov. We talk about Anthony's background in automotive R&D and how a systems design approach translates over into Bitcoin thinking. We also explore the interesting interplay between the different participants in the Bitcoin network, namely cypherpunks, libertarians, and speculators, and how together the push and pull of these groups leads to Bitcoin becoming more anti-fragile. Now this show is supported by you. My vision is to make the transformation of value into something that we can take with us into the future. If you want to help me grow this show, please consider making a donation either through my website or by tipping directly to the show's Bitcoin wallet, or otherwise just share this episode with a friend who you think may enjoy it. If you have any questions or feedback, I would love to hear from you. You can always email me at hello@thetransformationofvalue.com and I will get back to you. Otherwise, on to the show. Anthony, thank you for joining me.
Yeah, thank you, Cody, for the invitation on your show.
Yeah, no worries at all. I really enjoyed your book that you co-wrote with a couple of others, Decrypting Money, A Comprehensive Introduction to Bitcoin. Thank you very much for sending the copy. And
welcome.
I mean, I thought it was really awesome. For me, as a seasoned Bitcoiner, it sort of gave quite an interesting take. It gave me some new mental models, actually. I found for looking at a few things which were really interesting. But I guess starting off, if it's okay, Anthony, maybe we could just go a little bit into your background, and then we can talk a little bit about the book, if that's okay, please.
Yeah, sure. Although I'm interested to hear how it changed your mental models, but we can certainly talk later if you like.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, essentially my background from a sort of educational, professional direction. Firstly, so I studied maths at university, and then went in the direction of engineering into mechanical engineering, in particular fluid mechanics and fluid dynamics calculations. And that led me to ultimately to the automotive industry. So I spent many years working in the German automotive industry, doing engineering calculations, in particular with heat management in the car and for cooling systems, and for other situations where fluids come into play, for example, driving through fords or bodies of water, and various other different things. So yeah, my background is essentially automotive engineering, and the link to Bitcoin there is actually I came to Bitcoin through a friend of mine who I met in the automotive industry. We were firstly colleagues. We worked together making new ways to calculate heat flows in exhausts, and he was the one who discovered Bitcoin for himself, and very soon after, in a series of very long telephone calls, he explained to me why he thought Bitcoin was such an interesting idea, such a groundbreaking and novel creation, and that sent me down researching it more and got me into it.
Yeah.
And he Christian Handel, also from down under, but Australia. We've done several different projects together in that field, and he was the one who introduced me to the co-authors, or at least one of the co-authors. He introduced me to Marco Krohn and Marco Strang back in the day, and then they in turn introduced me to the fourth co-author, Zoran.
Yeah. So you were both engineers, so you're Christian as well?
That's right, yeah. We're both mechanical engineers, and we were both at that time in automotive. Yeah.
Do you think, Anthony, there's some sort of connection between people who work in that practical side and the connection with reality you get with engineering, mechanical engineering, that lends itself to grasping Bitcoin potentially?
Sure. I mean, at the end of the day, whatever you're doing in your organization, in your company, if you're an auto manufacturer, you have to have a thing which works. You cannot fake it. A car has to work. It has to have, has to go forward, has to stop, has to turn, and so on. And of course, engineers therefore have a very strong, must have a very strong connection to reality. Must understand reality very well in order that the car that they produce actually does what it's supposed to.
Yeah.
And similar for the thinking, which is quite rightly quite prevalent in Bitcoin, is, well, you have the dominant form of money is not really acting well as a form of money. So you have a form of money which is, for example, freely printed. And then as an engineer, you look at it and you study the properties, you study what money should do, and then you compare the dominant form of Bitcoin to this new emerging form of money, and you notice the differences, and you say, well, this is obviously a better way of doing it, just like steam engine is a less advanced means of having a propulsion in a car than a petrol engine.
Yeah, sort of a progression of technology that sort of works towards better systems, more efficient systems. And I'm also struck by the great foreword that you had in the book by world chess champion and chairman of the Human Rights Foundation, Garry Kasparov, which, as you know, chess is a rules-based game, and there's a deep level of game theory and understanding of these systems and the way you can approach it. So to read Gary's thoughts, very pro-Bitcoin, very insightful on the nature of Bitcoin and the bigger piece, I thought that was very interesting as well.
Yeah.
How did you connect with Gary?
He's a friend of Marco Strang. So Marco Strang met him at some point. Marco Strang was doing many different meetings, and he was the one who established the contact with Garry Kasparov. Marco did one or two things with Garry Kasparov in a business sense, and in the course of that, then Marco asked Gary to write a foreword for us. So.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting, and coming back to the book, Decrypting Money, for me, it was really interesting. As I said before, it gives a brief history of money, as well as some of the projects that preceded Bitcoin, as well as an excellent technical introduction, which I thought, for me, having studied this for a while, it still was quite fresh, and there's some great graphics in there as well that helped explain some of the cryptographic primitives that underpin Bitcoin. And so I thought it was great for someone who's maybe new to Bitcoin, as well as someone who's been in it for a while. But there was one thing that really stood out to me, and this was actually in the introduction, and it was just a little piece, but the way you talk about the three main groups that engage with Bitcoin, which is the original cypherpunks, the libertarians, and the speculators. And I wanted to dive into this topic a little bit, because I think there's something interesting in how these three groups of people sort of interact and sort of push and pull the system of Bitcoin into, I guess, where it is today is a very robust, broader system. So I guess maybe picking that topic up a little bit, I mean, I'm keen to hear your thoughts on that, please.
Well, the cypherpunk strand is where it all comes from. I mean, you had back in the 90s this whole, where Adam Back was also involved, this whole idea of strong cryptography being able to use to give you a degree of privacy, and also to make it accessible to the layman. So especially with the introduction of this public key cryptography, of course later used in Bitcoin, anyone could use a type of cryptography which would be, as far as we know, unbreakable to the most powerful secret service and secret service agencies in the world. So yeah, I mean, you had this group of people who were interested in technology and interested in the application of technology to enhance their privacy. And of course, for them, it's quite natural to want a form of money which corresponds to that. So they are, of course, very ready to take up something like Bitcoin. And when Bitcoin came along, in order to that this sort of form of human interaction, transaction, transferring value, is being able to be done both digitally and in a much more, not completely private way, of course. And transactions are, of course, written on the blockchain, but at least in a way which is cryptographically secured and also permissionless as well as pseudonymous. So, I mean, these people were essentially primed to take Bitcoin as soon as it got out there. Then you have a libertarian. I mean, libertarians, they prefer, in particular, libertarians will prefer private money. I mean, we go into the book, you'll have seen we discuss various periods in history where the money was not issued by a government or government-linked authority or an authority authorized that exclusively by the government, but rather by private banks, and they were competing monies in the same economy. And this then, again, Bitcoin is also going to appeal to them, that you don't have a state currency, but rather a private currency. Also can compete with other private currencies in the market. And then you have, I mean, speculators there. Speculators, I would say, a little bit like they're maybe not so much interested in some particular principles. I mean, the speculators are essentially to use their financial resources to work for them. I mean, if you've made money and you have some capital, of course, it's of interest to use that capital in such a way that it reproduces itself. And the better you can do that, or better to do that, you're looking for different instruments in order to accomplish that goal. And Bitcoin, compared to the dollar as a fairly high volatility asset, is able to offer that to speculators, these high price fluctuations. So, I mean, how they all interact, I would say just how Bitcoin works, it leads one group into the other. If you're a committed cypherpunk and then you come into Bitcoin, well, Bitcoin lends itself to, because of what it is, to a libertarian form of economics. So then you get interested in, you may not pay much attention to economics or nor on the side, but then it leads you to get more interested in this. Or you buy a Bitcoin and then you see, okay, the value is fluctuating. This is interesting for me, for my own personal finances, and not just necessarily some interesting idea or concept, but this can actually make a change to my personal financial situation. So,
yeah. Well, it's interesting. I mean, the cypherpunks write code and they keep us private from the state, and then the libertarians keep the money sound, and then the speculators pump the number. And I think there's something in there which I think reflects some of the other decentralization that is prevalent in Bitcoin, and which I feel it's a little bit hard to articulate, but I feel like it's just another one of those examples of it being quite broad, and it doesn't fall into these narrow scopes, which I think are easy to fall into, where you maybe focus, say, on the technology side of something, or you focus on just one aspect. But there's a certain decentralization that means that even though you could consider speculators, some of the traditional funds and things, as being very statist potentially, and kind of against maybe what the cypherpunks had in mind, or the libertarians for that matter. There's something about the way they all sort of push and pull together, or push and pull even in different directions, but the act of that leads to this anti-fragile outcome, and Bitcoin kind of continues going. And there's something quite powerful about that, which I was certainly impressed upon by reading about your explanation of it.
Yeah. I mean, I think, and I think that also kind of spreads as well. I mean, you mentioned, for example, how it would appeal to engineers, and I think in various different fields, you can see how aspects of Bitcoin also has this attraction. I think, for example, legal profession, for example, they will then see, okay, you have some organized, you have firstly a community which can resolve conflicts in a decentralized way. You don't have one court which stands above everyone determining this will be the way. And you also have rules being both defined and achieving consensus in a decentralized way. So a lawyer can also take some inspiration how a system could work in a different way. So I think it can appeal to many different people, and then historians as well. Historians can also see the parallels between having a hard money in the past and having these private monies in the past, and then the scarcity and also the emissionless nature of Bitcoin. And yeah, I mean, these people then entering the field, as I say, then they can, all the other aspects are there, and they can explore that further, and it all, as you say, as it's mixed together.
Yeah. Well, I'm certainly struck as well by, I mean, there's a lot of technical detail, and you can really geek out on a lot of this, and I enjoy that myself. But when you do bring in the fact that there is this speculation element, and even though there maybe is some people who see the likes of the large funds or BlackRock, these kinds of organizations purchasing Bitcoin, being involved with the ETFs and all of that, there is still something there that is powering the engine and is contributing to the overall thing, and you can't plan for that from the beginning. So even though it is an engineered solution and the rules have been set out, the way that it unfolds and the emergent nature of it is very interesting, and it seems like it's just in this Goldilocks zone where everything was just right, or at least good enough to sort of start off,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly, yeah. I mean, I mean, the fact that it has changed, I mean, of course it hasn't developed since 2009, but the fact that the fundamental principles have held for so long is really a tribute to the creator of Bitcoin, to Satoshi.
Yeah, there was certainly some foresight there, though I do wonder sometimes, I mean, that was before my time, but, has there been maybe a change in attitude as it's become more broad? Because certainly the cypherpunks were the first, and then the libertarians came in, and then it took a few years for speculators to really get involved, and I wonder sometimes what that progression looked like, and maybe what it was like during the early days. I imagine it was maybe a bit more esoteric, a bit more technical, and that was important in the beginning. But then once it started to monetize and there started to be speculation, all of that work and that technical work sort of paid off because the system could handle people getting involved and the thing scaling up and increasing in value and that sort of thing. And I mean, not to say, I mean, there were certainly some challenges and questions asked about the scaling thing early on, which I don't know if you have any comments on, but just the way that unfolded as well spoke to this decentralized governance model, which was also very important, still is very important to Bitcoin.
Yeah, I mean, certainly at the start you had very much the impression that it was really an experiment, and there was the degree to which it's established itself and also gone over to and had these interfaces with the conventional financial system. That, of course, was not the case back then. It was really quite decoupled from every other system, and also the general perception of it was, you still of course have strains of it today of the skepticism and then all the various different misconceptions of Bitcoin, and that was, I would say, fair degree stronger back then. But there was also this, I would say there was also at the moment the confidence level that it will really be there for the long term, the very long term, is a lot higher. Back then it was clear, it was, especially to the people who were convinced by it, it was something quite new and quite a step above what had come before, but not this confidence. Yes, this is really going to be the thing which will be around for a long time and will be the thing which will come through. I mean, and you had that also, especially like you then had the phase in 2017 where you had a lot of altcoins. You had a lot of again, going back to speculators, a lot of altcoins trading, and then this whole concept of the flippening, this idea that Ether would at some point overtake in market capitalization Bitcoin, and there was this idea that you could either have Bitcoin supplanted by something technically superior, and I would say this is also, at least speaking today, as of 2024, this has also subsided somewhat in Bitcoin because it's had this dominance as a form of digital money, of digital gold for so long. It's built, I wouldn't say an impregnable position, but not a very, very strong lead against any potential competitors.
Yeah, and it's interesting, again, coming back to this engineering background of yours, I'm wondering if you can see any analogies with, say, technical developments in engineering, automotive, or whatever it happens to be, and the way those sort of are taken up by the industry, because often change can feel like it's quite slow, or it maybe change gets taken in a very narrow scope and the broader impacts of something are not fully appreciated, especially by incumbent companies. So, I mean, do you see any sort of crossover? And I'm thinking in terms of automotive, you've got the whole EV revolution, you've got things happening around the idea of transport, etc., that maybe don't get fully appreciated, or it took a long time for people to get up to speed. Do you see any connection between those?
Well, I think what we see And what we will see is similar. I mean, similar to automotive, cars are the dominant form of personal transportation just because they are so useful, and you see it being taken up by people. People drive who are either indifferent to cars or actively don't like cars. I mean, my girlfriend does not like driving, especially at night time. But the car is just such a useful thing in many ways that she has a car and she uses it. She just gets on with it. And you see that with many like successful other technologies as well. I mean, like smartphones, for example. Well, a lot of people back in the sort of late 00 years or early 2010s, they were quite skeptical about smartphones, but eventually, essentially everyone got a smartphone just because they are so useful. And I think you will have, my prediction, I think this is what we're seeing like in real time, is Bitcoin's adoption will continue also for people who are not particularly interested in Bitcoin or perhaps even don't like it, just because it is such a big advance over the previous form of money. It's so much better than fiat, and people will see that other people holding Bitcoin, or it can be organizations as well, other organizations, other governments, other companies who hold Bitcoin have such an advantage from it that it becomes so compelling they do it even if they are not particularly interested or even actively dislike it.
Yeah. And I guess the book gives a really good history of money. It also gives an overview of the technical aspects of Bitcoin. But I guess if we were to partake in some speculation of our own, I think what I'm very interested in is maybe some of your thoughts around some of the different possibilities that this presents, because there is maybe a history of study of commodity money and what kind of digital gold would mean in a hyper-Bitcoinized future, for example, but that still is relying on our previous models of, say, the golden era of banking in the 19th century or earlier, and maybe doesn't quite take into account sort of how things have changed so much with information technology. So painting a picture for what you see in the future, I'm really interested to dive into that in terms of Bitcoin.
Well,
putting you on the spot.
Of course, I'm quite optimistic on Bitcoin. Otherwise, I wouldn't have written the book and had my other involvement with it. Well, as I said previously, I think adoption will just increase and essentially have the situation where everyone is able to take advantage of what Bitcoin has to offer. So on a straightforward sense, you have the fact that you can transact so much easily. You have much less friction with than that which you have with the conventional banking system, especially if you want to just send money abroad. You have also as individuals, as families, as organizations, as companies, and as people like Michael Saylor have been talking about, you have the ability to save in money. At the moment, you cannot save in fiat money. You'll lose the purchasing power if you do that on the long term. With Bitcoin as the dominant form of money, you'll have money which is absolutely scarce, and therefore you'll be able to plan for the future better, because you know that the Bitcoin which you hold will not be inflated due to the fact that someone else controls the supply of it. So this allows you to, if you're a family and you're wanting to prepare for building a house or for your children's education or for other big expenses, you'll be able to do that a lot more easily. And then on the flip side, you have, of course, the government will have some constraints which you do not have. I mean, of course, states print money because it's in their interest to do so. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it, and they will have to think a lot more carefully about how they spend the money. They will not have this option to either directly print money or to issue debt based on the fact that they are in a position to repay the debt in a currency which they can print. And so governments will have, they will have to be a lot more careful and a lot more thoughtful about what they're spending money on. And this will lead pressure to things like more efficiency in government. They will essentially not be able to afford inefficient practices as they would today. And I mean, there's many funny examples. You could spend a long time talking about it. I mean, one funny thing you have in Germany is like there's various aspects of the government still using fax machines. I think you also still have it in Japan. Well, I mean, if you're in even a fairly traditional part of private industry, you haven't seen a fax machine for 20 years. So, I mean, that's just a fairly jocular example, but of course there's many examples where you have a state spending which is probably not efficient and could be improved, and this discipline which you have may change things there.
Yeah. Well, just pulling on that, because I mean, I think most people would appreciate that argument that it changes that dynamic with the state and money, and I think that's clear to all of us. But pulling on the mechanism a little bit further, because this idea of adoption and it just sort of happens and it continues, potentially gradually, then suddenly, as many people say, is I guess one way of looking at it. But I'm also really interested in how these kind of ecosystems collide, because Bitcoin really works best when it's in its own world. Bitcoin natively works extremely well. It's extremely easy to use, but you always come into issues when you're trying to touch the fiat system, and those on-ramps and those off-ramps are always the issue, and that's where most people are. And I just wonder, again, it's a little bit speculative, but sort of where these two worlds meet and how they kind of coexist, because they really seem like there's one argument that perhaps Bitcoin is sort of on the side and it's sort of just sucking value from the fiat system and just growing bigger and bigger. But there's another idea that maybe they are symbiotic and fiat continues to be used as a payment system because, Gresham's law, you spend the bad money and you save the good money. And there ends up being some sort of US dollar dominance or something like that, where we're all spending US dollars, but we're all saving Bitcoin, at least in the midterm until something else happens. I mean, could you paint a picture of sort of what you think could happen there, or what the different scenarios may be?
Well, obviously, I mean, I would say it's at least premature. I mean, maybe who knows what will happen in the far future, but I think in the near term, I think it's a mistake to underestimate fiat as well. Sure, for the person in power, it's very easy for him to create money as an act of fiat. But these people with this power really do have a lot of power. They have a lot of power, and they've taken a huge fraction of the GDP of all the economies in which they operate. In the case of the United States, they have enormous military power and a whole raft of other tools of power also at the disposal, from going also into sort of the whole cultural side and media influence and control of the universities. So the fiat itself may just be created very quickly, but it's backed by organizations which do have a lot of power, and therefore I think it's a mistake to underestimate this. And to some extent also, there are many problems with this situation, and Bitcoiners can and do, and rightfully do, and also explained all the flaws and all the misallocation of resources and all the waste and so on. But nonetheless, at least in the Western world, the fact is, historically speaking, now we do have very, very high living standards, and that has occurred with what has been a basically fiat system for the last 50 years. So I think, and these things then, because it's so powerful and because it has had a fair degree of economic success, this then does have, of course, organizational and institutional momentum. I mean, things of this nature, or unless there's some big catastrophe, tend to perpetuate themselves. So I think there will be there will be some time where fiat systems and Bitcoin do coexist. And I would also say what's also quite interesting, there has been pushback from the fiat side. I mean, there has been some resistance on the fiat or from the fiat world with regard to Bitcoin. Nonetheless, I think it could have been a lot worse. Like I think regulators and governments could have been, especially if they've been coordinated, and they do coordinate with some things. They could have been extremely aggressive against Bitcoin. They could have made things much harder than they are today. I mean, the fact is, in most jurisdictions, it's maybe not trivially easy, but you can buy Bitcoin. It's legal to hold Bitcoin. Mostly it's legal to mine Bitcoin. And then, of course, we've seen over the years and the last decade, really, like increasing number of fiat world financial products with connections to Bitcoin, both sort of Bitcoin companies listed on stock exchanges and then all the Bitcoin products. So I think you'll have a period where both coexist, and my hope personally would be that would be in a more cooperative rather than a confrontational mode. And then, as you say, like with referring to Gresham's law, people will use the money which is best suited to the use case. So if your use case is store of value, well, clearly it's Bitcoin. There's no discussion. But paying at a supermarket for your eggs and milk, well, at the moment the fiat solution works well. So and it's an established solution, and there's no huge disadvantage to it. In fact, with pure cash, you can even be more private you have even more privacy than Bitcoin. So, I mean, to summarize, I would say there will be still some period where you will have coexistence, but with growing adoption of Bitcoin, just because in some senses it is so much more superior to fiat currency.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's sort of almost, if you look at a layered money approach, there's this kind of swap out of the reserve asset at the top of the pyramid with Bitcoin potentially, and then that means people can sort of continue on, and systems are relatively similar. You know, it's still the same point of sale systems, it's still the same banknotes, etc. But maybe there's something on the back end that changes, which is one way of looking at it potentially, and then that would reflect maybe closer to something like the gold standard than historically, but with the added 21st century innovations of digital payments and tap and go and all of these things which we have in the fiat world as well. And I'm curious maybe how those fit together, because you then almost start getting the different qualities of Bitcoin, where there's the real Bitcoin where you're self-custodying it and you're using it as Bitcoin, and then you've got the fiat that's backed by Bitcoin, which lives within the fiat world. And that's kind of an interesting kind of four-dimensional relationship, which is maybe a little bit hard to conceptualize. You know, I don't know, do we ever get medium of exchange or unit of account if everyone's still using local fiat currency denominations and they just happen to be backed way up the chain somewhere with some kind of Bitcoin, etc.
Yeah, I mean, that's where these whole, I mean, what you mentioned about the layered solution, I would also go along with, and that's where you have this whole, in the Bitcoin world, of course, where you have the whole layer 2 solutions like Lightning or Liquid RGB, etc. And yeah, you could have a scenario where you have Bitcoin native layered solutions for medium of exchange, and then you could have what you mentioning, where you have still a fiat system or a system which has been developed from the current fiat system, but with Bitcoin backing. I mean, I think it's difficult to say how it will pan out in the future, really. That's because it is so novel. And also because with I mean, it is also somewhere where you can, banks and the financial system have to be quite cautious. They can't introduce systems which don't work if people can't buy food at the supermarkets, and you have really a big problem. So they have to be quite cautious about how they introduce changes to the system. But I mean, even in the conventional financial system, forgetting about the Bitcoin side of it, there have been advances. I mean, we've of course had this whole touch and pay system, which has come up in the last, say, I would say 10, 15 years. And of course the transitions to having your smartphone wallets and being able to pay with this, and you've had the whole phenomenon of neobanks. Of course, you've had the digital payment systems based on fiat systems like PayPal, Venmo in the US. So I mean, as we wrote in the book, finance industry does take up new technology, and of course, from a conventional financial point of view, they're not as focused on Bitcoin as they are. But for them, Bitcoin is just one of many different things which they're interested in. But nonetheless, you're quite right with Gresham's law, and another Bitcoiner I know, he often says the parallel of, he's an Argentinian, and he brings up this parallel between Argentinian peso and the dollar, and there you also had essentially peso being devalued and continually devalued, and people trying as much as they could to move to the US dollar. And you could have something similar with Bitcoin as well. Like, again, over time, people seeing, okay, if I want to store value, it's better for me. The whole Bitcoin and fiat currencies, and just people just taking the choice which is optimal for them.
Yeah, I think that's why maybe there's, again, this ecosystem approach is important, where you understand the importance of decentralizing nodes, having your own keys, these kinds of things. But yeah, I mean, speaking of Argentina, I just had some Argentinian friends visit, and they wanted some US dollar, hard money, well, not hard money, but cash, as hard as it gets, at least in that part of the world.
Yeah.
And so they, it was selling Bitcoin for US dollars, and again, that still connects back into the fiat system. And I mean, I appreciate this is a bit speculative, this side of the conversation, but I'm more and more interested in soliciting people's thoughts on this, because it seems as if...
How do you see it how do you see it developing? What's your sort of...
Oh, for me, I mean, I'm...
view of the future?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sort of still collecting perspectives. I don't have any real crystal ball as such, but really interested in how these kind of these worlds collide, because they really are different things. And again, within the Bitcoin space, everything works so smoothly and it's so easy to work with. But it's when you start trying to use that in the real world, and that's the challenge. And I appreciate that there's a criticism people have had, and we could say that we are just early, but at the same time, countries have been able to bootstrap currencies in much shorter periods of time, and that is through decree and through chartalism. They define money, and then that becomes money. And I wonder, just running the scenarios, where do we get to with the outlawed Bitcoin, for example, the classic topic, where you and I are able to transact maybe, as resistance money, we can use Bitcoin, but most people are still potentially using fiat that, as I said, somewhere up the chain is backed by some kind of Bitcoin ETF type situation, and they go about their daily life, none the wiser. And does that lead to this sort of majority and minority type setup where the Bitcoiners are self-sovereign and they do what they want, and then everyone else is still within a kind of neo-fiat where ostensibly there's Bitcoin up the chain that gives the system stability, but you're still KYC'd and using third parties and banks and stuff. So I don't know. I have certainly a hope that it would be more free and everyone's running their own thing and they've got their own keys, etc. But I'm keen to sort of compare what the different outlooks might be and sort of compare and contrast and sort of see where things are at, because I mean this doesn't exist in a vacuum, and if you look at the work that they're doing on CBDCs, the stuff that the government's pushing for, that's not stopping. And certainly in my country, they're pushing forward with it. So, I mean, that's sort of my high-level take at the moment. Is it's important to kind of gather opinions and maybe not be dogmatic about how a currency forms, because, again, the engineering solution potentially is there, and we can look at it. This is how technically it would bootstrap, but then there's a whole social, cultural narrative and move to it, similar to the way Bitcoin itself got started, it required these different kinds of people getting together for it to kind of emerge and get to where it is today. But what is the next thing? Is it massive currency crisis that helps everyone get ready to move into Bitcoin, or is there some other black swan type event that, you know, because I mean the argument, you know, if you look at somewhere like Greece 2015, maybe Bitcoin wasn't ready at that point to take on the Greek people and have them using Bitcoin natively, and so they ended up just floundering around and searching for US dollars, I guess. Whereas maybe the next time that happens is Bitcoin in a better place to be ready for that, etc.
Well, I mean, my hope would be if something like that does come along, that as many people as possible have their own Bitcoin, so that they are as insulated from that as they can be. I mean, the ideal situation, of course, is you just have like a smooth transfer over, like more and more people, families, organizations, states are convinced by Bitcoin. It just you have like a very smooth and positive transition from an old technology to new technology. Like the more, I would say, negative scenarios, of course, that you do have some big catastrophic event. And of course, you can, as you say, you had the Greek and more generally European financial crisis, and then you have, of course, looking back in history, a series of financial crashes in 1987, 1929, and so on. Yeah, obviously, they're hard to predict, and I think also it's like you will still have that in the Bitcoin standard. In fact, you would probably even have it more, because I mean you see in the Bitcoin and more generally in cryptocurrencies do have these big sort of swings between the euphoric phases and then the big crashes. And 2022 with these whole series of bankruptcies of 3R Capital and all these other companies which collapsed. And of course, that is one of, I wouldn't say it's an advantage necessarily, but one of the characteristics of the fiat system is they print money to try and ameliorate these situations. What obviously often happens is they end up kicking the can down the road. Well, you just don't have that with Bitcoin. You don't have an instance. It's decentralized. You don't have a centralizing organization who will organize a bailout. There is no central bank, and there's no mechanism to print money to prop up the organizations which did fail. So you end up with situations where a big crash is really a big crash, and no one steps in. It just has to play out, just like in 2022, you have the domino effect, and it's not like back in 2009, Lehman Brothers collapses, and then the government says, "Oh dear," and then say all the other ones. It's like the first domino collapses, and then every other domino which must collapse, in fact, does collapse because there's no one to catch them.
Yeah. Well, one other way of looking at this. So again, I'm soliciting opinions and thoughts on this, because I think there is a dogmatic argument that Bitcoin just wins, and we can wait a very long time and that will happen potentially as well. But I am very interested in that short to medium term and sort of what the tactical maneuverings are, and sort of where the pressure points and pain points are for the fiat system and the state in particular. And as you say, there's a smooth possibility where it just sort of is welcomed in, and there's the resistance money route where things may be a little bit more chaotic. And I'm reminded of in New Zealand, there was the move from the New Zealand pound to the New Zealand dollar in 1967, along with decimalisation, which I believe happened in the UK and other parts of the Commonwealth as well, where you went from like shillings and however many 12s and 24 base 12 money, you moved from that to decimal money, and that was a very smooth process that literally just took one day, and that was the decimal day, and they moved over. But that was because the state was driving it, right? And effectively that was a new currency, because you had old notes and you had old coinage and everything, and it was suddenly reminted and swapped over. And there was sort of a period in between where you could transfer, and those were compatible. But as it stands today, no one uses the New Zealand pound. It's not legal tender. So effectively, that was a rug pull. And so there's a possibility if the government embraces it, that it could be something like that. But then the other side is, it stays as sort of background radiation, lingering resistance money used by few and far between as self-sovereign money, and those people maybe gain a lot of wealth through doing that. But when was the last time people were really interested in freedom anyway? So I don't know. Yeah.
And how is it in Japan actually? I mean, how is the government's approach to that? And were they particularly affected by this whole Mount Gox situation? Did that have like an influence on how the government there sees it?
I mean, I wouldn't say I'm really super qualified to comment on Japan, but certainly Mount Gox had a very strong chilling effect on Bitcoin in Japan. I mean, it's got its own issues. I mean, it is the currency's lost so much value since it started. I mean, it used to be 1 yen to $1 back in the day, 100 years ago, but that has changed massively. And so I think, I'm not sort of super qualified to comment on that, but I think the bigger piece around again that convertibility, people's thoughts on medium of exchange, it still is rooted in this nation-state currency and this fiat currency, and does that get to a point where it sort of gets swapped out again at a higher layer? And arguably, I mean, this is a bit more of a bullish argument we could adopt. Is Bitcoin already the reserve currency of the world, and people just haven't realised it yet? At what point do people understand that there's a mathematical reality to the absolute scarcity that a few of us hold, and everything else is a layer 2 on top of that? I mean, that's another argument, and so that sort of flips the perspective a little bit. It's sort of the same picture, but you're looking at it in a different way. And that, I mean, arguably that's already hyper-Bitcoinization has happened, and we're just experiencing the transition now to full Bitcoin rollout, potentially.
Yeah. I think that's quite, certainly an optimistic perspective.
Well, I mean, it's true though. I mean, you could measure, government reserves, and basically everything can be measured in Bitcoin, just as Bitcoin can be measured in fiat currencies. So, and Bitcoin's been growing in strength against all of those fiat currencies. So I don't know it's kind of like what's sharper than a diamond, and you test it by sharpening other things and which one scratches it. And I mean, nothing can scratch Bitcoin, nothing can make a dent. So arguably that's one way of framing it, and I think that framing is really important because it is an ecosystem, right? As you say, and coming back to your engineering background, it's kind of like, if you think about an internal combustion engine, there's no point where you can kind of point out the vehicle's sort of energy cycle. You've got the moving parts of the engine, you've got the radiator, the drive chain. It's sort of, the whole thing acts in unison, and as the car moves, as the pistons move around, they then create the momentum that can pull more gas into the cylinders, and there's this sort of this engine that keeps going. It's not just like a one-shot thing, it's sort of four-dimensional, and I think maybe there's some analogies there with sort of the way Bitcoin has just sort of like suddenly got momentum and it's taken flight.
Yeah, that I would agree with him. I think the momentum is, you can express it as a kind of network effect. I mean, more people use Bitcoin just because of not necessarily because of the financial value, but just because of the number of participants in the network becomes more useful, thus attracting more people and so on as a snowball effect. And I think we're just in the middle of, or maybe not in the middle per se, but we're certainly not at the start. We're in some stage of this process, and yeah, I mean, because Bitcoin is so that much superior to previous form of money, I think this will just continue unless there's some very aggressive, unless either A, there's some big catastrophe, like there's some big technical catastrophe to Bitcoin, whatever that might be, or B, some very aggressive and also worldwide coordinated action taken by the state. But otherwise, I think it just rolls and rolls and rolls, just as I say, like cars or a smartphone. More people use cars, then the streets are improved to help their use, and then cars become even more useful for more people, then mass production becomes feasible, then because of mass production becomes, cars become cheaper, then even more people want to use them, etc., etc., and more petrol stations are built because there's more demand for petrol, then it's even more interesting, and so on and so forth. Same for Bitcoin.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wonder whether that's not where the speculative aspect is very necessary, because cypherpunks and libertarians alone, it's a very powerful group, and the libertarians have been operating for a long time. Classic gold bug idea. But maybe possibly it is the speculators and arguably even the statists who are coming in and are holding Bitcoin and want to see it succeed, and so people peppered throughout government personally hold Bitcoin, etc. You know, they benefit too as individuals, and that's maybe the magic source here. Coming back to what I started with, something that struck me about your book is you mentioned that kind of push and pull of all of these parties. So even though it could be pushed away by the government, when people within government are getting rich from Bitcoin too and are storing their value there, maybe they won't come after it and they'll do something else instead.
Yeah, I mean, and that I would see that's the advantage of institutional adoption, of course. I mean, that's not a whole discussion, but of course the state is very closely connected to, of course, the large financial institutions who are now actively pushing Bitcoin with their new products, and also they're very connected to universities, and some universities also have as part of their endowments Bitcoin holdings. So you have large influential entities who are close to the government who would be sure to raise their hands if the government were more aggressive.
They're working for us. That's great.
Yeah, and what you said also, I mean, that's about people in government. I would say that it's quite similar to what my co-author Marco said on another podcast we did recently. Of course, you just have a generation change, and when younger people, new people come in who are more sort of positive towards Bitcoin, they're actually part of the system, well, then of course that will have an influence on the system itself. It's just a natural sort of progression. The generations change and new things come with new generations. Just as in history. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, Anthony, I am keen just then briefly to talk about what's next for you and what you're currently working on as well, if there's anything you've got on the go at the moment.
Sure. So regarding the book, so the audio book came out earlier this year. So I spent some time earlier this year preparing the audio book, which came out in the market in the summer. And at the moment, we've been working quite hard on the translations. So all 4 authors have connections to Germany. So Marco and Marco are both born and bred Germans. I'm a naturalized German, although originally from the UK. And Zoran also lived part of his life in Germany. So we have a German translation, a German version coming out soon, and then also in 1 or 2 other languages in particular. We are hoping that we will manage to get Chinese Mandarin out before too long, and then we have another 1 or 2 languages in the pipeline.
Excellent, that sounds good. So that's going to keep you occupied for a little while then, working on that.
Yeah, it's been a little translating a book even from English to German, which are quite similar languages, is not quite as straightforward as I thought originally. I mean, I'm an engineer, so I mean, I can speak fluent German, but I'm not a translator or working in this. It's coming along well.
Yeah, excellent, awesome. And if people want to find you, Anthony, where can they go?
Well, our website for the book is decryptingmoney.com, and there's contact details there, or on Twitter. My Twitter name is Jeffries, my surname 000.
Excellent. All right, mate. Well, I appreciate your time and sharing what you've been doing, and talking about the book a little bit. It's certainly interesting to me, and again, thank you for the copy, and much appreciated.
Yeah, well, thanks for inviting me on your show. It's been an interesting chat. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you for listening. I am Cody Allingham, and that was The Transformation of Value. If you would like to support this show, please consider making a donation either through my website or by directly tipping to the show's Bitcoin wallet. or just pass this episode on to a friend who you think may enjoy it. And you can always email me at hello@thetransformationofvalue.com.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the show. Another Friday, another episode of Why Are We Bullish? Got an awesome panel. I hope everybody's having a good week. Definitely a bullish week. Wild to see Bitcoin over 100K for the first time in history. Pretty epic moment. So very excited. It's going to be a good time. Good time today. Of course, this is live. Anything can happen. So I defer to my friend Bill here.
We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live. Thing sucks.
Now, if you have not already, like, subscribe, share, all those things, they really do help a ton getting this content in front of more eyeballs. I am Ben of the BTC Sessions. This is your daily session.
Hodl the Bitcoin.
Now, before we bring in our guests, let's take a quick look at where we are in the market right now. I am pulling up timechaincalendar.com. We are currently sitting at $100,696 per coin. A single US dollar will now grab you less than 1,000 sats, 993 sats at the moment. In terms of fees, next block 11 sats per VByte, and in terms of Bitcoin mine, we're sitting at 19.79 million, which is 94.24% of the total supply. We're going to give a quick shout out to sponsors of the show, and we'll be back in about a minute to bring in our panelists. So we'll see you guys coming right up. Bitcoin Well is one of the best places to be buying and selling Bitcoin in Canada and the US. And now with the advent of Bitcoin Well Infinite, high net worth individuals can enjoy an OTC desk with white glove experience tailored to transactions of $50,000 or more. This helps high net worth individuals, family offices, businesses, and trusts secure the best prices and execute large transactions with speed and efficiency. You can expect personalized service, rapid fulfillment, no slippage, custom trade structures, risk management guidance, and global buy and sell capabilities. And hey, if you're not a high net worth individual, not to worry, you can still benefit. If you sign up and you refer people through your personalized link, any fees paid on their first purchases will earn you 21% of those fees. So you can check them out today. There's a link down below to sign up, or you can simply scan the QR code on the screen. Bitcoin Well, check them out today. CoinKite.com has some of the best hardware on the market today to secure your Bitcoin. The Cold Card Q is an absolute powerhouse and is my daily driver. And on top of this, they have plenty of other goodies, including the Mark IV, the Tap Signer, Open Dimes, the Block Clock, and much more. If you head over to their website, make sure you use code BTC Sessions at checkout to get a nice discount. Links are in the show notes down below. All right, we are back in. I'll leave a little QR code there for CoinKite if you like. That'll give you a discount there if you're looking to stack some Cold Card Qs for the holiday season. Great stocking stuffers, but I digress. I'll leave that there while we do our round of intros and get our guests in. So I want to welcome to the stage all together Adrian, Bo, and Flo. Thank you guys so much for being here and coming to get bullish on a Friday evening. Let's do a quick round of intros for anybody unfamiliar. Adrian, I'm going to toss it to you first. Give yourself a little intro. Who are you? What do you do?
Awesome. Thank you. Stoked to be here. You and I met in Costa Rica, poolside, thanks to Pablo. And if you're in the Bitcoin or Nostr space, you know who Pablo is. And it was just, the world was a little topsy-turvy, and it still is, but it was kind of cool to connect with the families and just, you know, have a barbecue and throw them in the pool. And thanks to that same individual, Pablo, who orange-pilled me, I've been on a mission to write a novel, a BTC-inspired novel for women and girls who I'm trying to orange pill with a story as opposed to the thing Bitcoin itself. And yeah, I'm excited to finally say that I'm done the thing, or pretty damn close to done the thing. I'm giving it to somebody else because I can't take it to the end zone, and I'm just stoked to be here.
Hell yeah, man. Well, it's good to see you. And we were saying before we started the show, I met you at a very interesting time because it was in the midst of the Canadian trucker protest. And, you know, myself and my family had already planned a trip down to Costa Rica. And when I got there, I met up with you and another individual, both Canadian expats that escaped the ice wall. But it was a very interesting time because I actually didn't know if I was going to be able to get on a plane to get down there, because that's when everything was hitting the fan. You know, there was,
right?
Yeah, there were lawsuits going on. There were, it was the middle of all of the crackdowns, and you know, I was, you know, kind of very directly involved in a lot of that. So yeah, you met me at one of the craziest times in my life, I will say.
Credit to you, it didn't feel like that. You were cool as a cucumber. We were just hanging out. That's a put up a vibe for you.
Yeah, it was all hidden, pushed deep below. It was the I'm okay Wojak face, I think,
Well,
what's going on there. Yeah. Awesome. Well, let's toss it to Bo. Dude, good to have you on the show. Give yourself an intro. Who are you? What do you do?
Appreciate you, Ben. Hey, everybody. I'm Bo Turner, the CEO of Abundant Minds, and I started out in real estate development and built and managed a portfolio of rental properties across the southeast of the U.S. And everything changed for me when I saw the potential of Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining years after being first exposed to it, and really fell down the rabbit hole of mining being the key to our abundant energy future. So I started selling off all my real estate in 2021 when I moved to Oregon, and as of this year, sold my last property to be 100% Bitcoin and Bitcoin mining allocated. And after I had an initial expensive experience with a bad co-location host to the tune of about $500,000, I used my engineering background to build what I wished existed when I was getting into mining. And so now super proud to offer people that service through Abundant Minds, where we do truly passive Bitcoin mining for investors, and we base all our operations here in the Pacific Northwest on hydropower. In my opinion, the greatest place in the world to mine.
Hell yeah. Well, that's awesome, man. I love hearing about self-made individuals. Bitcoin seems to do something interesting to people. So welcome. We're going to toss it one more time down the line to Flo. Flo, good to see you. Thank you for rejoining the show. And for those unfamiliar, let people know who you are and what you do.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. I'm Flo Montoya. I'm an artist. I'm a classically trained artist, and since 2020 I started doing Bitcoin art, and I haven't stopped since. And yes, there is one. And I also work in marketing. I work currently for Panties for Bitcoin, so I'm also wearing like the CPO, Chief Panty Officer hat today. And yeah, I'm bullish. No, kidding. I'm just super happy to be here and to talk and to learn more about what you guys are doing.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to have you, and shout out to Panties for Bitcoin again. It was funny when I first heard about the company and saw them at would have been Bitcoin 2022, I think, was the first time I came across their booth. But what a great family. And I thought it was a bit of a shtick, and then they kind of explained to me like their ethos and everything. And and I love them. I think it's great. My wife thoroughly enjoys their products, and then they started making men's briefs, and they're probably the most comfortable things in the world. So,
yeah, it's really cool because as a company, like we focus so much on like internally on quality, but externally it's most about like being fun, being Bitcoiner, being in the ecosystem. So when people try them because of this fun aspect and they realize like, okay, this was really like good quality, this is not like crap. Yeah.
Yeah, they're low time preference undergarments, we'll say, which is an awesome thing. So, yeah, that's great. Well, welcome to all of you. Glad to have you all on the show. And we're going to dive in. For anybody watching that's unfamiliar, this is Why Are We Bullish? Very simple premise to the show. Each one of us has come with a reason for being bullish in and around Bitcoin, and it can take really any form. The sky is the limit, whatever your little heart desires to talk about. But the flow of the show is pretty simple. Number one, somebody's going to drop their reason for being bullish. This is their chance to rant about what they're currently excited or buzzing about. Number two, all together, we're going to riff on that reason, comments, questions, whatever rabbit holes we decide to go down. And then finally, number three, we're going to rotate to the next person until we all had a turn. So reason, riff, rotate. Only major rule to observe is try not to drop your reason early. So with that, I'm going to dive in. I'm going to get started with my reason for being bullish, and then we'll continue on from there. So I'm going to bring up an article from earlier this year just to kind of give some context here. So earlier this year, the Human Rights Foundation launched a quarterly webinar to help nonprofits integrate Bitcoin. And I have been involved in this webinar, helping present and educate human rights defenders, political dissidents, journalists in places where free speech is either non-existent or under attack. And so we've been educating them about using Bitcoin as a tool in their tool belt to fight back against tyranny. And so we've hosted a number of these, and we've had increasing attendance over time. And it's gotten to the point where, we're going through bare bones basics. Here's a wallet. Here's a few tools that you might want to use. Here's how to accept Bitcoin donations and some basics about how to transact. Well, now we're getting some deeper questions, and we're getting people saying, can we get some more advanced stuff? Can we try some different things? And so we are next week launching a pilot program that is, we're calling it like the Advanced Seminar Series. But really, we're just giving people more tools in their tool belt to begin educating themselves on other, Bitcoin-related tools, but just like in general freedom technologies. So I'm very excited that next week we're going to be covering 3 topics with the pilot group. Number one is going to be introducing them to Nostr and teaching them about censorship-resistant social feeds and how Nostr can help them get their message out in a way that can't be easily censored or removed from the internet. So I'm very excited about that. Nostr is about to get an influx of human rights defenders, and I think that's an excellent cohort of people to be joining the ranks of the other Nostriches out there. We're also going to be touching on CoinJoin because, of course, Bitcoin in and of itself is not inherently private. It's pseudonymous. And so while your identity may not be explicitly attached to your coins, through your interactions with the network, you can be attached to specific coins. So we're going to show and teach about how CoinJoin can help reduce the links between you and the coins that you control and what you do with them, which of course is very, very important in the realm of human rights. And then finally, we're going to be touching on hardware. If you build a bit of a treasury, if you are trying to keep large amounts of donations safe and offline, how do you easily interact with hardware to do that? How do you back up hardware? How do you interact with it? What tools are at your disposal to do these things? And so yeah, that's what we're going to be covering: Noster, CoinJoin, and hardware. And I couldn't be more excited. We get to dive a little bit deeper. I'm going to be flanked by my co-host Anna Chekovich. She's from Russia, and she has worked alongside the late Alexei Navalny and the Anti-Corruption Foundation. And she's been doing very, very important work. And this year has been also working hand in hand with the Human Rights Foundation and helping put together and host these webinars. And she's just a fantastic asset to the Human Rights Foundation and is doing incredible work. Also, Alex Lee and CK that have been helping out with all this stuff. And of course, Alex Gladstein for spearheading the whole thing and making it all possible. I think this is bullish as hell. I think that getting freedom tools to the people that most need freedom is such an important initiative. It's been some of the most impactful moments in my time in Bitcoin. And yeah, I'm particularly excited in around the Noster angle. I think this could be turning a whole new page for Noster. Sorry, I'm still getting over a cough that my children have brought home from school. But yeah, very excited around this initiative. Very excited to get rolling with it next week. I'm very excited to report back soon about how it's all gone. So I'm going to open it up to you guys. If you have comments, questions, anything that you think about the initiative, have at her, whoever wants to pop in.
This is definitely one of those come for the number, go up, stay for the revolution kind of things. I mean, we're all here in some sense because we think there's potential in this for a return, but really the return is the return on freedom. And love to see how this impacts far more than just the financial world.
Yeah, it's easy to forget when we're in the West and you're in a country where on average the financial infrastructure more or less works for you, apart from being able to reliably just save in the money that you earn. It's easy to forget that there's whole swaths of the world that just can't even transact, and that regularly get bank accounts shut down if they can even get one, and are just facing financial censorship day in, day out. This offers up something for them, and again, we don't really see that covered in the Western media. We see a whole lot of number go up covered, which is a lot of fun too. But yeah, glad to see that we're taking the other angle as well. So yeah.
And sorry, I can see how this is like so bullish because when for me and for my family, we entered the Bitcoin ecosystem because of the use case. You are of course very incentivized by it because numbers go up, but for us it was like, how do we bring back home the money? Because my dad was working for a German company, and we had started having problems with the banking, and some bank kicked him out. The bank he was using for 20 years, he said, like, we don't want you anymore, stuff like that. And we have been facing stuff like this, and yeah, that's really tiny when you compare it with what other people are struggling with. And I think that's why Bitcoin actually came like to existence. It's not you get rich, and that's the second effect, like us, okay, cool, but that's not the revolution. That's not something that's gonna change the humanity.
So this painting back here, my dad painted this. It's Prague, and he was from the Czech Republic, and he passed away earlier this year, and so it's a bit of memento for me. But what inspires me about the Czech people is they had a velvet revolution, right? They had the shackles of the Eastern Bloc telling them how to live their lives with all the authoritarianism and Marxism, and they managed to kind of shrug it off in what's the that expression, sly roundabout way, right? Like they figured a way to just get out from under that and not have it be a horrible bloody thing. And I look at the lunacy in the current financial system, and Bitcoin is our velvet revolution.
Beautifully said. And sorry to hear about your dad. That's sad. But yeah, there was Who was it? Somebody did a talk specifically on this in Prague. And it might have been...
I was so sad to miss BTC Prague. I wanted to go, but it's just I have too many children. They're everywhere, so it's hard.
Yeah, that happens. Yeah, it was a hell of a it was a hell of an event, but what a unique place to hold it in. So yeah, I agree. And it's again, what the tools that we're using to improve our lives are also vastly improving the lives of others for very different reasons. So yeah, it's very exciting. And guys, I've got to sneak one other thing in here. I've got like a surprise second reason for being bullish. Do you mind if I share a little something here? Yeah. Okay. All right. So on December 20th, so 2 weeks from today, I've got my 4th annual Christmas special going on. And so it's an aggregation of a bunch of different guests. And the way it works is I've got effectively panels like this, but in 30-minute segments that run for hours and hours. It's a marathon. It's going to be like a 5 or 6 hour show. It always is. And every year I get this guy. His name is Rusty, and he's in the comments right now. And he always makes the most epic thumbnails for the show. And he said that he's got he's got the thumbnail going. He said he might add in a few other guests as well as time goes on. But my God, I'm looking at it right now and I can't not share it. So yeah, and Rusty's correcting me. Sorry, my main reason for being bullish, outside of all of the wonderful human rights things that are happening, is this thumbnail. So I'm going to share it now. World premiere of the thumbnail for this year's Christmas show. And God, the work that this guy does is astounding. So here it is. Yeah, I need to just dedicate it to just that. That's insane. Wow. That is, so there's Becca up top left with her new baby boy. There's American Hoddle on his tiny little bike with yellow in the basket. There's Jeff Booth. I see Larry Lepard. There's Mike Germano. Who else is in there? Who else am I seeing here? There's Preston Fish on a bull with Greg. I see Madex in Santa's sleigh. Oh, there's Nico. There's Katie the Russian. Who is that down in the bottom right? I see Rockstar there. There's Sean. Oh my God, this is insane.
I feel like if Mad Max Fury Road met the holidays with a Bitcoin theme, like this is it right here.
Wow. Amazing. Rusty, you got to tell me who's. Oh, that's Tatum. Oh my God, it's Tatum. That's hilarious. Okay, wait, who's this back here? I don't know who that is. I can't. Can I zoom? I feel like I can zoom. Who is that? I can't tell who that is. Sometimes they get away from me, but wow, what an incredible! I'm gonna be finding Easter eggs from now until next year. I think I have my other ones up on the. I have my other ones up, like literally blown up poster size on around my office, and they're insane. So, who is the guy?
Yeah, that's my question. There was like a guy creeping above the sign there.
Above the sign. Oh, that's Sean Harris when he had a flat top and he was still playing basketball. He's one of the meme factory. Wow, that's epic. So awesome. So anyways, that's okay. Again, Harry Suddick. That's who was the mustached guy that I zoomed in on. Okay, awesome. All right, well, I'm gonna leave that bullishness there. Rusty, you do incredible work. Everybody should follow World of Rusty over on X, and he's also on Nostr. You should give him a follow. And he'll be at the after party of the show too. So make sure you guys tune in for that. But we're going to do a rotation here. So Adrian, I'm going to be coming to you next. We're going to take like a 20-second break. give a shout out to one of our sponsors, and then we'll be right back in. So we'll see you guys in about 20 seconds. Debify.com allows you to borrow against your Bitcoin in a non-custodial way. Collateral is held in a 3 of 4 distributed multi-sig with trusted parties. It provides institutional liquidity providers loan periods of up to 5 years with flexible conditions and the best rates. Best of all, no rehypothecation of your funds. If you want to check them out today, head over to Debify.com or hit the link in the show notes down below. All right, we are back in. And we're on to our next reason for being bullish. So, Adrian, I'm going to toss it to you. I'll cue you up with the same question everybody gets. Why are you bullish?
This is what I'm telling you. There's no more smoke and mirrors.
Perfect.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm bullish because Bitcoin taught me low time preference. I did not have a good conception of low time preference before getting orange pilled. And Bitcoin inspired me to write my first novel, which is something I've always wanted to do, but didn't have the low time preference to get done. And my journey hodling, I started in 2018 and then really Pablo got me in 2020. And so I've been through those ups and downs and hodl for dear life. And writing a book was that exact experience. It's like there were so many ups when it's felt amazing, like I've achieved such a thing, and so many just depressing lows, and it comes by the day. And it's just, I'm grateful to Bitcoin for having taught me that you just, you lower your time preference, you see it through, you build value over time in hard money, and, number go up, and, world change. And it's just this amazing poetry that I don't even know how to explain. So, yeah, that's why I'm bullish.
That's awesome. And I feel like it, we get low time preference in terms of our fiscal decisions, but it gradually extends beyond that, right? Like it's not just like, oh, do I want to spend this now or delay gratification and be able to purchase more in the future, but it starts to get into your decisions in and around health, in and around how you interact with your close relationships, your family, your spouse, your close friends. Would you say it kind of retools your brain in general?
I am so much better a human being having discovered Bitcoin than I was before. Not because of number book go up, because of all the rest of the things that you said. Just like, no, I'm not going to have that drink today because I'm on this health kick that I want for 3 months from now or whatever. Or, I'm going to, there's innumerable examples, but you nailed the big ones, right? Family and health and wealth. And happiness, and the more you can delay gratification, the richer that you are. And it's been my experience, again, thanks to Bitcoin, and to see number blast past 100,000, and then a whole bunch of people be like, it's never going to go under 100,000 again, and for it to dip down again, but then smash back up the same day. It's just like, this is validating as fuck.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious to get Flo and Bo to weigh in here on just general low time preference changes that they've seen in themselves and others around them since being in Bitcoin.
Well, before that, Adrian, writing a book is no small feat, and it takes a lot of energy. And I'm curious, from your perspective, what do you think was the reason or the why that made it compelling enough to actually start writing it, and who did you write it for?
You're coming right for my feels, Bo, and I'm going to give it to you. The novel started as a fairy tale or bedtime story I told my daughters, and it was about a girl and her horse Rusty and some magic stuff that happens. And then around the time I met Ben, and I was, the world turned upside down, and I was living in Costa Rica, and it was a really cool headspace to be in. And I thought, well, what if the magic is Austrian versus Keynesian economics? What if, these things that I've learned from Bitcoin form the world building? And I can speak to women and girls with a hero that, builds her happily ever after, in a way that would make me proud to tell my daughters, essentially. And so I hope I've achieved that. But, again, all that traces back to, learning more about this, incorruptible, decentralized magic internet money that is what we know it.
Yeah. maybe we'll touch on it a little bit. I want to hear what Flo has to say, but you did give me a little teaser read at one point, and I will say some of the metaphors in and around even just like the intricacies of how the network works with that were really well thought through in my opinion. So maybe we'll touch on that a little bit. But Flo, I'm curious your comments or questions or whatever in and around what Adrian said, low time preference general.
Yeah, I think low time preference is such a beautiful gift you receive, and some people have it from before, or maybe you are like working on it. But I think Bitcoin pushes that, and from my perspective, I see, and I can't wait to see more beauty coming into the world, because I think beauty is a thing of a low time preference. I was listening to a podcast the other day talking about like fiat architecture and all of that, and it's like you don't pursue beauty. You have to live into that state. You have to. It has to be like your water when you're a fish, and of course you will create something beautiful. Even at times when people had no degrees, they weren't architects. They were just building for practical reasons, and then it's something because you're thinking of that long time. You're thinking of things that are gonna last. So yeah.
It's like look at the art of the masters, right? They sculpted these beautiful things or painted these beautiful paintings that last forever. And then you look at Seyfedian taught me about fiat art. You see what he's pointing out. I drew a square on a wall and it's $3 million because a bunch of academic critics tell you that it's modern art. What are we doing?
No. Yeah. If I may, for me, in that sense, Bitcoin got me back into creating art. I was so disappointed with the art ecosystem. I was finishing like my studies. I had studied for a long time in different types of schools, and I said like, okay, this was a huge waste of time. I'm gonna do something else. And in the process, I already like knew about Bitcoin, but when you don't like really understand it, and I started understanding it, and it pushed me to create stuff. So
yeah, it's and you see the evolution, like when you look at Bitcoin related products and even like attire or just things that you find at conferences that people are selling, and then in the art itself. You've seen a very quick evolution of those things from, again, from the high time preference world into the reality of what it's like to try and market to Bitcoiners who recognize that the money that they're using actually stores value quite well, and then convincing Bitcoiners to part with their sats because they see value in something. It holds your feet to the fire and forces you to be better and create better things that speak to the people that want to purchase them, either in that they're going to last a long time and not break down, or in that they're really thoughtful and like the art has meaning behind it and communicates something to the person that wants to purchase it and put it on their wall. And early days in Bitcoin, you could pretty much just slap a B on something and somebody would grab it because there's nothing with Bitcoin on it. And now it's different. Now you've got to hone your craft, and you've got to have proof of work in what you're doing, because again, if you're pumping stuff out there that is inferior quality, I mean, even the pennies for Bitcoin thing, right? Like they talk about like the material that they use and the quality and the stitching and things like that, because they say, okay, well, we want this stuff to last. It's not just going to be like some garbage that falls apart in the wash. And I think across the plethora of products that are now being created with Bitcoiners in mind, that's the number one thing. My spending habits have changed in that, yes, I am conscious about whether or not I want to spend money, but it's also in the types of things that I purchase. I'm actually more likely to buy the higher quality, more expensive thing that's going to last a long time. And I always throw out this example. I've got this table that's in my living room. We were looking for a new kitchen table, and of course we did the typical, we're looking, and maybe the IKEA thing, and we're kind of going through, and there's all these faux, stone, whatever. And then we were like, why are we spending, say, half the amount on some piece of trash that's going to be all beat up in no time at all? Why don't we spend more and then have it last forever? So I had a good friend of mine who does an amazing work. He basically create the base from solid oak and then get like a giant piece of stone for the top and put it all together. This thing weighs like 300 or 400 pounds, and it's sitting in my living room. If this house burned down right now, that table would still be standing here. So like, again, it changes your perspective, and like you're willing to maybe pay a little bit more if it's going to last and be a quality thing that you can actually enjoy and pass down to your kids, whatever it may be. And I think we're seeing that change. There was a definite shift from people used to fix things and keep them, and to, everything's replaceable. Is it broken? Yeah, toss it out. We'll just buy a new one. I think we're going back to the we'll fix it phase. We're going back to the low time preference products phase of consumerism. I think there's a definite shift underway.
It's a total mindset shift too, because many people nowadays, I mean, you already mentioned it, you spend half as much on something cheap, but over the long arc of time, that can be the most expensive decision that you make, because you have to keep making that decision over and over and over again. And if you just go for quality up front, odds are you got something much better that you're much happier with, that over time costs you far less than continually having to replace and make up for the mistakes of not spending where you should have on something that was going to make a huge difference in your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
And this is not a product plug, but if you're telling me that I can get Bitcoin quality underwear cupping my balls, like that is worth every cent. Flo, I didn't realize until Ben said it earlier that Panties for Bitcoin makes, things for men. Like, Ben, your point is, it's right on Ben. It doesn't matter what it is. Something of quality with value is worth paying for, rather than the cheap thing you buy 10 times over, as Bo said, and then you're still further behind and miserable.
Yeah, I mean, and what's more valuable than cupping one of the most important parts of your body carefully? So I think, and I will say, for those that are worried about keeping their masculinity intact with something that says Panties for Bitcoin across it, it says P for B on the men's version. So my P for B's, and I get to still keep my man card, I suppose. So here we are. Yes. So grab yourself a pair of P for B's, gentlemen. It's the only manly choice. But with that, I don't know, Adrian, do you have anything else you want to tag on before we do a rotation there? Any final takeaway you want people to have from this?
I would ask a question that I'm eager for feedback on. So, what I'm trying to do is serve what I think is a slightly underserved audience, and that is younger women, and get them inspired about Bitcoin without talking about Bitcoin, right? If it's a Bitcoin book, they probably aren't all that interested. So how can I tell a story about a farmer's daughter who has to battle the forces of evil, and kind of, sneak in some decentralization and Austrian themes in there? And the challenge I'm trying to think through is, like, how do I go and I market this thing? Because on one hand, if I put a Bitcoin or any other B on it, it's going to turn that segment off. On the other hand, I don't want to shy away from the inspiration, because I want them genuinely to be like, oh, I should probably go learn more about this thing. And so I'm trying to think, how do you get a Bitcoin product in the hands, of people that aren't Bitcoiners, and how should I be thinking about that? So I don't know. That's my question that I'll leave it with.
That's a good question, and I don't know that I have a perfect answer, but I'd love to hear in the chat too, like if somebody has their take on the best way to to convey some of these messages to that audience. I would love to hear it in the chat.
One way is I go to all the maxis and I'm like, hey, you've got a wife or a daughter or a mother or an aunt or someone that you love who maybe doesn't quite get this thing, like, give them this book. So that's one way. But I also, I don't know, there could be, maybe not, maybe more wide stream and don't mention the Bitcoin and just like Trojan horse it. I don't know. I'm eager for comments.
I think, we've talked about this with our company, is that marketing to Bitcoiners is one of the smallest markets in the context of all the capital and all the consumers in the world that you can address. So if you can find a way to get into the attention stream of your ideal target, or the person who makes purchasing decisions for your ideal target, in your case, marketing it as a values-based book for young women and getting in the places where those young women are consuming content and making those decisions would be my first step. And the story is the story, the message is the message. You just have to put it in a place where it's going to resonate, and then you don't have to position it in any different way than you want it to be. You want it to stand on its own, but it's just got to find the right people in the right context.
Great feedback, Bo. Thank you.
Hey Flo, if you want to send me that link in the private chat, I'll put it as a QR code up on the screen. The YouTube chat will block it by default because scammers often will drop links in there, so it'll just assume that it's something malicious. But if you send it to me in the private chat, I'll put a QR code up for people. Okay. Let's see. I'll copy that and then I'll have it up in a minute here. But yeah, everybody, Flo's got a link there, and then I'll put this together in a moment. But
Ben, I think you said after we ordered them, we modeled them, and then Flo votes on the winner. Right?
Yeah.
Is that part of? Or am I getting I'm getting my podcast mixed up?
I've got a digital runway set up, and we'll be on that momentarily. So yeah, absolutely, that's gonna happen. So yeah, we'll have that up in no time at all. I love this code that they have for it. So I'll put that together for you in a moment. But we're gonna do a rotation here as well. We're gonna go to Bo as soon as we get back. We're gonna do one more quick shout out to show sponsor, and then we will be back in. I'm gonna try and piece together that QR code while we're on the break. So we'll be back in about 30 seconds here. We'll see you guys in a sec.
Speed is one of the fastest growing Bitcoin Lightning wallets out there. It is a fast and secure way to send and receive Bitcoin and stablecoin payments instantly. You can even swap between Bitcoin and stablecoins directly in the app. Also in the app, you can buy gift cards for all the best brands and earn rewards in the process. To download Speed, simply scan the QR code on the screen, click the links in the show notes down below, and use code BTCSessions10 to get 5,000 sats for free.
All right, we made it happen. We've got a QR code, and you got to use. Is that the correct code? Panty Sessions for 15% off. Is that right? Awesome. And also, yes. I'm seeing that you said the 5 first people to get it will also get a pin for free. Oh, one of the panties for Bitcoin pins. That's awesome.
Those are serial pins, so we only have 210, and we'll give out 5.
Nice, awesome.
I don't want to do your moderating for you, but Zeg has a good question. He said, or she said, will there be eggnog? And you let us off with, you've got eggnog.
I did. I've since finished my eggnog, but there will be much nog to be had.
Well said, sir.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to put this down here. Oh, that's obnoxious. I don't like that there. We'll leave it off to the side for the time being. But Bo, we're gonna toss it to you. I'm gonna cue you up with the same question everybody gets. Why are you bullish?
Other than this being the first stream of this type over 100K, which I think is a celebration in itself. If you can throw some emojis on the screen, however that works. We're not on Zoom, so maybe that doesn't work. My real reason for being bullish at this point is each time in history we've got the powers that be in the US actually on our side and supportive of what we can all do, especially as miners, to work together toward an abundant energy future and lower the cost of living for all people through energy innovation. And we're not being shut out, and choke point 2.0 seems to be loosening its hold a little bit. So I'm very bullish on the resistance clearing, and we're expanding pretty quickly this year, and so that's bullish for us. But in the mining world specifically, we talked about low time preference, but this next 10-year period is going to be unbelievable. And part of that is because of the remaining 6% or so of supply that you flashed earlier on the screen. We've got 5 of that to get within a 10-year period, and then it's going to be another 100 years before we get that last 1%. So personally, laser eye focused on those few years ahead, because I'm a huge fan of the 80-20 rule, and definitely believe that 80% of your results come from 20% of the efforts. But in this case, we've got the 98-2 rule, where in a 10th of the period of time we get 5x the rewards. So I'm so hyper bullish on anybody that's mining right now that's got a 10-year game plan, and really just excited for people that are participating, because the people that get in 2035 are not going to have the same opportunity and the same set of circumstances that make this really a unique time to be alive. And so excited to show all of our local communities what this can do in the real world for them.
Oh yeah, it's it's wild to hear that stat that inside of the next 5 years, or sorry, the next how many years before the next 5% is gone and we're just down to 1?
10 years for 5% and 100 years for 1.
That is insane. Again, like people, it's crazy to think how quickly that goes, and I mean how quickly it's gone before now, right? How we're at 94 point whatever percent, and that has taken 15 going on 16 years, and now we're going to be closing in on 99% inside of the decade, and then it's just the existing supply is the existing supply. 1% inflation over 100 years, crazy. like down to the last sat. And again, that halving schedule. I mean, even Bitcoin started having 50 coins every 10 minutes, and we're at the 3.125 mark. That's wild. So, and that means that inside of, I'm just looking up the halving schedule here, and this is, I'll bring it up, timechainstats.com. But over here on the right hand side of the screen, future Bitcoin halvings. So the next halving takes us to 1.5625 in 2028, and the halving after that, it's sub 1 coin for the block subsidy. So that means if you manage to get to being a whole coiner, then your stack is larger than what the entirety of the world's hash rate will be rewarded with every 10 minutes. And that's astounding. And like, look how quickly it disappears after that. Again, like, many of us, I'm turning 40 in March, and so I hope that I hope that I'm alive for a decent period of time from here on in. but I don't think it's unreasonable to say that I'm going to be alive and kicking in 30 years. And so, if we go 30 years out from today and we jump forward to like 2054, in and around that time, you're looking at, 1 million sats is the block subsidy. Well, in and around 1 million sats, 1.2 million sats as a block subsidy for the entire world's hash rate. That's wild. Like, people don't realize how scarce Bitcoin is. It's the scarcity is going to hit people like a ton of bricks, and they vastly underestimate that. I mean, again, if you look at what $1 can buy you, and if you went back just to the panic of 2020, when the world markets were panicking and Bitcoin dumped there, there's a period of time in 2020 where a single US dollar would buy you something like 21 or 22,000 sats for $1. And now it's under 1,000. And so, like, again, you could have gotten 22 times as much Bitcoin 4.5 years ago. So it's slipping through your fingers. But the people are going to be talking the same way about it 4 years from now, and 4 years from that, 4 years from that.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to cut you off. I'm sorry. But it's like I'm on Groundhog Day, where since 2018 I've been telling people, as I'm sure you have, where it's like, hey, as Satoshi said, you might want to get some of this, right? It might turn into something. And every time from 6K to 40 to 70, all the way along, everyone's like, oh, that's too much. Like, I gotta wait till it dips, and then it's doubled that. Well, it's just like, no, it's just gonna keep going that way. But that's the great challenge. How do you get people how do you shake them by the shirt collar and get them to realize that?
Yeah. I think one of the ways that I like measuring this stuff is how many sats your fiat can buy you, and looking at a chart of that. And so again, like time chain stats, rather, like the 1 USD buys this much Bitcoin, or 1,000 Satoshis are about $1. I think people need to see the fact that your dollars are buying you less and less Bitcoin, and that's what spurs people into going, oh crap, I could have bought more before, and I see this chart that is trending down and down and down, and it more accurately communicates the devaluation of the dollar versus somebody feeling like Bitcoin's expensive. It's no longer, oh, I missed the boat. It's like, oh, I need to get to the lifeboat. I think that's where we can communicate it. So yeah, dump those dollars before you can't buy anything with them is what I'm getting at here, I suppose. Flo, I'm curious if you have anything that you'd like to add to Bo's sentiment, his bullish sentiment on things opening up a little.
Yeah, I really like your optimistic view, and I think since we're talking more about price, price is the best way to get people on board. It's like number go up, it doesn't fail. Like, it's useful, and I know we try to focus on the important, and we're like, no, this is changing society. This is all the things we love, but that comes after. Like, you need, people will get because of number go up, and it's cool too, and then we can get deeper into the other stuff.
Yeah, it's and again, I kind of want to touch on what you're saying about regulatory wise, how we've got a little bit of runway. Now, I'm curious if you think that are we starting to get out of the woods, or is this just kind of a delicate time to navigate because there is potential to whipsaw back the other way?
Well, I think it's going to get very different in the different places of the world. But I think we are just entering then they fight you stage. I don't think we're over that. I don't think it was that easy. Like, oh, now everyone likes it. Okay, cool, done. I can see that maybe in some places it will be like that. Like they didn't need to fight it, but I can also see that some places are gonna get very tough and yeah, frightening maybe.
Bo, what's your feel? Like, let's say U.S. centric. How do you feel in the U.S.? Do you think we're out of the woods, or do you think there's still some fight left to go through?
So you're contextualizing it right. Where when we're talking about national in the U.S., which I consider one of the most important battlegrounds for this, I think we are exiting the woods. But to Flo's point, in the supranational realm, there might still be quite a bit of fight left. There's some, unelected entities that have their fingers going through quite a few different, quote, independent nations that are going to be very resistant still to what this means. But in my opinion, there's so many ways to take this, but I think the tides have turned in the U.S., and that's very important. And even though we don't want any threat to decentralization, the fact that Orange Man is talking about mining all of the Bitcoin in the USA is at least a move in the right direction, and that we're going to have so much energy that we get tired of having so much energy, are more positive than they are negative to me. Yeah. And it's almost like that is the place that needs to turn in order for us to have a really strong fighting chance on the global stage.
Well, and when somebody like Trump says we want all the Bitcoin mined in our country, that doesn't mean that the rest of the world rolls over and is like, oh, I guess they're going to mine all the Bitcoin. What does that do? It causes a feeding frenzy. It's like, no, we want to mine some of the Bitcoin. No, we want to mine some of the Bitcoin. And you get a global hash war, right? You get people seeking out the cheapest, most efficient methods of securing resources, of securing energy, and then utilizing that in a way where they can, be profitable miners. And I mean, that in and of itself is incredibly bullish. The one angle that I'm curious about, and there's no real way to answer this, but I'm curious if this administration, we've gone from a previous administration that was pretty outwardly antagonistic to one that is just like opening the floodgates. Like, yeah, have at her. Gensler's out. We're just gonna whatever. But I mean, we also are getting with that like mega coin and whatever world, whatever it was. I don't know. My point being, I prefer this to us arresting and jailing devs. But we're also going to have a lot of a mess to navigate in that we've got most of the world that is fully unfamiliar with this stuff. And we're about to have a shitcoin extravaganza like we've never seen. And we're about to see a bunch of people get rug pulled and, the usual things that happen in bull runs when scammers take advantage of unsuspecting newcomers. So it's kind of on us to be the educators in the room and help people navigate that. I prefer that people be able to learn and make their own mistakes because touching the stove is an effective teacher. My one worry, and the thing that I hope doesn't happen, is that I hope that near the end of this presidential term that there's not some sort of massive blow up or some crazy thing that happens that is then used as an impetus to enact like really draconian crackdowns. And so I hope we don't see some sort of a whipsaw like that. I wouldn't put it past a future administration to do that if the timing worked out right. But hey, we've got, I think we've got a 4-year runway to build out tools and make them resistant to even that. So,
yeah, I hope nobody hears that as me declaring victory so much as declaring opportunity.
Yes. Yeah, exactly what it is. It's an opportunity to build and make ourselves more resilient,
and
right?
the kind of sort of administrations or ideologies that would attack Bitcoin are rooted in envy. Like, we've seen many other ideologies throughout history. So I would love to think that they're going to go away. It'll never, right? And it's like, how many people can we get on the right side where it's like, oh, creating, building, and value, and all the attributes that, like, they see the value of it. How can we help more people get to that point so that when inevitably the envy folks come marching, they're just drowned out by everyone? Like, no, sorry, we're too rich to talk to you.
Yeah. We'll cross our fingers for it. I do think that more and more tools are being built in a way that that is difficult to shut down. Again, like with the privacy stuff earlier this year, it wasn't a great day for Bitcoin privacy when a lot of different things have come to fruition over the past year. But in the wake of that, what did we get? Well, people building more resilient privacy tools. And so, again, you get one jurisdiction banning Bitcoin mining, and miners move to more friendly jurisdictions. You get one jurisdiction slapping fees and exorbitant taxes on mining. The miners move to a place where it's more economical, right? So it's for every negative action, there's an equal and opposite positive reaction on behalf of the network and the people that are a part of it. Yeah.
It's the honey badger.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, honey badger don't care. Have you guys seen the video of what is the honey badger being attacked by? Like lions or something like that? They're like,
don't care.
Yeah, and they're just like clamping down with their jaws on him, and he's just kind of like swatting them off. And
Did you see the one that he gets attacked by like a poisonous snake, and then the thing bites him, and he like kind of falls asleep, and then he wakes up and he continues to eat the snake afterwards. He doesn't care.
Yeah, this is it's the perfect metaphor for Bitcoin. It's great. Well, I mean, Bo, do you have any other final thoughts in and around your topic that you wanted to get off your chest? Anything else that you wanted to touch on in regards to the I guess coming 4 years and beyond?
We were talking a little bit about just the statistics of how hard it's going to be to get your arms around a whole coin if you're trading fiat for it over the next couple decades. And obviously there's people who have been in mining for years and years who think that this is just a struggle of an environment. But I always urge people, if you're trading fiat for Bitcoin, it's going to get harder and harder for you to accumulate some. If you are trading energy natively for it, it's actually a better trade, even if it looks like it's getting harder and harder, which it is, by the way, but we get harder and harder as time goes on as well. So just like you're not late to Bitcoin, the last 5% is still a lot of money.
Yeah. I mean, if that becomes the ruler, the financial ruler for the globe's wealth, 5% is more than enough to want to put some effort into going after it, right? Yeah. All right. Well, we are going to move into our final rotation. Before we do, I'm going to toss out there one final thing. I want to of course give a shout out to my team over at Bitcoin Mentor. We have I've aggregated an awesome team of educators over there. I was doing one-on-ones this time last year, teaching people how to secure their stack, how to, use Bitcoin wallets, hardware, multi-sig, run a node, even, home hobbyist mining, things like that. And I got inundated, and I was just so busy that I couldn't even manage the time. And so that was the impetus to create Bitcoin Mentor, and now we've aggregated an incredible team of educators that can do one-on-ones with you. But beyond that, you guys are all the Bitcoiners that have been around for a while. You guys are going to have a ton of people asking you about how to do all of this stuff that you have learned over time as well. And so if you don't have the time and or possibly patience for that, you can scan the QR code there. You can become an affiliate of Bitcoin Mentor, and that'll give you your own personalized link. And anytime somebody asks you, if you send them your link and they sign up for a session, then you will earn $21 to be paid out in Bitcoin at the end of the month. And that's not just for their first session, that is for every session in perpetuity moving forward. So if you want to stack sats while new Bitcoiners stack skills, then scan the QR code, get yourself your own link, and then just put it in your social profiles, post it wherever you are, pin it in a tweet, put it on your Nostr profile, wherever you happen to be, and then just sit back and stack some sats. But with that, I'll leave that QR code up here, but we're going to do a rotation. And Flo, I'm looking at you. Our final reason for the evening, why are you bullish?
I'm super bullish on culture, and I've been thinking about more and more about this, and I've talked to people and realized how important it is for a revolution to actually happen, to have a strong culture behind it. And this doesn't mean that the technical things are not going to be important, but it is important to have other people building from this other side. And in this regard, it's like going into the arts or whatever, you like cultural things, like for example the book, but also like the merch stores or like brands like Panties for Bitcoin, like whomever we're like around this world. And because I was studying for an art piece about like the printing press, and I realized that some people say the printing press, like what happened historically there when you separate church from the state, is that you have an amazing new technology that's going to change people's lives, and you have a strong culture supporting it, like building from this, and then you also have this wheel of change, this you are sick of something and you need something to happen. And when these three things combine, it's when historically changes have actually happened. And I think Bitcoin has three things. It has, of course, the amazing technology. It has, like, we are sick of things and we want them to change. And we are building a strong culture and community. And what I'm seeing is that I think many people are like realizing this, the importance of this. And I'm seeing like, for example, I'm working with my friend Rebel Money Art, and we're creating a new gallery, and it's we're working on that. It's a very new project, but it's gonna be on a working place where many Bitcoiner people go to work, and then it's gonna be an actual gallery with. We're trying to get the best quality art we can, and then I'm seeing, as you mentioned before, like the quality of arts itself is going deeper and deeper, and people are everyone is thinking from their own perspective about Bitcoin, and it's not just about like, I'm gonna slap a Bitcoin B, I'm gonna try to sell this, and I'm a scammer basically. No, it's like I'm adding value, I'm giving the best I can to you and to the world, and then I receive value in return, and yeah, that makes me super bullish.
I love it. Tell me about the project. Where you said it's like a Bitcoin co-working space that you're going to be in. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know how much I can say, but let's do it. It's gonna be in Denver, and I hope everything is good, and I hope I'm not messing it up by speaking about it. Yeah, we're working very hard because we want to make it like an actual gallery type. Like we're taking the role of curators. There's of course the gallery, then we're going to have like the auction house, so there will be a schedule, and you will be able to go physically to see the art for a long period of time, and then at the end of the you can buy it, but it will still be displayed like in actual galleries. And then at the end of the exhibition, there will be an auction, hopefully, and then you can actually purchase these other pieces, and then it will rotate, and you will be like anytime you go to Denver, you will be able to go to kind of what the Bitcoin Museum is doing in Nashville, but with a rotating show.
That's really cool. I like that. It's so great for Bitcoiners to have these spaces that they can go to as well. Like, you know, these not just co-working spaces, but cultural spaces to go and kind of appreciate the creativity and history of Bitcoin. And despite us only having less than 16 years under our belt, I feel like the culture is brimming with a lot to take in, and it, you know, it's a pretty rich history for such a very recent one, and you see that through the art and through the creations of the community and the again, like Flo, you're doing your art, Adrian, you're writing a book. I love the idea again of communicating stories through these things, and you know, for something that came from lines of code, very, very literal, this thing does this, to see these creative minds come to the protocol and communicate what the protocol means in their own, through their own eyes and ears and through the way that they communicate through their medium, is such a cool and unique thing. And I mean, maybe Flo, you could even speak more to that in terms of, you know, how Bitcoin has inspired you as an artist, in terms of, you know, how you capture what you're seeing with the culture and the shift in society. Like, how do you begin to capture that through your art?
Yeah, I think it's similar to what we were talking before with the like how Bitcoin changes you, and it changes your ways and your habits. It's such a base layer, the mechanism we use for transactions and for savings and for storing wealth. It's so at the bottom that if it crumbles, or if like, it will make a change on everything you do. People creating images are going to express it that way. People who are like, I don't know, coders are going to code, you know, and then maybe more coders are going to go into the open source projects instead of like other companies. And for me, it started more of like, because I had studied arts for such a long time, and as I said, like, I was very disappointed, and I was like, okay, what am I going to do now? Like, I was super stubborn. I studied arts, and now my dad was right. Like, I'm gonna starve. Like, and then, but I knew Bitcoin, and I started like going deeper, and I realized that I started creating art about Bitcoin, and it was a way for me to understand Bitcoin. So what is this thing? So I start with the memes, I start with the easy layers, and then you go deeper and deeper. And then I realized I also want to like think about how is Bitcoin going to change our future, and how can I represent that, and how can I help into that shift. Like, I don't want to have this fiat culture anymore. What culture do I want to have? Like, how do I want my future kids to relate with other people in this world? And yeah, it kind of goes into that way, into that direction.
That's great. I maybe want to jump to Adrian here and kind of posit the same idea. And I know we've touched on this a little bit, but like, you know, how have you found it difficult kind of communicating? You know, you said that it's been a labor of love to get through this book that you've written. What were some of the bigger hurdles that you had in trying to communicate things effectively?
Myself, mostly. I think I probably wrote, and I'm told that this is nothing unique, but I think I wrote 5 books and then whittled it down to 1, right? And most writers will tell you that. So that, you know, I'm trying through metaphor and simile and theme and all these things you read about in like grade 11 English class. Like, what is the author trying to say to us without actually saying it? So I've been grasping at these different, metaphors for things like decentralization versus centralization and the impact that that can have, and cryptography and, blockchain, and how do I take enough of that it feels true, that I'm not just completely waving a magic wand and it has to be rooted in truth, because to me Bitcoin is rooted in truth, and that's a major theme in the book. But also take a little bit of liberty and have fun. So, it ends up, if you think about like the red and the blue lightsabers in Star Wars, it almost ends up like that, where our heroes have this like orange fiery light magic that they use to battle this like lime greeny slime sludge fiat thing. And so it starts in all these, intellectual places where I'm overthinking it for my own good, and be like, well, how do I, reflect scarcity inflation versus deflate? How do I show all this? But that's too much, and you kind of go through this wild process. And at the end, we've just got, orange kicking green's ass.
I love that. I love that. Now, Bo, I want to go to you, because obviously you're in the nitty gritty, the practical, the hands-on. You're dealing directly with Bitcoin itself. But I noticed behind you, you've got your own representations and things that you're drawn to. For you, as somebody dealing directly with Bitcoin, but obviously feels a great sense of identity in and around the implications of this, and are moving down the line for future generations. What are you drawn to when it comes to creative things around Bitcoin, whether it be art or people's writings or whatever it may be? What speaks to you? What have you seen that you've liked in recent times?
So we work with a lot of, and I'm one of these too, with half my brain, analytical types, between engineers, investors, people who you would consider making most of their important decisions based on some form of logic or calculation. And they like to believe that, and we like to believe that, but it's not true. And we're almost always making a decision first based on emotion and connection to a feeling and a story, and then justifying it later with some form of logic. And so as much as I love the spreadsheets and the math and the analytics and the code and everything that makes the system the beautiful machine that it is, this is fundamentally a human story, and we're telling it to other humans. And whether it's mining or it's Bitcoin art or it's education, it's not so much about the mechanics as it is how can you touch a human soul with what we're working on. That's why we talk about, come for the number, go up, stay for the revolution. This is a revolution that happens within people's, the very depths of who they are once they've spent enough time with it. And definitely gives off culty vibes, definitely gives off religious vibes, but it's very important, and it's a story that, can't be told just with numbers.
Yeah, I agree. I found my taste in creative Bitcoin items and things that I put on my wall has shifted over time. I think, again, in line with the, I guess, jumping back to the high versus low time preference side of things. I used to grab everything with the Bitcoin B on it, but my tastes have matured, and so now I'm more likely to grab the I don't want to say OPSEC friendly, because that shit's out the window for me, but more so like the thing that you like if I have like perfect example. I bought a silver necklace that Madex made. He had them in Lugano, and I grabbed it because on it he put a Rubik's Cube. And this is a thing that, there's a whole story why he started to put Rubik's Cubes into all of his artwork, or a lot of his pieces. But flashback to 2019, we were in Riga. We stayed in a room together, but we went with the Bull Bitcoin team, and all of us were there for the Baltic Honey Badger conference. And back then, still very small, and it's one of the, I think, the longest running Bitcoin only conference out there. And we had this dinner put on by Bull Bitcoin, and it was hosted in kind of this underground restaurant that's basically like a cave, and it's where the politicians of the city used to kind of go underground and like scheme about how they were going to run the city and do all these different things, and it's pretty wild. And so we had this dinner, and there's like a pig on a spit, and like all this meat and everything, and we're in this cavernous, dimly lit, it looks like a supervillain's lair, where quite literally the supervillains of the time used to lay out their dastardly plans for their subjects. And Bitcoiners have just infiltrated the space and are having a delicious dinner. And the people that were in there, it was like Saifedean and Adam Back and Francis Pouliot and like all of these like epic Bitcoiners. And there's this picture from that dinner, and it looks like the Last Supper type thing, and it's just like these crazy Bitcoiners that have been around the block. And Madex ended up getting a seat beside Adam Back during that dinner, and Adam Back, as Adam Back would, of course, brought a Rubik's Cube with him in his pocket to dinner. And so then Madex is making Adam Back teach him how to solve the Rubik's Cube in this setting that I've just described. And it was just one of those, I'm just sat across the table witnessing this, but when I saw the Rubik's Cube start to be inserted into his art, I was like, is that why? And yeah, that's the source of it. So I bought this, this piece of, it's Bitcoin jewelry, but it has a Rubik's Cube on it. And nobody would ever know what the hell that is or what it means. But like for me, it's like a formational, formative memory in my Bitcoin journey. And I love stuff like that, where it's just like this little Easter egg that you would never know, or like just little things where somebody might know and you pass by and they see it and they go, that. And so I think that's where I'm at with Bitcoin creative stuff and art. I like getting something and then knowing there's a story, that there's something important there as to why, as opposed to B. There you go. And I think that's where art is going, and I think that's where the creatives in the space are headed, is trying to be not necessarily more cryptic, but intentional and having something deeper beyond the surface level. I don't know if you guys would echo that, but that's my feel.
Maybe on that note, just a tiny thing is sometimes you want to go super propagandistic and you want to like put the V and but it has an intention now, and I think that's what we're noticing. It's like, yeah, we're gonna still use the symbols, the icons, the honey badger, I don't know, but it's more intentional now than just because it's the only iconography I know about Bitcoin,
Yeah, and I mean, even the honey badger is great. I've got a pin that I put on my jacket just on the collar, and it's just like a gold honey badger. And most people would have no idea, but I catch the occasional person, they go, I know. Which is awesome.
They see your hair and then the honey badger.
Yeah.
I think I know you.
Probably the hair first is the thing that would catch the attention, but who knows? Yeah. Awesome. I mean, Flo, is there anything else that you want to tag onto your topic? Any other takeaways that you want to kind of wrap with in and around that before we put a bow on it?
No, just to mention that we are I think we are building a lot, and I hope you guys, people, if they're interested in these sort of things, they pay attention, because we're putting a lot of effort, and not just we're hosting, for example, a show every week, and we interview different artists and creators, and maybe Adrian can come because we have interviewed writers, and it's about the culture itself, and we do it live in Twitter, very simple manner, And also, for example, the crew of Stack Chain Magazine, what they're building, like it's a kind of decentralized type of producing that magazine that it has so much value and content. And yeah, there are a lot of amazing and with value, like a lot of projects with a lot of value popping up, and I hope people check them out.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with that, we're coming to the end of the show. Now, there's something I like to do before the end of the show. I like to go around the room one last time, and I'll give you guys a moment to stew with this, but to give recommendations for the people that are watching that they may find useful. And this can come in many different forms. Maybe it's just a piece of advice that you wish you would have had when you started your Bitcoin journey. Maybe it's, hey, I love this book, check it out. Or I listened to this podcast, or I loved this movie, or check out this device or app or whatever. It can really take any form that you like, but a recommendation for people watching that you think that they should check it out. And so mine is we'll say it's a tad self-serving, not really, it's more community serving, but we've got this event coming up next Sunday. It's just around the corner here, but we're doing the SAT market, and so this is a community initiative here in my city of Calgary. We've gotten together with all of the Bitcoiners and said, hey, we're gonna put on this event. You guys are all Bitcoiners. You all understand that Bitcoin is the better money, and you also all have skills and businesses and services and goods that you offer. Why would you not, rather than just simply earning dollars and then having to take the extra step of exchanging those dollars into Bitcoin, why don't you cut out a step and also accept Bitcoin? And so we've begun creating this circular market here. And we're hosting another one this Sunday. So we're going to have a Christmas market. And we've just put together a website for it. And so I guess my call to action for everybody that's watching is you may not be in and around Calgary or southern Alberta or southern BC or Saskatchewan or maybe even Montana. You may not be in the immediate vicinity and able to make it. If you are, then please do come. We'd love to have you. But if you can, give that QR code a scan. That'll take you to the website. And please share that wherever you can and help us raise awareness of what we're doing, not just for people to attend, but also for people to realize that they can replicate this and do this where they are. Because I think Bitcoin becomes absolutely unshakable when you create relationships with your community and you can simply rely on each other and provide goods and services for each other and remunerate each other in a money that nobody else can print. It's easy when you're relying on on-ramps and off-ramps for top-down pressures to shut down those things or regulate those things, but it's incredibly difficult to say you're not allowed to be friends with people you're friends with and interact peer-to-peer. That is where Bitcoin truly wins, if you can establish that. And that's what we're trying to do. And so, yeah, check it out, bitcoinsatmarket.com, scan that QR code, share it wherever you can, and reach out to us and let us know your trials and tribulations where you are, and maybe we can help you with what we've done. And we're trying to put together a blueprint for it. So if you scroll to the bottom there, you'll also find our socials. You can follow on X and Nostr and catch up with us there. But we're going to be documenting a little bit about what we're doing. Should be a good time. If you're in the area, let us know. We've got some other tangential events that are happening in and around Calgary that whole weekend. So come join us. Come check out the SAT market. It should be a good time. But with that, let's, Adrian, I'm going to toss it to you. Do you have any recommendations for the people watching?
Have babies.
That's a great recommendation. It's a fun thing to do too.
It's great. It's the hardest thing you'll ever do, and because of that, it's the most meaningful. And with number go up, you have no excuse. Go make more Bitcoiners.
It's the ultimate low time preference activity. Yeah, it's yeah. I would echo that. We need more of that. not less.
It's
perfect.
really fucking hard. Don't let anyone kid you, but it's worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bo, I'm throwing it to you. Recommendations? What do you got?
I'd recommend anybody go as deep as you can wherever you can, whether it's connecting through art or connecting through technology. If mining is your vehicle, you know, I often say that getting into mining was my second engineering degree, and I mean that with my whole heart, that it was something that I invested a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in, and has returned far more than just Bitcoin, but a lot of return just on investing in yourself. And I'll often say to people, the only return that's higher than investing straight into sats is investing in your own skills and investing in yourself. And I guess investing in your own Bitcoin skills would probably be the highest return that you could possibly get. So even if it's something like you don't have to spend $10,000 on a miner, you can get a little BitAxe, and we give these away to clients every now and then as gifts. But whatever you can do to make it very nice, whatever you can do to make this real for you and connect it to your life and connect it to some kind of learning, the deeper it goes for you, the more impactful it is. So in the words of Jeff Booth, don't just give your money to the system, give your energy and your time, and you're going to see a whole different kind of return on this.
I love that. That's fantastic. And yeah, I mean, keep learning. The BitAxe is a great way to become familiar with Bitcoin and mining and how it works. And then you get a little forever lottery ticket that you can just plunk on the shelf. And, it's better than buying a real lottery ticket, in my opinion. Flo, I'm going to toss it to you. Any final recommendations that you have for people?
Yes, I want to recommend a new documentary that came out recently, made by a Bitcoiner. He did everything, the editing, the shooting, everything, and it's called No More Inflation. The site where you can watch it is nomoreinflation.com, and he's like promoting it himself right now. And I watched it. We interviewed him for the thing we do, and it's super interesting. And this is a film that will be fun and engaging for Bitcoiners. It will lift your spirit. Some of the things, of course, are things maybe you know more about one topic because it goes through many things. But it's fun to watch, and it's something you can watch with whomever normie, Bitcoiner friendly people around the world, and they will get the idea. It's super well done.
Yeah. Shooter's awesome. He's been putting his blood, sweat, and tears into this, and well worth it. And go support again your Bitcoin creators. I definitely dropped some sats on watching this, and it's a fantastic watch. So go check it out. nomoreinflation.com. Hell of a time. And hey, look, he was kind enough to mention me. I'm like up here beside Graham Hancock and Alex Gladstein and stuff. That's wild. That's weird, but pretty cool. He did a really good job on it. So, great recommendation, Flo. Awesome. Well, everybody, I want to thank you guys so much for coming out, getting bullish with me on a Friday evening. Great time to be bullish. Adrian, Bo, Flo, thank you guys so much for your time. Everybody that's watching, check them out. There's links down below so you can follow them and what they're up to. And you're all welcome back anytime.
Appreciate you, Ben. It was
Thank
a
you
blast.
so much.
Cheers, guys. I'll see you. Have a good weekend. All right. And everybody watching, thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. Of course, give this a like, subscribe, share, all that stuff. Make sure you do follow the panelists tonight. They are all awesome, working on their own projects. Make sure that you check them out. If you want to help the show in another way, of course, all the previously mentioned sponsors are in the show notes down below. Of course, if you also want to be a Bitcoin Mentor affiliate, you can scan that QR code right there and sign up and share your link in your socials, and you can just passively stack some sats over the coming year. Highly recommend as a way to stack some passive sats while people stack their Bitcoin skills. And that's it. Have yourselves a wonderful day or evening, wherever you may be. And I'll see you guys next time for your daily session.
Hodl the Bitcoin.
Welcome to Pleb Shade Radio, a live show brought to you by plebs for plebs, which focuses on the intersection of Nostr and Bitcoin protocols. Join QW and Avi as they run down the weekly news and developments, breaking down the current thing and the future frontier with the foundation of decentralization, the builders, thinkers, doers, and plebs. All right, we are live.
Welcome, gentle plebs, to episode number 90 of Pleb Shade Radio. Today is Friday, the 6th of December, and it is 6:02 p.m. on the east coast of the United States at the time of recording. It is the most wonderful time of the year. It is NGU season. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is the very first Pleb Shade Radio episode with Bitcoin well over 100K. And we have a special show to celebrate that. Open Mike, the creator of Tunester, and the face of the value for value revolution.
One lucky winner will get all of his sats from the boating accident.
Indeed. Open Mike's here to talk about Sats by Southwest, a value for value Tunester event coming up very, very soon in Austin, Texas. And just a reminder, if you are listening to this show on Apple or Spotify, I would urge you to hit pause and ask yourself a very important question. What are you doing with your lives? Listening to a Bitcoin podcast, listening to two middle-aged dudes with an acute case of the Dunning-Kruger effect prattle on about things they have no idea about. Well, I'm kidding, of course. I'd urge you to hit pause and switch over to the Fountain podcasting app, where you can earn some sats and support the value for value revolution as you listen. And the show is recorded live on Nostr and streamed live on Zap.Stream and any other Nostr client that supports streaming such as Amethyst, Nostr, and many others. And for our meme readout today, it is the They Don't Know meme. And in this, we have a group of jolly Bitcoiners dancing, sadly with their laser eyes now removed, presumably because it's mission accomplished. But of course, we have our lone hero in the corner with his laser eyes resolutely on, thinking to himself, they don't know that 100K is just the beginning. And QW, you've been paying attention to, I should say, meme credit, Condalorian, although I did tweak the meme just a little bit there. QW, you've been keeping an eye on...
Bobby, if you tweak the meme, you got to put your watermark on it. That's the rules.
That's right.
Especially if it's a corn meme. Meme. That was a great meme. The cultural corner. Number one, I like to think we should do purple laser eyes until 100K daily active users. I think the laser eyes were a nice thing. I think there's a lot of people trying to repurpose them. Whether it's for, legal tender or, some sort of conquest. My personal conquest is the more Nostr daily active users, the more powerful Bitcoin as a circular economy building mechanism will be. So by all means, change them to purple and let's get it to 100K daily active users.
QW, could I direct your gaze
I see him.
to my profile pic on Nosternes? And for those who can't, who are listening to the recording, you can go to any Noster client that supports GIF profile pics, and you will see that my profile pic has had flashing purple laser eyes since the very beginning.
Yes, and shout out to a few of the plebs out there. I noticed there's been purple power emanating from a lot of irises out there for a long time. So it's part of our culture, you know. Keep beaming. Obviously, the other big thing is going to be next weekend, which is, you know, a lot of the reason why we're doing this show today, Avi, to highlight that Sats by Southwest in Austin, between the Bitcoin Commons and Antones. So it's a 2-day, I believe it's 15th and 16th. So it's a Sunday and then Monday. Anybody in the Austin area, in Texas, or someone like Heather in the audience right here, she's coming from Phoenix. So anybody in the region, I know Derek Ross is coming from Pennsylvania. I don't know who else is going, but maybe we'll find out more. That would be the culture side. The sermon today, and
Hey,
I
QW,
really, go
real
ahead.
quick. Rumor has it that Open Mic is going to dox the guest list, NIMS and all.
Yeah, and like I said before, one lucky listener today is going to get all of Open Mic sats. We're going to call him Open Wallet after this show's over. So stay tuned. Sermon today, dedication. When I think about, and really this is kind of honed in on our guest, because I think of a lot about the what we do in a culture, and we are coming up on an annual of the first Value for Value show, but you know, at what stage, and Avi, maybe this is a question to you, at what stage of plebhood do you kind of become selfless? You find this purpose that precedes profit. You know, we all come from the AGU, but then all of a sudden we find this purpose and kind of just do things to better the humanity, suppose.
Yeah, I think one of the greater purposes I've found to better humanity is to get myself a Lambo, QW. It is NGU season after all. No, I will say there clearly is an inflection point. I don't think I've reached it, to be perfectly blunt with you, QW, but I believe our guest has.
Well, there is, but the thing is, when you start to understand that Bitcoin fixes so many things and Nostr fixes so many things, there's a human side of understanding that makes you say, well, I can't just sit back and not do anything about it. I mean, you absolutely can. You can just stack sats, stay humble, and just hide. But there certainly is a draw to action, and our culture exists with action and promoting the dedication. So it takes that dedication to create actual change. It's tough to go out there and orange pill. It's tough to go out there purple pill. A lot of the times we talk about it and we just say, we just sit and wait. Like you said, the lighthouse, Avi, you become a lighthouse. They'll come when they're ready. But you know what? Our culture loves our developers. We love our artists. We love our creators of all walks of life. But the one thing I love more than any of that is someone willing to put themselves over profit and actually, you know, put boots on the ground and do things, take action. My son is at the door right now saying dad, so don't mind that. But that to me is just beautiful. And there's certain times that you can you can actually integrate Bitcoin into your life or your fiat mines. So when we say, oh, I want to leave the fiat mines and I'm going to go work for a Bitcoin company. Well, there are people out there that are in the fiat mines that are in the perfect place. Someone like an Open Mic who happens to work with a lot of artists, who happens to know a thing or two about the culture through music, who has a venue that he has experience in. So there is a certain time and place that happens, maybe where fate is involved, where you know you are in the perfect position to spread the purple and the orange, and it's up to you to actually do it. And you know, that's, to me, it's just beautiful. And I love to have him on as our guest once again, especially as we approach this annual Value for Value.
It is no coincidence, QW, that that BTC is the acronym for Be the Change.
Wow, Avi. And that's also going to be your license plate on your Lambo, right?
Yes. Thankfully, my house is $5 wrench proof, mostly because wrenches don't cost $5 anymore.
Be the change. I can see it right now in the Lambo. Yeah. Does the Lambo have a back seat for your child, Avi?
Oh, yeah. It's family friendly.
Perfect. Well, with that said, do you want to introduce our guest, Avi? You know what? It's our first sermon where we just poured all over him, huh?
Yeah. Well, we are honored to have the face of Value for Value grace our show. Maybe for the last time, KW, because after this, he might become too much of a celebrity if he isn't one already.
I'm just happy he gave us time today. That's for sure.
Yeah.
What's up, Mike? Open mic, closed Michael, open wallet.
Laying it on thick there. Holy cow.
Dude.
I'm honored to be here.
Hey, if you made it onto BTC sessions, I mean, you're there. I do have to know, did you bleach a streak in your head? Have you gotten to that stage?
That's one of my few video appearances. You can check on that one. But no, that was great. I ran into those guys down at TabConf and just started shooting the breeze, and that just happened naturally. It was great.
On a real note, BTC sessions is just amazing. I think anytime I get a cold store, anytime I get a wallet, or I have some sort of software question, I'll just Google, and he's always there with his answers and step by step. Just the best. For me, I'm like YouTube University with a lot of the things I do. So he's one of my professors.
That's same with me. That summarizes a lot of 2019 and 2020 for this guy.
There is another burning question here. Open mic. Were you the artist formerly known as Closed Michael?
Yeah, this is true. That's hilarious. Anybody who knows me knows I'm not a huge fan of the spotlight or public speaking or any of this. I feel compelled to get off my duff and out of the shadows and participate in this space. So I missed Costa Rica, the one down in Costa Rica. So I walked into the Noster karaoke party in Miami, kind of the first domestic big Noster event. And I was like walking around just trying to figure out who people were, and I ran into Sir Sleepy. And I don't know, QW, how did that story go? He kind of...
Yeah, Avi knows. He was there. I wasn't. But this is the first time, because Avi did tell the story, and this is the first time you can actually validate.
Confirm or deny it. Yes, so that was the Noster karaoke event at Bitcoin Miami 2023 that Derek Ross, Sean, UTXO, and myself organized. And the story goes, that open mic, you were inside, nobody knew you, and you were keeping to yourself, and Sir Sleepy went up to you and coaxed you out of your shell to start mingling with people, which actually leads me to the third burning question here. Do we have Sir Sleepy to thank for Sats by Southwest? Because if he hadn't done that, maybe you wouldn't have come out of your shell, Mike, and you wouldn't have started Tunester, and you wouldn't have connected with Just Loud and Ainsley Costello and Joe Martin and all the others, and Adam Curry, that all of which is now culminated in Sats by Southwest in Austin.
Hey, I'm A-okay with that story. That is so much of this space. It feels like serendipity, right? Like you're just QW. You mentioned just kind of being in the right space and having a role or having a calling, and where I sat. I've always been a Bitcoiner. Noster caught my attention right away, and then you start going to the events, and then the opportunity just presents itself, and it seemed natural. It didn't seem forced at all, and so I'll give it all to we'll give it all to Sir Sleepy for kicking the ball in motion.
Was the workshop that we did in Noster PHX, the Culture Shock, was that the first one you were involved in? Actual on stage in real life?
I think it might have been. Well, I did podcasts off. No, it was Nostrasia.
Right. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And that was with
Nostrasia was the first time I doxed myself.
Yeah,
I figured I was safe in that.
It's just so amazing to
time
me.
Zones away.
All the momentum that continues to build. Avi was talking about Just Loud and Ainsley. We had our show with them, a year ago, and it was really to put on that Minneapolis event, just help them where we can. And the fact that we've gone, 51 weeks now, there's been multiple shows, but we'll talk about that. And, we start to look at Fountain and what they're doing with these live artist spotlights. We look at the different podcasts that are coming out, whether it was the Phantom Power with Jim Costello, the Radio Detox with Heather, the Waveform with Sam and Michael. There's certainly, and I'm sure there's more. This is just what I know, and we're relatively young in the value for value space as it touches. I think Ellen Beats has been around well before, but Noster just kind of was gasoline on this, where it brought that community where we can connect. That social graph was just on steroids, and then something like Toonster comes out. The Zap.Streams of the world. The Fountain Noster client, Wave Lake, these things are just growing, and it's really becoming a juggernaut, and to where, you look at any of these Bitcoin events, it turns into some sort of a musical event as well. But yeah, I will say the most growth I've seen in the past year when it comes to Noster is in the musical side. And that's really, I think, what highlights 2024. And I didn't see that coming last year. The clients were developing so fast. Everything was kind of running at us. You didn't know what was coming. But I think the stickiest part of the culture currently is the music.
That's what I see, and I always question myself, like if I'm too close to it, if I'm too much in the.
Oh yeah, you're high in your own supply, buddy.
But it does, like, it feels so natural. It feels so synergistic. It's just a perfect marriage of culture and technology and problems in the same area that these technologies address, and it's humbling to at least participate in whatever way I can. I'm not a developer, as you guys know. I feel.
You just play one on TV.
I just, it's an extension of my passion for music and my passion for the Bitcoin space. And when I saw what Kieran was building at Zap.Stream, that's when I was like, I got to get on a plane and go talk to this guy in Tokyo. And that's really why I went. It's like I had formed Toonster in my head. I'd actually formed, I'd bought the domain and set it all up, and I had a plan, but it just felt right to go. Talk to him.
Did Kieran know you were stalking him?
I was pretty clever about it, I mean, I was still a NIM at the time, remember? So.
Mike, it might actually be helpful for some of the folks in our audience if you were to recap what Toonster is, what Zap.Stream is, and how the two of them are different.
Sure, yeah. Well, it all starts with Zap.stream, obviously. Zap.stream is live streaming on Noster, where you can engage directly. The artists, the creators, whoever's presenting the material can engage directly with the consumer who's taking in the product, and just have a one-to-one relationship with a public chat room, and it all syncs with your Noster profile. So your activities, your zaps, all of that follows your social graph. And Toonster is a fork of Zapstream that I did over in Tokyo with a lot of help from people far smarter than myself. And I've just taken the Zapstream technology and concept and merged it with my day job, which is event production and live music. Essentially, we have half a dozen stages here in the Midwest and do about 1,200 concerts a year. And I just come across all these art. It's all independently owned, independently operated, and it's the conversations that you hear in the Bitcoin world, in the Noster world, are just so consistent with what you hear in the music world. It's like you got Ticketmaster is a problem, Live Nation's a problem, PROs are a problem. Like, everybody's saying the same thing with centralized services, gatekeepers, rent seekers. It's the exact same thing, with different players and different stakeholders. And so I just saw it as let's take Zapstream and try to curate it and hold a safe space for artists to go where they can just present their product and people know where do they want to go get discovered as a musician. And I love Zapstream. I goof around on there all the time. But I just know the live stream space in the traditional music world has very, very different degrees of success, and it's not really caught on in any sort of a productive way for most artists to make money off of. But to be able to put your product out there for free and just tune in and directly engage with artists and have it all be in one spot on Toonster, I think it looks nice to have it all in one spot compared to on a generic Zap stream. I think the technology could get lost in all of the other content there.
So if there's someone in the audience who's listening, let's say somewhere in Europe or actually anywhere in the US, and they happen to have a live music venue, maybe they're on a bar with a little bit of space, right, where they have live musicians, and they say, you know what, this sounds great. I want to get in on this value for value. Clearly, they're Bitcoiners if they're listening to the show. How would they spin up a Toonster event? What would they need to do for that?
Yeah, so right now this is the part where I feel a little, with the free and open source movement and the ethos of just come as you are kind of a philosophy. I have whitelisted NPubs or NSECs who can just log into Toonster and you could just fire up a broadcast just like you do on Zapstream, where that's public. You don't have to check in with anyone. But that is to protect the content that all of the other artists who are really trying to get discovered and want to be publishing their music next to other musicians, so that it's a consistent experience. So if you don't know me or you're not on the whitelist, we would just have to get to know each other, and we'll add it on there and just go nuts. It's the same as Zapstream at that point.
One of my favorite performances was Joe Martin when he was at the basement of that bar. He was just kind of setting it up, doing it. Because a lot of these Toonster events are productions. They might have a couple cameras that alternate. There's someone working a mixer board or chatting along, like Jim Costello did with the Nashville what was it, like open mic nights or open, yeah, whatever it was, every all Monday through I think November.
Yeah, the
for movie.
artist night residencies.
Artist spotlight type of thing. But Joe Martin just doing his hot spotting his internet and trying it out was really neat to watch, because number one, it was great to hear him and it actually worked. But it was just cool to see someone doing it just by themselves. Like, you know what, screw it, let's give it a try.
Yeah, it's great, and there's no rules. Like you can broadcast whatever product you want to put out there. I try to do some of these larger events like we did in Minneapolis, and then we did the Vinyl Lounge in Nashville, and we're doing in Austin next month. When Phantom Power and Toonster partner together, those guys bring the A game and really make the production special, and that's what I think is really going to hit with growing the Noster music space, is seeing some of that professional level production, and retaining some of those recordings to share with musicians, because we line those up with the chat room, and rewatching the one from December last year, it's pretty fun to just see like 12 million sats go zipping through the chat room in one night, and then 18 million over the weekend.
Yeah,
that catches people's attention.
That's a big important. That's an important point, is as far as the curation that you kind of do with the whitelist right now. I mean, you're essentially doing this proof of concept. You're building this package deal, because when other artists look at this, they want to see, that's kind of what they're going to want to see. They're not going to see, they're not necessarily wanting to see someone just strumming in this guitar in his garage. And I think ultimately you're trying to attract the right talent right now. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think the better the production, especially having professional sound, is really what you could have the greatest, decentralized sovereign tech stack in the world, but it's got to look good and sound good, right? Like, that'll be the first thing that an artist notices. If you want to purple pill them and show off what we're doing here, if it sounds terrible but they're getting a ton of zaps, I think the production is gonna distract them from what the profound stuff that's going on in the technology. So it's important to deliver what Phantom Power does so well is a very well curated event for broadcast quality, and then the zaps really shine. But I think people should be able to use Toonster as a public good, and just, if they want to stream a rehearsal, Just Loud streamed a rehearsal once, and some people caught on and zapped him. It was pretty funny. It's not just for broadcast quality productions, but I think that's where the rubber is going to hit the road for like the mass adoption, because it's going to take that sort of a quality level to get mainstream artists interested, just on the very initial reaction.
Yeah. So, Mike, we've got to ask you this question, since you're the first guest on the show once Bitcoin crossed 100K. By the way, it's actually just fallen below. It's 99.4 now, as I'm looking at it.
Thanks for the update, Avi.
Yeah, of course. Happy to. As a Bitcoiner who's been in this world, gone through at least one cycle, if not more, Mike, any reflections on the milestone of 100K?
I mean, I don't have to listen to Don't Stop Believing anymore. That's nice. Actually, it's funny. I was at a concert last night. Go figure, right? But Liz from Halloween was in town, and we just went out to the Fine Line, and the guy played that song as a cover last night. I couldn't believe it. But
Amazing.
yeah, but 100K, it's a big deal. I didn't go crazy with fiat celebrations or anything, but I feel like my general news feed starts to look more like my Noster feed, and I'm like, oh, that's different. That people are catching on, and then it's pretty interesting when you look at the mem pool and it looks the same as it did in the bear market. So this isn't even the start, right?
Well, I mean, and interestingly enough, a block is being generated every 10 minutes on average. Who'd have thunk it?
TikTok, right?
But let's talk about the show, Mike. Let's Sats by Southwest. Let's. What's the date? What is it? What is the show about? Who are the headliners?
Yeah. So it's 2 days. First day, the theme of the show, of the weekend is my test to. I want to get a whole bunch of we'll call them pre-coiners, right? Get a whole bunch of pre-coiners who are musicians or in the music business, and get them in the same room as some of the folks that we're comfortable or that we're very familiar with, and just start talking about this stuff and see what happens. That was kind of my experiment. I want to see like how does the onboarding, how does the how can we mix these communities and really start to get the momentum going from mainstream people who are already artists adopting this technology rather than people who are native to the technology putting out art. Both are great, but I think so the conference day is going to be 4 panels with DJ Valerie, Heather Larson, Derek Ross, and Jim Costello moderating discussions that are 100% geared towards newcomers. They're geared towards the independent musicians and agents, venue operators, managers, anybody in the space who has seen, we put out local press releases, and we're kicking all the tires in the non-Bitcoin community down there, and have had a really good response actually. And so it's really an education experience. If you buy a ticket for $5, you walk in the door and you get a $5 Azteco Bitcoin card. So shout out to the team at Azteco if you don't know them. They're sponsoring the event, and they're contributing a portion of those sats. So essentially, you're getting a free ticket. You're buying sats to go to the event. And at the event, you'll be taught how to download Primal, Fountain, Wavelake, and how to receive your $5 of sats into the value for value apps, and then you'll be able to use them throughout the rest of the event. So the panels focus on what is the value for value movement around about, sort of the Adam Curry story, 17 years ago starting no agenda and then working through fiat value for value into the Lightning Network value for value into podcasting 2.0, and then where we're at with Noster and the music space. Then we talk about what are the obstacles to change, and that's very near and dear to my heart, because I came out guns a-blazing last bull market, ready to go and like change the world and evangelize all the musicians about Bitcoin and how this is the key. If you really want to be independent, this is what you got to do. And we all know how that typically ends. So the S-coiners really took over last market, and it was pretty frustrating to be. We know the narratives last bull was all, the creatives and the innovation is on Ethereum, Bitcoiners, OG, just money. And now I just feel so bullish that we have this in this space. So talking about the obstacles and that sort of history and how even today, you know, I have artists that I know full well are really into Bitcoin, like to the extent that they mine Bitcoin at home, and they would sell out any one of my venues on a mainstream show. But there's just really no upside to just come out and just be that trailblazing bulldog. Like, what, you're gonna get judged, you're gonna get questioned about it. People wonder, why is this, you know, what's the relevance? Why is this person obsessed with this? And so there's just not a, and that's my story too. There's just not a great incentive to just come running out and screaming from the mountaintops. But I guess here I am. But
healing the world isn't an incentive enough for you, Mike?
I'm here. But we talk about, so the second panel is about the obstacles. The third panel is about artist case studies. So that'll be Ainsley, Webworthy, the documentary, the filmmaker, Abel James, who's doing podcasting and writing, and who else do we have? We've got musicians. We've got a couple different people in different art spaces, and then the final panel is tools for the change. So that's the platforms. That's Derek's wheelhouse, where he can talk about all the great apps and the great tools and show people how to use them.
Did you give the dates for the event, Mike?
Yeah, the conference is Sunday, December 15th, the Bitcoin Commons at 12 o'clock noon. And then the second day is all of the artists showcasing all of this technology and having a big party at Antone's nightclub at 6 o'clock on Monday, the 16th. That's pretty cool. Adam Curry is the MC of the whole event. He's going to be introducing all the artists and giving little spiels between each set. And the sets are going to be Abel James, his band called SOB and the Dangs, FM Rodeo, Ainsley Costello. We have a local, so we've got it split up. We've got a few value for value natives that we know about, and then a few newcomers, which is really exciting. This will be their first value for value show. So Suzanne Santo from the Austin scene, she's played my Minneapolis venues back in the day in a band called Honey Honey. And then Henry Invisible, who is a kind of a local legend down in Austin and is open-minded to give our crazy world a try. And then one surprise guest who can't be named because they have sold out shows in market, and we can't compete with their tickets, so that will just have to tune in to see.
Well, are there going to be a lot of Taylor Swift fans? Because they might be in for a treat.
Well, they're not on X anymore, so.
Well, and you mentioned last bull market, you were guns blazing and all hyped, but this is just different, right? Mike, this is different because you mentioned the use case or the tools for the use case. We have the ability now to showcase what Bitcoin can do, what Nostr can do. You can showcase the emotions of why we're bullish through a real life experience, and I think that can't be stressed enough.
I 100% agree. Like I'm really working on I call it the hand-to-hand combat of, you get an artist in the green room or backstage or somewhere, and you got, how quickly can you condense that experience and that pitch? And I had the singer-songwriter in town a couple weeks ago, and I'd been kind of like throwing him links every now and then. He'd been interested. But we had dinner, and we did a real quick, like, onboard to Primal, activate wallet, download Fountain, and you got two apps there. Drop the NSEC from one into the other one, and then I zapped him a couple thousand sats right off the bat into Fountain. Told him to go follow Boostagram Ball podcast, turn on the first episode and zap it or boost it. And in a matter of about 5 to 7 minutes, he had done that, boosted Adam Curry's show, and then I flipped him back over to the Fountain or to the Primal app and showed him, hey, look, this cross posted. The light bulb goes off, right? Where they see, oh, these are just different pairs of glasses for the same social graph. And that stuff really hits hard. It's a lot easier to talk about Bitcoin when you have that social media experience where they're spending so much time managing 6 different social media platforms, and they're cross-posting, and they're worried about follower counts, and it just takes up so much time that this use case is so strong. If we can get the volume of eyeballs over here and make the zaps more meaningful and really get it's just the long game. Just get more people over here. We need the purple laser eyes. 100K.
You mentioned Webb Worthy, Parker Worthington, the filmmaker, is going to be there. Is there any chance, Mike, that he's actually filming a behind-the-scenes view of what's happening at South by Southwest?
There are rumors. There are rumors of such projects underway. So we had a kickoff meeting this morning with the Podfather himself. And, really want to tell. I was meeting with Parker over in Riga, and I said, I need a commercial for value. Like, I need to, set the hook with somebody and then just send them a link and then have them start their journey, because that's what happens for so many people is, get a little favorable result, but then just give them something to go with as a takeaway. And he loved the idea, and we were jamming with Adam for a couple hours this morning, and it seems like that's going to happen.
Love it. So Parker Worthington, or Webb Worthy, by the way, I'm not doxing him. It's all public. There's so many talented filmmakers now in Bitcoin. We have Bitcoin Shooter, right, with the new movie. We have Max DeMarco. We have a few others. But I think Parker, he's actually a formally trained filmmaker. He went to film school, and he really brings an incredible artistic lens to both documentary filmmaking and filmmaking in general. And the reason I'm singing his praises, Mike, one of the reasons, is I have a project with him coming up in either later this year, but more likely early January. I wonder if he'll actually talk about it. He might talk about it during the event, although he likes the grand reveal, so I don't know if he's going to tease it or not. But yeah, he's solid guy. You couldn't have picked a better person to make a documentary.
I think I got a little bit of the preview from him.
Oh, you
did?
guys are doing.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds awesome.
Okay. Yeah, more to come on that.
We're just pumping plebs today, Avi. We're just high praise between Parker and Open Mic.
Open Mic is is almost an influencer now. You've already crossed the chasm, right, Mike?
There no stranger sentence has ever been uttered in my presence.
Avi, once
Open Mic and the introvert influencer.
Once you make the Bitcoin trading card refractor, it's possible that you transition over to Bitcoin influencer. What do you think, Avi?
Mike? Oh yeah, sure. I think Mike's next on the list.
We've got the Toonster card.
Card. Wait, say that again?
Toonster has a Series 3 card. It is pretty epic. I'm gonna start.
Oh, you've heard it here first, everyone.
I'm gonna start posting about it once Sats by Southwest ends.
So Bitcoin trading card. So there's a Series 3s, and then has there been Noster in those? I know I know you follow their work. Has there been any Noster in the Bitcoin trading cards?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like what? Just trust me, bro. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. Just trust me.
All right. Oh, that's awesome, man. Congratulations. Just keep pumping the signal. Toonster is going to be in everyone's TV one day. Hopefully.
Tuesday's the new MTV. Is the MTV?
Adam Curry's going full circle.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be sweet. I mean, I would love if Toonster became a service that venues would. I mean, that is kind of the vision. Is I would hope I could maintain this sort of pure one-to-one relationship, and obviously the wallet technologies and the wallet switching is pretty rugged right now, because just me trying to figure out all work that's way above my pay grade on the dev side. But if there was a way to keep 100% of all the zaps going to artists and then actually make that a direct relationship 100% of the time, that would be pretty epic if we could turn Toonster into a service that becomes like, the revenue stream then would be selling it to the venues and saying, hey, if the world that I'm living in is independent venues competing with large corporate venues like Live Nation, and when an artist comes to a town, they submit their bids, say, give me an offer to play First Ave, give me an offer to play the Fillmore, give me an offer to play, and so they go get offers from all the different venues, and whichever one they like the best, that's the venue that they end up playing in town. If the indies are the only ones that have a tool like Toonster, that potentially could provide a competitive advantage to artists wanting to stay on the independent, smaller venue tour versus just taking the big payout, go with Ticketmaster and Live Nation, That's something that's definitely on my mind, trying to keep that artist-fan relationship as pure as possible.
Yeah, and it's beyond the monetization. It's also the exposure. If you get enough at scale, certainly anybody trying to get their name out, and then they're on, let's say, Fountain, let's say they're on Wavelength, say they're on some other value music service. It's a revenue that's consistent because you're getting zaps down the line too as you release new music and whatnot. So there is certainly a selling point at scale. So it's been a year, and was Adam Curry? I believe he was involved in the Minneapolis event, correct?
Yeah, he didn't come up here, but he was very involved. He was the reason why it really blew up, to be honest.
Yeah, and how did that come about? Because it seems like it was so long ago, but it was less than a year ago that was really the inaugural kickoff.
Yeah, so the Lightning Summit in July of 2023 in Nashville is when the Costellos met Sam, and that whole Genesis story with Ainsley began.
Yeah, another fate story.
A couple of my friends from the Minneapolis meetup were at the summit, came back, told me about it. I obviously heard all the podcasts, watched Ainsley. I was watching it very closely, and she did the cherry on top million sat song. I just remember thinking, like, I'm gonna book her for her first ticketed show. She's never played a ticketed show before. I was like, I want to be the first person to book her. She's great. And so I started reaching out, and I mean, anybody who's interacted with the Costellos, like, they're just amazing folks, and they're so dedicated to the craft and to her career. And I just pitched him on it. I said, hey, I've got state-of-the-art facility here with 4 different cameras. We can do a professionally broadcast production, and let's do it on Noster, and let's just make a big fun spectacle out of it and see how crazy we can get the community going. And so they hopped in the car. JL came up. I've known JL for like 5 years. Just Loud, actually, call him JL. He was down in Atlanta. He came up. Ainsley came in from Nashville, and we did a 2-day thing. And our test run was at the Bitcoin meetup at the O'Shaughnessy Distillery here in Minneapolis the night before, and then we did the proper room on the stage where Prince played for the first big value for value night, and it was nuts. It was something else. It was overwhelming, very, very humbling.
And is this getting easier to put together? Because when you first do it, obviously it's a mental. You got a lot of doubt in your mind. You're like, I don't know if it's going to work. Now you're starting to get this proof. You start gathering this experience. You start getting a team together where, let's say you wanted to go to Nashville or you want to go to Austin. You kind of have these gears in motion to where it might be a little easier. What's kind of the toughest part about putting these on from your experience?
The toughest, it's all tough to be honest, but the toughest is going into a room you don't know. Setting up, we'd come off the momentum from Minneapolis, and as soon as they moved the conference to Nashville, it's pretty obvious that we were going to do something there because the proximity for the Costellos, and Wave Lake wanted to do a party, and it made so much sense.
Well, and let's be honest, Nashville and Austin have one thing big in common, and that's number one. I guess 2 things. Number one, they're both Bitcoin hubs between the Commons and Bitcoin Park, and then they're both the live music capitals. You got so 2 things that absolutely make sense.
It's so perfect for a guy like me, just park it in those 2 cities and hang out. But the setup of the Vinyl Lounge, if you're gonna go take over somebody else's room, that show 100% does not happen without a ton of sweat equity from the Costellos. Jim and I drove 13 hours. I took a whole bunch of my gear, met him a month before the conference, dropped it all off, drove back to Minnesota, and then they just started testing it. And I knew the venue owner from the Vinyl Lounge from my day job connections, and he was totally cool. Like, we were drilling holes in the wall and wiring cameras through all the different rooms, and he's just like, this is fine, go for it. And that's clearly not a sustainable model. It's not going to last. But we left them there for a couple months, and they continued to do the artist residencies every Monday. So we got a lot of runway out of them. And now we're going to keep them in Nashville, and we're going to rig up a new room out there. They had a change of control at the Vinyl Lounge, so the new owner isn't quite as purple-pilled yet. But the challenges of going into a room that you don't know and aren't familiar with, and especially isn't rigged up, is pretty tough. Whereas if I had a string of ostriches just walking into First Ave all day long, I could just turn on the cameras and go to Toonster, and it's just like flipping a switch. So it's really getting more and more venues rigged up and getting more buy-in on that level.
Mm-hmm. And internet, obviously.
Yeah.
Some of these venues are in basements, and your cell phone just service drops right off when you get down there.
That's true.
By design, sometimes with the sound. I can't help but think about it, Mike. NIVA, National Independent Venue Association. You know where 2025 conference is?
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee. And how far of a drive is that for you?
It's about 6 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, it's like they're getting closer to you for a reason.
Well, we keep bidding on it. It's too much of a Well, it's too much of a homer pick because do you know the history of Neva?
No. Well, I believe. I mean, no. Go ahead and tell the story.
This is a wild story. It sounds kind of like name droppy, but it's just the truth, so I'll just go with it. On Friday, March 13th of 2020, I left work, and there was a band on stage. That was like one of those nights where like the NBA was canceling games, starting the lockdown, and like the West Coast games were still going, but they were canceling the East, whatever. And so I left work, and then by the end of that night, it was pretty obvious, like the world was shutting down. And so I went over to Dana Frank's house. She's the owner of First Avenue and all the venues here in Minneapolis. And she just looked at me and she said, "Mike, we're effed. Like, restaurants have a lobby, airlines have a lobby, everybody's got representation here, but every single independent venue is going to be bankrupt in 6 to 12 weeks, and this whole country is going to be Live Nation venues if this doesn't get addressed." And she called up, she just persistently was banging down the doors, and she ended up calling up Amy Klobuchar, the senator here in Minnesota, on her cell phone, got meetings, said, "What do I do?" And she had the National Independent Venue Association formed within a few weeks of that meeting, and started raising money, and we started, telling the story. We started that, if you saw this hashtag Save Our Stages, that was all us. I actually had a really funny tangent is walking through Sam's warehouse down there at Culture Shock. That whole wall that he has right inside of the inventory warehouse is Save Our Stages fundraiser poster boards that we hired him to do. And I didn't even know who he was until Bitcoin. Like, I didn't know that connection. But Neva ended up raising a ton of money, hired a lobbyist, did the whole fiat game on Washington to get included in the CARES Act, and $16.8 billion were allocated to only independent venues in that package. So that saved independent venues from the pandemic shutdown, and as a result, she's like a folk hero in the independent music space, and for good reason. And so I got to ride shotgun with her that whole way, and just kind of see, it's interesting to see how the the money printer works in a way, right? We have, there's some interesting observations there, but Neva is a pretty amazing organization that I always try to pump up, and it's one of those deals where I'm actually on the industry affairs committee and the business insurance committee, and I'm usually speaking on 2 or 3 panels at their annual conference. And I had the discussion with the Costellos last year about like, this it's too soon, but there's going to be a panel here that we're going to be on together one of these. When this is ready, we'll be ready. And I still believe that. It's such an appropriate message, and the idea that right now Neva's behind all of the anti-Live Nation, like break up Ticketmaster monopoly, all of the legislation that's going on Capitol Hill. We have the Fix the Ticks campaign going, and that's where the lobbyist money is going at the moment. So this Noster Tunster stuff, it all fits right in there. It's just too early.
Yeah, and that's why I ask. It's going to be one of these years, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's really, honestly, like, that's where I felt.
Kind of when I was talking about polishing the product, presentable, making it presentable, having your whitelist right now, whatever it may be, kind of just getting it to be presentable at a place like Neva, where you have all these independent venues, and it could just be as simple as, look, I need these 2 cameras, I need this soundboard, I need good internet, whatever, you know, you have a list of needs, and then any one of these can be whitelisted to do it year round. It's a beautiful vision, and it'd be amazing if you were just able to offer it and then they do the work, you know.
That's the idea. It's just the same way that I just forked Kieran's project. It's like, just take Toonster and go do it. Like, go do it. Like, this is not. It's not going to be done by the big corporate players. It's going to be the Neva people.
Yeah, and then our big corporate media shilling Bitcoin, especially when it hits 100,000, the Overton window continues to shift to be accepted as a currency, or in the media stance right now, a strategic reserve. But I think things like Toonster is going to change the tone on that. Change the tune, maybe.
Nice, well played.
Yeah. So, you know, maybe it's in Milwaukee, maybe it's the next year, but you know, ultimately, I think that was your main goal, one of the big goals in the future, and time will tell when that is.
Yeah, we're definitely going to host it in Minneapolis. It's just the founder and chairman of the board having it in the home city is a little too Homer right now. We're going to let it. We'll give the other cities a chance first. We have New Orleans. We had Cleveland for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That was pretty cool.
You had Chicago too, right? Last year? Well, it was New Orleans last year, and then was it Chicago?
Yeah, I was in Chicago last year, and Cleveland, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was the first one, and there's Washington D.C. also.
And it's once a year?
Yeah, it's usually every June or July.
Gotcha. So, coming back to Toonster, Mike, you'd mentioned that right now it's obviously still in the proof of concept phase, right? Because you still maintain the whitelist. But what's next in Toonster development? Is it going to become truly permissionless at some point?
I mean, I have a roadmap with like my developer pipe dreams where it would be. I love the way RSS has the wallet switches where like how have you ever seen Adam Curry's how the display of how when he does his podcast the actual artist's wallet switches when he switches to another song. And right now Toonster is very from a nuts and bolts perspective, it doesn't feel much different than like a typical band settlement where like the zaps. It's way easier for the zaps to come into Toonster and then out to the artists, and I have it all time stamped, and you track, where they came in, who gets it, and that, that's okay, but it's not. It doesn't feel that profound, It's still like you gotta trust Toonster at that point. That's not that one-to-one relationship that we're talking about. So I'd love to have that become a reality, and also that it's just, I'm a CFO by day, so like the liability of having that money even for a nanosecond is something I'm not really interested in. I don't want to have a ton of revenue and then pay out expenses and then have to report it all. I would also love, we're really working hard on ways to gamify this further, and I think that's something that's really exciting. Mostly in the IRL experience. We have Booberry, if you know him, he did a show in Minneapolis in April where he had a disco ball that came in and was activated as people boosted or zapped, and it was really cool. Like, it was awesome. And he's building a boostagram ball live, 3x2 foot neon sign, and it's going to be activated in rotating different colors based on the number of the boost or the zap that comes in. And that's pretty cool. We saw the April show that he did, it was also pretty entertaining, with the leaderboards that we had going on site. Eric PP is another one of the guys who's behind the scenes, who's making things happen, and having these boosts versus zaps was just one of the funniest things ever. And it's like anytime you get the competition going, the artist wins, and it's fun, it's engaging. You get to watch the show, but you've got this leaderboard of like, are the boosters or the zappers going to give this artist more love?
And for context, boost or boostergrams, those are from Podcasting 2.0, V for V, and then the zaps are more of the Noster-based lightning zaps, correct?
Yep, that's correct. So we're going to have some leaderboards on site during the shows. So we had a couple of 75-inch TVs on rolling stands, so the artists and people on site can see them. And that's going to be especially important, because if we do this right, the crowd is going to be hopefully heavily weighted towards newcomers. We're going to have, I don't know, if I had it my
those
way.
TVs are 6 inches too big, aren't they, Avi?
Indeed. This is QW is referring to a Black Friday Walmart riot that I was allegedly involved in over a 69-inch flat screen TV.
$420 is a good price, Avi. Sorry.
Seemed a bit high.
Nice pun.
So yeah, I think the gamification, is amazing. As amazing as the real like technical guts of what we're using is, I think it's going to be the little gimmicks. Like, we're going to do a fog machine if you zapped over 10,000 sats.
Well, and those are such an important part of the experience. People that have no idea what's going on, they're just there for the music. They'll be like, well, what is that? What is that? And they're asking questions, not being force fed. This is Bitcoin. This is value for value. This is, all these things. They look in, they're like, what's that leaderboard? What is that? Oh, those sats. Those are Bitcoins. That kind of mentality where you can really show, and that goes for the artists too, that they have no idea. They just know it's a value for value event, but then they walk out of there like, wow, that was different.
Yeah, the headliner is not going to be. They're open to this. It's going to be an interesting experience, because they've got 30,000 monthly subscribers on Spotify. Like, they know how to sell out places and get listeners. But if we zap them like crazy, and they're sitting there watching that number go up, and Adam Curry's sitting there baiting them on stage, like, hey, how's that compare to your Spotify revenue? It could be kind of a fun dynamic, because they know the deal. I had to pitch them, and I had to sign the contract and get them on board with the fact that this was a part of the show and this was the theme, and they were going to be expected to participate in this sort of an event. But they're not required to like dive in right off the bat.
Hey, Mike, sorry to interrupt. I just, for QW's benefit, I have some massive, all caps, massive break.
Bitcoin's over 100K again.
It is indeed. Go ahead, QW.
Where were you? Everyone will remember where they were. The third time it broke 100K here at Plump Chain Radio. No, what the hell was I going to say? Yeah, keep going. But that was...
gamification.
Yeah. Well, then another thing is, and which I love about Toonster, is I'm not going to be able to make it. Obviously, I would love to be there. My fellow Nostriches and plebs that I love so much are going to be there. I'm going to have tremendous FOMO, but I'll be able to alleviate that because I have Nostr. I'll be able to watch on Toonster. So you're tapping into this global phenomenon of value for value that can be really visited live from anywhere. Is this also going to be on Fountain? So the original Value for Value event in Minneapolis, they had it on Fountain too. So
Yeah.
there was that boost versus app. Is
Yeah, we're
this
not.
broadcasting? Where exactly is this all broadcasting to?
Yeah, it's again, it's easy to send the signal out to anyone who wants to. So I know Podverse, Podfans, Fountain. I don't know if Pod Home, but it whoever wants to is the short answer. Um, it was pretty fun. I think we had probably 6, 7, 8 different apps last year.
Yeah. Well, and Oscar Mary with Fountain was the one kind of keeping tabs on Boost versus Zaps, which was the first time I even thought about a Boost versus Zap, and the tally, obviously it tallies from all these different platforms or clients or different angles. So it's neat just to see the kind of all these gears going in motion in the same machine, which is a live event in Austin next Monday the 16th.
Oh, I can't believe how fast it's coming up.
So the headliners, it seems like it's been kind of a close knit group, whether it's JL or Ainsley. She's kind of a staple in this. What's it going to take down the road to kind of spread the wealth in regards? In regards to just artists in general. Are you starting to see artists approach you? Is it something where, hey, if you guys ever come in this area, I'd like to be a part of it as well?
Yeah, like I treated 2024 as like my proof of concept tour. I tried to say yes to everything and go out and go to conferences, talk to people about it, gauge interest, try to do an event at every conference that I went to. And a lot of people come up and obviously are very interested, and we'll do an event, or I'll whitelist them and they'll do something. But I don't know, I feel like the big, it's a chicken or the egg situation in a lot of these, where if we're going live every 3 nights, well, there's only going to be a half dozen people in the audience, so it's not going to be an amazing artist experience if we're that thinned out. But seeing, like, I don't know if you guys have been watching.
You have to be realistic with scale.
And I tell people, I tell people I tell people the story about last December. I tell them the story about Nashville, but I also say, like, look, these were very well marketed, built up, hyped events, and if you don't put in the time to let people know where you are and when it's happening, you're going to get the results that you should expect to have a pretty low turnout. But what I'm really excited about is as the bull market just is getting started here, there's all these artists that really caught the crypto craze last cycle, and they got burned with the NFTs, and they did enough, like dipping their toe in the water to kind of understand the value prop of decentralized technology and disruption and all that. The number of artists that are secret Bitcoiners, like, it's pretty, it's out there. Like I talked about this, I think it was in Riga. I just gotten out of the Nashville conference, and I spoke on one of the side stages there with Sam and Oscar and Jim Costello, actually. And they sent out, like, the thank you email to all the speakers and said, hey, here are some other upcoming events if you want to put your name in the hat for speaking on. One of them was the MENA conference that I think it's going on right now or this weekend in Abu Dhabi. And my name was right next to Killer Mike as previous speakers. And so I reached out to Killer Mike because we had a show with him like the next Tuesday. I was literally like 4 days later, he was in my room. And so I went to the green room after the show and I was like, yo, are you talking in Abu Dhabi next month? Like, we should do something. And he was like, what are you talking about? I think they just mistakenly put him on there as a speaker because he played Sound Money Fest in 2022 at one of the Miami conferences. But we started talking about Bitcoin and I was like, so tell me, like, how much are you into this? Are you a closet like maniac, or did you just accept Bitcoin because it was a quirky gig and they paid well? He's like, no. He's like, I'm about 10% Bitcoin. And he's like, but my manager really tells me to stay away from it. He says it's not like I don't want to be too far out there. I don't want to be pushing the envelope. There's just and so he gets it. You know, if you know Killer Mike, his background, he's an activist. You know, like this kind of mentality seems like a logical fit for the technology. I think he knows why he likes Bitcoin. But there's just not that there's not that reason to just integrate it into your day to day. But I think when the number goes up and like everybody starts getting excited again, these people who had at least experiences that weren't total rugs, right? Any moderate to favorable experience could be coming out of the woodwork. And like, I know I got real excited over Thanksgiving when Theo Katzman started uploading his whole album to Wavelake, because I've been chatting with that dude and his manager. He sells out our venues all the time. He's one of the artists in the band Wolfpack, and on his solo tours he sells out our venue. And I just heard through the grapevine that he was a based OG Bitcoiner. And I'm like, well, we got to talk. Like, come on, let's get you on the bill in Austin. And he's out playing Lake Street Dive. He's playing with Lake Street Dive on tour, and they're in Boston next weekend, so he cannot perform at Antone's. But these kind of artists are out there, and I think they're ready to start talking, and maybe this bull market will embolden them to kind of dox themselves the way that I'm starting to do it too, and give the confidence of like, there's a way to do this community without being a S-coiner. You know, you can do this the right way.
Yeah. I think you're right, Mike. This bull market will likely embolden a lot more people. It's becoming a lot more legitimate.
Is this time different?
This time is different.
Yeah, I'll co-sign that. Yeah.
and also,
I'm levering up right now.
It's safe to say that if Killer Mike was right next to Open Mike in the mailing list, that there is no L, M, and N prefix mics in between the two of you.
And just you mentioned Sam and Wavelake and that the artist uploading his music to it. It's important to note that Wavelake is still just a test flight app. It hasn't even hit the mainstream, but Little Birdie tells me that it might be in the App Store very soon. So
that's a big deal. That's a really big deal.
Huge.
It's like it's
if I would tell someone to download Wavelake and then they're like, well, I don't see it. Well, do you have test flight here? It's like, wait a second, what is this? Are you scamming me? What's going on here?
No, 100%. Like I've lost the process in that test flight step.
Yeah.
People.
Yeah. Speaking of process, did you apply for OpenSats?
I did.
Is it in the review? So it's in the review period, maybe.
It was in the review period, and not successful.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Any feedback on that?
I didn't. It was a form reply, so I don't have any detail as to reasons or decisions that were made. I didn't get any inquiries. I sent in. I took a lot of time. I prepare financial statements and regulatory documents. So like I kind of wrote it very. I took a lot of time on it, and I'm not sure. I think here's my hope. My hope is that the mad scientist kind of theory of like they believed in it enough that they didn't want to subsidize it and they wanted to see it succeed on its own. But I don't know. It's,
and what's
that's
needed?
fair.
What I mean, you're completely grassroots, but I mean you have become open wallet on this too, which you know isn't necessarily fair, but that's kind of how value for value works right now with the scale that we're talking about. There's got to be sacrifices from people, but it just sucks when let's say it's the same person over and over. So what's needed most? Where can plebs help you today? Just like you have the talent and you have where fate graced your path with the venue, with Noster, with Bitcoin. Any pleb listening out there, kind of what is most needed right now to accelerate Tunester development? Any call to action?
Yeah, great. Thank you for asking. First off, it is open wallet. It is empty wallet. That's my business.
Yeah, we don't want empty wallet, Mike. Yeah.
But it's
let's.
But it is.
Can we elaborate on that, Mike, just so that we leave nothing to ambiguity? You are self-funding this.
Yeah, it's me.
And
it's
you're
me.
running low on funds. Yes.
I'm happily. Basically, Tunester is I get a tax write-off to travel to conferences and meet all you wonderful people and put on some shows for some things that I love. I'm happy to do it. I love it. But it's like if we're thinking long term, is this a business model? No, this is not. This is not how it scales, right? But yeah, I'm gonna keep doing it. I'm gonna keep going to conferences and putting on events where I can. But the developer side. Coming to your other question, QW, the developer side is definitely that's my softest spot as far as like I know that I'm like 150 commits behind Zapstream. Like I could. If there are all the fun new features and enhancements that Kieran's been building at Zapstream, well, I'm not constantly pulling those over into the Tunester fork because I don't want to screw it up. And I don't know how to code all of the fun gamification. Like I don't know how to make the scoreboards. I don't know how to. So I just kind of go to the.
You don't know how to do a Git rebase master, bro? Come on, man.
I go to the. Here's my
pull request, man. Come on.
My business model is go to the Minneapolis Bitcoin meetup, bribe people with First Avenue tickets and hoodies for Tunester, make some steak, and then put a laptop in front of them.
Just to clarify for our listeners, Open Mike was obviously joking when he said bribe.
Yes.
Right?
Well, I mean, the easiest connection, I think, as far as ease of use would be, let's say, like a Primal, which already has a wallet attached. It's normally friendly for onboarding, and a Tunester event pops up, and Primal just says, "Hey, this is live right now," and you can watch the video because it's streaming through essentially the Zap.stream servers. But just having that one click where you can just zap and there's a leaderboard. That's going to be, something like that. I just threw it out there, but something like that, I think, Tunester doesn't necessarily need its own app. It doesn't need its own client. I mean, it could absolutely run with these kind of larger clients that have a team of developers on it, and it's a feature within that client and the social layer.
Mm-hmm.
And Amethyst is doing it. Noster is doing it. I mean, we're currently on Club Chain Radio on Noster Nest, but you can listen to us on Noster. We're streaming to Zap.stream. I mean, this is the way Nostr works. It blasts like RSS. It's going to multiple sources at once, and you know, that's where I see Toonster in the future. Absolutely, and you know, that's ultimately the goal. I think for me, is that something that you're seeing?
Yeah, 100%. The wallets are always getting better, and I'm very that was probably my biggest pain point in the last 12 to 14 months is you'd have your kind of workflow and, you know, wallet of Satoshi, not, you know, not the biggest cypherpunk wallet, but man, was that easy for onboarding people. And that was the wallet that was supposed to take us into that first value for value event. And we went from Nostrasia, that was like early November, to December, 20th, I think it was. So in that period of time, our whole like onboarding stack just got ripped up because Wallet of Satoshi left, and then I think Phoenix was our next one. Like we lost 2 wallets in our our month leading up to the Value for Value Minneapolis events, and now it's been a challenge because even the evolution of Albi, where it was a free for all, then it was invite only, that complicated things for onboarding, and then Albi Hub now. The less technical the wallets with the best reliable liquidity inbound is really the tricky part. When I used to drive those Albi guys nuts because I'd call them and I'd be like, I don't know if I'm going to get 1 million sats or like 15 million sats, but open up some massive channels for me because I don't want the artists to get rugged by a lightning liquidity issue.
And Primal has a cap, right? Even though it's probably the easiest wallet now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think there's a one. Is it 1 million?
1 million, and that's by design because they do the soft KYC. So when I open up my wallet and I put John Smith, there's no verification there. As long as it's under 1 million, there's kind of that soft gray area with these money transmitter licenses, from my understanding.
Yeah, like I run a Lightning node at home. I've got an Albi hub with decent liquidity, but it's still kind of, I'm not super confident in any of them. Just purely user error and maintaining the channel balances and relying too much on one channel if it goes down. I had one massive channel at one point that was just offline, and I'm like, that's not okay. Like,
when you're in Austin, you're worried about your node overheating, and
yeah, it's like at a sold out concert. If like somebody said, "Oh, don't worry, the POS system will be up in a couple hours," sounds like a quick turnaround time, but not if that's your only 2 hours to sell beer.
What about Strike?
Strike is on the table. I haven't tried it for one of these large scale events yet.
Well, and that might be one of those things because they have that black service that Primal's using.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it could be something where, we're just spitballing here, but yeah. I mean, we're me and Avi are crossing a little bridge too with our value for value and in Albi Hub going either run a node or you pay for it. It's something that it's just a lesson that we're in a constantly evolving state as a community, that we have to continue to make changes or adjustments and hope everything gets better, especially the regulatory clarity side of things down the road.
Well, that's finishing my thought is like I'm curious and cautiously optimistic that are some of these previous solutions going to be available again. Like, they're just so dang easy to. I just remember orange pilling people in like 30 seconds with Wallet of Satoshi. They have no idea what's going on, but at least they could see it happening.
Yeah,
I can vouch. My wife used Wallet of Satoshi for selling baked goods last February for Culture Shock, and it was the easiest connected to our Nostr account, simple, and it worked.
Maybe they'll come back. I'm told.
Maybe I'm the Orange Man.
That's what I've heard. The Orange Man likes the orange coin.
He already said you're welcome for 100K. You know.
Hey, by the way, Avi, you're welcome for the third time during the show.
Yeah,
did you see that post? He said,
Yeah,
"Congratulations,
you're
congratulations,
welcome.
100K. You're welcome."
Hey, if that's not moving the Overton window, I don't know what is. Though there's something to be said. But yeah, never mind all the cypherpunks and all the decades and the sly roundabout way. It's just the Orange Man. You're welcome. So.
Troll.
So, Mike, anything else folks need to know about Sats by Southwest? It's coming up. You said the 19th and the 20th of December, correct?
15th, 16th.
I'm sorry. The 15th and 16th of December.
Sunday,
Tickets are $5. Sunday and Monday. Tickets are $5, but you get an Azteco voucher in exchange. So you're really just getting.
That's no KYC too.
Yeah.
No KYC, straight into Primal.
When is Toonster going live? So anybody that's not going to be in the Austin area that can't make the event, and by the way, I'll put the event in the show notes. So absolutely, and Mike, anything else you want in the show notes, just let me know.
Okay.
But when, for anybody listening, when does the live stream begin for Toonster?
Yeah, so the panels are all going to be live streamed starting at noon on Sunday, 15th. That'll be at Bitcoin Commons. And then the concert, the doors open at 6 and the music will start at 6:30. This is all Central Time on Monday the 16th.
So you heard it here, folks. It's still not too late to grab your $5 ticket and your slightly more expensive airplane ticket to Austin to make it for this incredible event with some phenomenal speakers and great music. If not, you can catch it from the comfort of your home, from the comfort of your mother's basement, listening to it on Toonster.
On your 69-inch TV. Whatever you need to do there. And I'm stoked about the whoever that surprise performance is. That's interesting. I think you laid the foundation there pretty nicely.
Yeah, I mean, I wish it wasn't a surprise performer. It's one of the nuances of the music.
The mystique, though. The mystique is a beautiful thing. So looking forward to that.
What are you talking about, KW? There is a bridge to the blue sky, and all the Swifties now know she's doing that.
Man. Well, thank you so much once again for being on the show. Closed Michael. It was great. I'm happy we got more background and honestly the current state of Toonster. And shame on OpenSats. But we'll get it. We'll get the funding some way. Any kind of grass, a lot of it's just a lot of sweat equity, and that's what Nostr community is all about. And that's just ode to you for committing yourself to it.
And Mike, you will forever hold the honor of being the first guest on Plebchain Radio right after Bitcoin crossed 100K, and the first guest. First, where we'll end the show with Bitcoin over 100K. Ain't that something?
That is amazing. Are we right at it right now?
104.87. Yeah.
Nice. Got to get it down. We can't close until 104.20, right?
That's it. Just give me 5,000 Moscow. I want my cheapies back. Yeah, and with that said, it's going to be tough. That million sat Ainsley, and then the 15 million via the value for value last year. It's going to get harder and harder to reach those thresholds as the price of Bitcoin continues to be more and more scarce.
That's one of the more compelling. Like as those numbers are harder and harder to attain, and I never market, like I said, I never market those numbers and say you can expect this. But what I do say, like when we had JL down there on stage in Atlanta last month or the month before, like his what was it, like 6,000 fiat is now worth like 18,000. Just because he doesn't even know how to move his Bitcoin if he wanted to.
That's the best kind of hodler.
Yeah. So we were joking on stage. You're like, yeah, dude, if anybody is pumping their chest about diamond hands, got him beat.
We're one black swan away from you being the mortal enemy, open mic. So we shall see.
Mike reminded me, QW, when he talked about JL sats being more valuable now. Was it 5 times more valuable almost, right?
It was 42K when we played that show.
2.5 times more valuable.
Yeah.
That reminded me, Mike, well, this is more for QW, but there was a steak dinner in Nashville during Nostiville 2.0. Oh, sorry, 1.0 last year. And I'm happy to say that dinner has been more than paid for today.
Yeah, and God bless my wife for complaining about the steak and us getting that free tomahawk too. So, you got to stack sats in all different ways there, Avi.
Fair enough.
All right, well, thanks for hanging on to the dear end here, anybody listening. Please support Value for Value. Number one, check out that the show noon, Sunday the 15th, is Central Time for the panels on Toonster. And then also Monday, 6:30 Central Time on Toonster. Let's get it pumping. Anybody listening to the show, please support Value for Value. Listen on Fountain or other podcasting 2.0 platforms. Boost us, zap us, talk to us, repost on Nostr, whatever it may be. We appreciate every one of you, and we'll see you next week.
Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for another episode of the How Money Podcast. I am Casey Rotomore. This is my co-host, Aaron Redwing. Unfortunately, we bring you very, very sad news today. Due to our recent foray into shitcoining, we have been deplatformed from Patreon.
We actually don't even know if that's true. They just won't message us back.
No, there's more than that, right? Like the account, when we log in, it says you violated our terms of service,
it gives us
and
a not very nice
you're
message.
banned. That's kind of what we're going off of. They did write us back once.
They did.
And they said you're definitely banned.
Yeah.
That's what they said. We're just hoping that maybe they write us back again, and they're more lenient.
I think we've already gone through the stages of grief, though, even though we're not really getting the text back. Like we're destitute.
Yep.
We're down on our luck.
We've lost everything.
Yeah.
We've literally lost everything. Okay.
The thing about living in the Bay Area is that you're just one Patreon deplatforming.
That's right.
Away from complete destitution.
Absolutely. You're one deplatforming from some platform controlled by the libtards away.
Yep.
From being fully just ass fuck.
But we're still in good spirits, I'd say.
I'm not. I'm about to kill myself.
No, don't do it.
Your box is so sexy.
Yeah, so we're destitute.
So how did this happen, Aaron?
This is what we get for shitcoining.
That's right.
This is what I get for shitting on Nostr and for shitcoining.
Yep.
It's all payoff.
And this was all a morality lesson to teach our listeners the hard truths about shitcoining. Don't shitcoin, people. You'll lose everything you love, and you'll wind up in a burlap sack from a coffee roaster and a Home Depot box.
Yeah, you can get these from coffee roasters. The coffee beans come in these bags. So if you just call your local roastery, you can get these for free. And that's what we're currently, that's the state of affairs.
That's right.
We've been deplatformed. So this is the get up.
So it's kind of confusing. Like, I'm not exactly sure if the deplatforming was fair or not. Patreon in its terms of service has some like warnings about things you can't do related to tokens. Like you can't offer discounts on tokens, which I don't really think we were doing, unless you make the argument that like, oh, it's a 100% discount. You know, that's kind of
well, they allow you to give coins to your members.
Yeah, that
but
they refer to as
call them
creator coins.
Social coins.
They call them creator coins.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's so I mean.
Well, let's go through the other things. Like, you can't offer discounts on tokens.
You can't guarantee financial rewards.
You can't guarantee or
That's
even
the big thing.
promise any kind of financial rewards.
It's going to the moon.
What else is like explicitly not allowed?
I think it's like you can't offer people an opportunity into an investment scheme.
It's good utility of an ethics and protocol.
No,
Yep.
That's the
Yep.
bit. That's basically what they said to us, is that we were guaranteeing financial rewards.
We're all going to make it. It's going to the moon.
Yeah, which is unclear.
Which I don't think we were doing.
Yeah,
but I understand from their perspective, they're probably pretty crypto naive.
Well,
that's
that's what my take is, because they also in like another document say you can have creator coins, and these coins can give your patrons fabulous utility. And if they banned us for Memento Mori, but they have that clause, I think they're maybe kind of fundamentally confused about
what I think.
What crypto is, right?
Yeah.
That like, listen, like, people, the only reason people get tokens is because they think that they can flip them later for more money. That's like the only reason. And so it's like, maybe Patreon is laboring under this sort of Web3 naivete that there is such a thing as a creator coin that would provide utility to patrons that wouldn't have a financial component to it.
I don't even think
that anybody would even be interested in, right? For
Sure.
non-financial reasons.
Yeah, I think they have this idea that there's like a video game version of this, you know, where it's like you have a coin that you give to your patrons, and then your patron can like participate in some sort of game with you.
Yeah.
I think it's not even necessarily that they're naive about like that people flip tokens. It's more that I think it's naive to expect that there's not a market that would then form around that token.
Yeah,
like you're
what
expecting
are
you would give a token, and then there's like the fact that people are selling them is the problem. It's like, how can you expect that there wouldn't be a market in
Right,
any
yeah,
way?
any
Not
token...
even saying that people are I think the like correction I would give is you're saying like that you're guaranteed that people are getting it because they think they can flip it. That might be implicitly like suggested, but I think the complaint more is that we were giving something that then could be sold on a market. Like it's this weird market expectation.
That's the only thing that I think, and I really think that, I mean, like, we said multiple times that, like, don't buy this, don't mint this is a shit coin, it's going to zero.
Yeah.
I did joke a few times by saying, like, wag me, wag me, wag me.
I don't think they watched it. I don't think they watched the episode, and like I really think they just saw it was a coin. They were like, no. Honestly, what happened is it got botted. That's really why they cared.
Yeah, right. Like, so
like our signups got botted.
Yeah,
they
like,
don't want that to happen.
Well, and the reason that they knew that they got botted was because people were signing up for accounts with the same card.
Yeah.
And so I'm guessing maybe that, like, you could imagine stealing credit card numbers and then signing up for a Patreon that you controlled as a way to, like, get money out of those credit cards.
Yeah.
Right? So I think that's the real problem. So this happens on all systems like this, like big systems by tech companies that don't really have much customer support or human eyeballs on all the content. Is like, you're kind of fine doing whatever until the first, like, trust and safety team, for whatever reason, like, sees your account and it gets on their radar. And at that point, like, a human is looking at you and you're, like, kind of boned. So the patrons, not the good patrons who have been supporting us forever, but the degenerate retard patrons, they blasted us.
They ruined it for everyone.
They ruined it for everybody. And that's how Patreon noticed. And then they noticed the episodes. They watched the Memento Mori episode. And then they were like, I think they were just, like, being too broad, and they were like, okay, we have to, like, ban this.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if I was on the trust and safety team at Patreon, I probably would have done the same thing. Like,
well, I would have done the same thing, but to be clear, like, they should just say in their terms of service, you may not offer tokens.
I think they should just totally not offer tokens.
Yep.
Like, I think their terms of service, like the creator coins one, we screenshotted it. They might delete it. Who the fuck knows? They probably should delete it.
Yeah, they should.
But it's from 2021. I think it was probably from like an era of crypto where they were like, yeah, this will be great, SocialFi, you know, and like they just probably haven't dealt with it or updated it. Like, yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, Patreon is like a private, faceless corporation, and we
not faceless. I went to the headquarters.
That's true.
And met them.
We met
before
them.
we fell from grace. We were invited to the Patreon headquarters in San Francisco just a scant 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. One highlight from that was
They had a speaker who was like an astrologer who has a Patreon.
Yeah, I was like, ooh.
Yeah, and then she started talking about like smashing capitalism. Like not a little bit. She didn't go at it for a while, and it's like, girl, like Patreon is the purest form of capitalism. It's pure capitalism. Like, what do you think you're doing but capitalism?
Alas.
Yep.
The patrons.
Anyways, but the people there were very nice. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Except that they've ghosted us now.
Yep.
But whatever. I mean, we knew this was like a possibility. We were never not going to do this. I think that's the thing. It's like we were always going to airdrop something to our patrons. So it was kind of like, I don't know. I didn't want to like not do something for the risk of being deplatformed from something like Patreon. Like we're fine.
Yep.
I mean, we're, in burlap sacks now, but like we're in good spirits. So that's what happened. Again, if I was Patreon, I probably would have done the same thing.
Yep.
I don't think we violated their terms of service, but I kind of think it doesn't matter. It's not like it's law.
I think they probably interpreted it in the way they probably took the correct actions and should just update their terms of service.
Yeah,
to
that's what I think too.
Be in line with what they did, which is fine. I'm not mad at Patreon at all.
No.
Love the platform. It was great while it lasted.
It's just it's hard being on the bleeding edge of the wild west of crypto. It just happens like this sometimes.
Yeah.
That's part of the process.
And I think it's really tempting to look at this scenario and think like, oh, Bitcoin fixes this, right? But
no.
Unfortunately, this is a payments problem, and Bitcoin does not fix payments yet. We have, the Lightning Network, which is still kind of in the experimental phase, like nobody's really adopting it yet phase. But even if we had Lightning, subscriptions operate on a recurring payments model.
Yeah.
Where they charge you once a month for your subscription or whatever. And this is kind of annoying for things like the gym where you sign up and you never go. But for a lot of other stuff, it's fine. I don't want to, have to log into the PG&E website every month and click a button to pay my electricity bill.
Yeah.
Lightning, I think maybe Bolt 12 I forget if it's Bolt 12. I think it's Bolt 12, which is the Lightning standard for sort of improving the invoice experience, where you can like send and receive invoices over the Lightning Network itself. Lets you do something like that could do, if it was rolled out into like every wallet, could support recurring payments where you sort of pre-authorize these like future monthly payments until you cancel that authorization.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like honestly the solution that I think, if you're looking for a Bitcoin solution, it's probably like a custodial wallet that you would use to pay all of your bills, and you would load up that wallet with some like lump sum, and then you would have to just periodically refill that wallet whenever it got low.
Yep.
And then you could like have it automatically send your rent, your electricity bill, your Patreon subscriptions, like whatever kind of stuff. That's not a decentralized solution. You know what I mean? Like that's what they're like, oh, like you gotta decentralize so that no one can deplatform you. But it's like in this case, like that custodial wallet could still deplatform you.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's like, I think I don't know.
It's a little bit better because even your custodial Lightning wallets, they're all on the same network. So deplatforming isn't such a big deal because you can just sign up with another one that probably has equivalent functionality. Unlike Patreon, which is like a very bespoke, sort of service.
Yeah, but I mean, we'll probably just move to something else, right? Like it's kind of a similar thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think Bitcoin just doesn't really fix this in the sense that like the push not pull technology of it. It's like you want something to just bill your credit card and it just gets paid.
This fixes this eventually. Like, I mean, if Bolt 12 rolls out, it gets widely supported. Lots of everybody adopts Lightning, which is a big question mark. Like, I don't actually think that this is too hard. It's just that right now in its current incarnation, Lightning doesn't really support this, and Bitcoin isn't good for payments. And those are two things that can change, but need to change for this to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the alternative model, like if you look at something like Nostr or what was the podcasting app? Fountain, yeah. Like, there are these like Bitcoin solutions for paying creators, but they're all based on individual posts, right? So like
which Patreon used to focus more on, and I believe it's still an option where you only charge your patrons when you do a post. But I don't even think that's really what people want. I think most patrons do.
No, I think like you as a viewer or supporter, you want to just like set it and forget it and cancel it when you care to cancel it. And you as a creator want like some level of stable income.
Mhm.
You want to know this is the monthly amount that I get, and it's going to happen on like this passive basis no matter what I put out.
Yep.
And I think like I don't know, I just don't see that model really being flipped. Not to say that there couldn't be a Bitcoin version like what you're describing where
Yeah.
you have that passive
Yep.
payment model, but the model of like, you know, you're listening to a podcast and you zap them
Yep.
sats, like that's just not an ideal thing for a creator or really for a viewer.
Fountain is also just kind of incorrect on a number of levels. Like, Patreon is a general service. You can post many kinds of content to Patreon, or you can just post links to content on other services. Like, you can post links to an unlisted YouTube video or a private document, or you can let people log in with Patreon. The idea that it's going to be specific to podcasts and you're going to have to use a client which has non-standard features in order to access it is just crazy. Like, you want it to be as simple as possible. And like, one thing that would completely stop me from using Fountain is that I already have a podcast app that I use. It's called Downcast. It's great. It's been around for years and years and years. It's just like a nice iOS podcast app. And there's no way that Fountain, with their shitty-ass client, will ever match the features that are in Downcast at this point.
I mean, yeah, this goes back to our episode of like social medias and GMI of just like, in order to get people to use your platform, it has to give people a reason to use it that's better than the thing that they already use.
And
Bitcoin can't be that reason if people are spending Bitcoin to use it. Like, that doesn't have the same incentive as people like going through the hoops to acquire Bitcoin.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
So it just, I don't know, it's kind of a complicated situation. Realistically, like, if someone comes up with a Bitcoin solution, great, let us know. But so far, no one has really sent anything that's been compelling to me.
No. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. I don't know if we're ever going to do another shitcoin drop. What are we thinking, Aaron? Are we going to do another shitcoin drop?
No, I'm promising absolutely the fuck nothing.
Yeah, absolutely
After
nothing.
all this that we've been through.
And not for a long time, because that'd really be dumping on the Memento Mori bag holders.
Right.
If we were like, week 2, Memento Mori, Memento Mori, like, let's go. So not for a long time. I probably shouldn't say that because, then people will be like, fuck this shit, I'm unsubscribing. Like, go to hell.
No one's listening to the Hell Money podcast after this.
Yeah.
Well, that was already going to be the case.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, whatever. You know, I think we'll just... I mean, we can talk about what we're thinking about doing next.
Yep.
I guess we could also talk about the airdrop itself, because the last time we recorded, we had etched, but we hadn't airdropped
Yep.
yet.
Yeah, so I added a command to Ord, which made it into the master branch. It's not released yet, but it's the Ord wallet split command. It allows you to perform very complicated splits of runes and Bitcoin. So you create a file, a splits.yaml file, and there's a bunch of entries, and each entry is an output that you want to create, a UTXO that you want to create. And each output has an address that you want to be the owner of the output. It has a value in Bitcoin, in sats, and then any number of runes that you want that output to have. So you can use this. I didn't want to call it like the airdrop command, even though I suspect that's what it's most useful for, because it's also good for general wallet management. Like, let's say you have a bunch of runes and you're like, I want all of rune A to go in this output, rune B to go to this output, and then some Bitcoin and rune C and D and E to go to this output. You can do that with this command, so you can do whatever you want. You can do airdrops, you can do splits, you can do personal wallet management. You can even just split Bitcoin into different amounts so that you have pure Bitcoin UTXOs that you're going to use for whatever. Yep. So I worked on that command. I don't know if I'd finished it by the time we recorded the episode, but
I don't think so. I think we were still working after that.
Yep.
We were still working.
Yeah. Erin was providing very kind moral support. She was like coming over and like you being like, how's it going? And like being product mommy,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's actually kind of a miracle. It seemed to have moralized you rather than demoralized you.
What did?
Just this whole process. I mean, at first, when you finished, you were like, I'm never working on Ord again. I'm so done with this. But now you're like, you're in a new era of Ord fluencing.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, let's talk about that in a sec. But like, so we did the airdrop. The airdrop was really fun because I dropped I think 500 kilobyte or like 600 kilobyte transaction just at hell.money. Like hell.money/memento-mori was like this huge binary transaction just to see if somebody would get it mined.
People were like, why does it download a file? Rotomore's been hacked.
Yeah.
Which is what I would have thought too.
Yeah.
Like if I didn't know what was going on.
So it was 0 fee and non-standard in 2 ways. It was over the weight limit and it was over the op return limit. But I think that, are we allowed to say who got it done?
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like shout out Lifo FIFO this whole way.
Yeah, Lifo FIFO got all of you your fucking memento.
He's the one who actually got it mined.
Yep.
He also like decoded your mysterious messages the whole way throughout.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you first tweeted the transaction.
When I first twat.
When you twat the transaction, then he like decoded what was in it for the degens.
Yep.
Then he got it mined. I feel like he did something else too. In any case, he's the real hero.
Yeah, he's the real hero, yeah.
Of the whole situation. So thanks, Lifo FIFO. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was, all things considered, it was fun. Like, it was funny to see it happen. It was fun to watch the mempool. We don't have
the split command
it's all
works.
gone.
Yeah, it's all gone.
Enjoy.
We didn't keep anything, and we were also very strict about like not giving any to anybody. For like we should talk. So the way that we split it up, I don't remember if we were talking about this in the last episode, but what we did was we sort of split the pre-mine into 2 piles, and half of the pre-mine went to patrons based on their time that they had been subscribed, and the other half went to patrons based on their total time amount that they had donated. This was like kind of tricky because I think that there's a bunch of donations that we're just never going to get, and people are going to get refunded.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to do it entirely based on donations, because then like we'd have these huge whales that like just got fully refunded for
that
whatever.
botted us.
Yeah, that botted us. So I'm really happy with how this turned out.
Yeah, me too.
Me and Aaron argued about it for a while, but I think this compromise is really good because it rewards people who were longtime patrons, and then rewards people who just gave us a lot of money.
Yeah, I mean, it's like we had the different tiers, right? We had like uncommon through mythic, so it's like it kind of just depended on like what tier you were on.
Yep.
And then also how long you were around for.
Yep.
And I mean, we didn't say that beforehand because like,
we didn't want to give any guarantees, and we wanted to have the ability
wanted
to
it to be
change
a gift. We wanted people to just like, I don't know, have fun with it. I think they did. I mean, obviously I got like angry DMs as you always do when you do anything like this, but I think I answered them and dealt with them, and I'm happy with the way it went. Like, I feel like we also were like cautious in terms of like not knowing what was going to happen with Patreon, so we were just like, all right, whatever, if you're still in there at the time we took the snapshot, you got some.
And we sort of like some people didn't get any, and we sort of looked through all of those cases, or Aaron did, and I think that everything was fine technically on our side. So the submission side always worked. We got the accurate information from Patreon. If you didn't get it, it is either because you did not fill out the census.hell.money before the time that we took the snapshot, or Patreon refunded you.
Yeah.
So that the amount that you had given us was like 0.
Yeah, there were also some cases where like people had like different Patreon accounts and they like, verified with the wrong one and whatever. Like it was, yeah, there was some stuff like that, but overall, I mean, I wanted to go through to make sure that nothing was a problem on our end, and that is the conclusion I came to. But at the end of the day, we're not fucking community managers.
No.
We're not whitelist managers. No. We just did a gift airdrop to patrons, and that's it.
Yep.
You know, and
it is kind of a nice coda like finale for the Patreon run.
Yeah,
you know?
I think so too. I was like okay with the probable outcome that we would lose the Patreon by doing this.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing. It's
I'm
like,
a little bummed. Like it was nice to have like real income for once. You know, to have a little bit of real money that isn't like funny money coming in every month. Like that was nice.
Well,
I'm a little bit more upset about that than Aaron, I would say.
I just have an abundance mindset.
That's
you know?
right.
I
Yeah.
feel like for me, it's like attention is currency, and I also think it is though.
This is
you know
male
what I mean?
versus female. You
Yeah,
know?
it really is.
Aaron's
it really
like
is.
attention is currency. Come
Yeah,
on.
I'm like, I don't know. I would rather just like do the thing that we wanted to do and like do it the way we wanted to do it than try to like appease Daddy Patreon.
Yeah,
Like I just think there was no way that this was never gonna happen.
And I do think that not being beholden to some service is kind of good. I mean, yeah, if you really can't replace that service, but I feel like if we had to tiptoe around what we wanted to do, like our content would suffer.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's like, I just don't know if there's a way that we could have executed the idea, which, like, the idea we've had for a long time. Like, we wanted to do this for a long time, and, like, I don't think there's a way we could have executed it that wouldn't have resulted in us getting botted, which also just would have resulted in Patreon noticing.
Well, I think we could have said, like, oh, we took the snapshot.
I still think people would have bought it.
Yeah, maybe.
To be honest.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's still
the
would have
degens
happened.
are not
But don't
very
do
smart.
that again.
Yeah, don't do that again,
I swear to
guys.
God, stop botting our shit.
Yeah, just sign up once. It's all good, you know.
Or don't sign up at all.
Or
Whatever,
don't sign up
you
at
know?
all.
Like,
Yeah, you get the fucking podcast episodes.
It's a
anyway.
podcast.
It's a podcast, guys.
I mean, we should talk about what we're going to do next, because I think we've landed on it. I mean, we're not 100% sure, but...
Yeah, we're going to try X subscriptions.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Elon seems like... If we have to go with a fiat solution, which it seems like we have to, Elon seems the least likely to fuck us over, although, of course, they could still fuck us over. But I think probably we'll launch it with this episode dropping. I mean, why not, right?
We want to have it out so that, you know, people know, like, okay, what's next?
This is what's happening.
We've gotten deplatformed.
But, like, we're not going to have some wallet sign up. We're not airdropping anything.
Oh, yeah, there's
like,
no... Listen,
like,
we've done something. We're really lazy. We're not going to do something again for a long time.
No matter how moralized Casey is, it's like, just sign up because you like the podcast, or don't sign up. You could still like the podcast and, you know, not sign up. That's fine too.
That's fine too. Yeah, I actually, you know, you don't feel like you have to give us money, you know. We love our donators and just our viewers.
Yeah, we do this regardless.
Yep.
I mean, I think we will probably, because I mean, we're kind of figuring out, like, okay, what would the difference be between a Patreon model and an X subscriptions model? And X subscriptions is pretty new.
Yep.
So I don't think there's like a tried and true way of doing it compared to something like Patreon. I think what we'll do for X, because we post the podcast like every other week, that's our usual schedule. I think what we'll do is in the off weeks, we will do some sort of like Twitter space, live stream, something like that, that's like a locked post on X. Because, I mean, you've probably seen that if you're on Twitter. You've seen the, like, subscribe to access this content type of posts. I think we'll probably, like, in the off weeks have essentially, like, a live stream that we do, whether that's Twitter space or whatever.
Yep.
So that's probably kind of the model that we'll go with, and it's just, like, one tier for X subscriptions also. It's not, like, the multi-tier option, which simplifies it. And I feel like that model I'm happy with moving forward. And... I mean, we'll see if Elon takes down the Hell Money account. I'm probably going to be a lot more demoralized than I was about the Patreon.
That would suck, because
That would
that's
be
really
sad.
like our primary touchstone with our audience.
He'll remove Hell Money. He'll remove Rotomore. He'll remove Realizing Aaron.
Yep.
We will be fully deplatformed, and only then will we go to Noster.
That's right. Yeah. No, I don't even think then. I will not go to fucking Noster. Fuck
Then
that
we
shit.
just quit. I don't know. We just go to TikTok.
No, we have to get new jobs. We have to
We
be
quit
construction
Ordinals.
workers or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
Just waltz on down to the Home Depot, see what we can figure out.
Yep. Ordinals meetup.
You want to talk about that next?
Yep. Why not? Yeah. There is going to be a Ordinals meetup. There was one official Ordinals meetup before in like January or February of 2023. So after a long hiatus, on November 24th at 2 p.m. at Two Pitchers Brewing in sunny Oakland, California, we are going to host the second Ordinals meetup.
In dangerous Oakland, California.
Dangerous Oakland, California. In lawless Oakland, California. The venue's really nice. It's sort of an outdoor beer garden. They have food. You can get beer. We rented out the upstairs space for 2 hours. Maybe if a bunch of people show up and they want to keep hanging, we can negotiate
We'll
to
figure out
extend it.
whatever, yeah.
I think that the capacity of the upstairs space is 25
Don't
people.
tell them that. I think we're already over capacity.
Yeah, so if like signups continue to go crazy, they have a larger venue, but the upstairs space we only had to pay $200. The upstairs space, the larger space is $1,200 for 2 hours.
Yeah, I don't even know if people register are going to come, so I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yep.
I think we'll be fine. Really, it's a big bar regardless. Like, I think it's fine unless like
It's a big
thousands of
location.
people decide to show up.
People can, and it's also it's like sort of outdoors.
Yeah,
so,
it's chill. Like,
yeah, so
I think it's fine. And we're not
hopefully-
like doing any, like, we're just doing
Yep.
a meetup. It's not like we're
if we have
doing a whole
overflow,
rigmarole.
you can find a table and hang out with some degens.
Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Yep.
For some reason, you seem to be interested in engaging the community these days. This was Casey's idea. The
Yeah,
meetup.
this is my
was
idea.
not my
Yeah.
idea. This was Casey.
Well, you know, part of it is
Casey's idea was also the demons on the flyer as well. The friendly demons, the little satanic demons.
That's right. Yeah, they are Canva clip art demons.
So, you know, just put that in your
Canva
in your
PFP
threads.
collection coming soon. Yeah, I just, so a lot of it is that I do like events.
Yeah.
I do really like events, and all the time when I'm at, like, I'm like traveling for some conference and there are events, I'm like, this is cool, but it's lame that there aren't events in the Bay Area. So I would like to try to figure out how to have, they don't need to be like high key events. They can be pretty chill, just, you know, social local events that I can just go to. So I can have an event to go to like once a month and like,
You can get out of the house.
yep. So if this works, maybe we'll do it once a month, maybe twice a month.
Twice a month. All right, whatever.
No, once every 2 months.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
bi-weekly.
Every week, twice
Whenever
a
we
week.
don't have the Hell Money podcast, we're having an in-person.
Yeah, that's
meetup,
right. Yeah.
Only for X subscribers. No, we're not doing that. We're just doing this one, and then we'll just see
and then we'll
how
see.
it goes.
Yep. But yeah, I'm sort of like I am feeling like I go up and down with how I feel in relation to the Ord code base and ordinals.
That's for sure.
So sometimes I'm like, fuck this code base, it's a mess, there's so many features we need to add, like I don't even want to deal with it. And then sometimes I kind of get motivated. Oftentimes it's because I think of some way of doing something that is kind of clean and not too difficult. So, you know, the split command, I think the split command turned out very nicely. I think it's very generally applicable. It's not too complicated. Recently, I've sort of been thinking a lot about collections and metadata. The sort of suggested way to do metadata with collections and inscriptions is to use parent-child provenance and to use the on-chain metadata. Unfortunately, that was not released with V1 of Ord, the first version that launched, and so I think it was like 5 months later that we added parent-child, maybe around the same time that we added metadata, and just the whole ecosystem moved towards doing these like centralized JSON-based collections. And so I am thinking about this. I think is really unfortunate. I think parent-child is a unique feature of ordinals. It's on-chain, so it's immutable. Nobody can remove something from a collection. You can burn the collection parent so that you can't add new items to the collection, so it can't be inflated. The metadata is on-chain. If you support the on-chain metadata in parent-child, then you can see it in every single explorer, including ordinals.com. It provides the ability to do multiple layers of inheritance. So, you know, you as an artist or a creator can create an inscription that represents you, have children under there that represent collections, and then everybody can see that those collections are linked. So it's linked on-chain, it's indelible. I honestly think it's a great feature. It's a fabulous feature. Also, because collection parents are just inscriptions, they automatically get everything that inscriptions have. They can have metadata, they can be on sats, they can use all of the different inscription types, all this stuff make it really great. But, you know, I have to acknowledge that it's really our fault that this didn't, that people don't just use this today because of the gap between ordinals being released and getting hyped and the existence in collections being, or parent-child actually being implemented in Ord.
I mean, what would you, if you could not release Ord until after you had features done, what would it be, like parent-child and recursion?
Recursion, I think, actually doesn't matter because although it is a nice to have, it's something that people all adopted very quickly once it was launched.
Mm-hmm.
So the features that I would want to have would be those features which were sort of annoying if they weren't there at the beginning. So parent-child, so that people would do collections the right way from the beginning. I think on-chain metadata, and possibly also having a schema for that on-chain metadata.
Yeah.
So that people do these really ugly things where they have like attributes, and each attribute is not just a value, it's like an attribute type and a value in a dictionary. It's really fucking ugly. So fix that. What else? And obviously, if we could have made the fixes that would have made the whole cursed inscription fiasco like not happen. Although at this point, I feel like that's really behind us. Like all the inscriptions are blessed. They're these weirdo negative inscriptions. Like I don't think anybody really cares about that. So I don't think it left a long-lasting, negative impact on the ecosystem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you were mostly just demoralized.
It's one of those things like unclean things. Like it makes programmers very sad. Having a nice number that used to just start at 0 and go up, and now can be negative and go down. Like that is real programmer sadness.
Yeah, but you're over it now.
Yeah, I'm over it. Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like you've been engaging the ecosystem. You
Mhm.
did your little Minecraft skulls puzzle.
Yeah, so day before yesterday,
Yeah, I mean, who knows when this episode will be posted?
Day before
You did it
yesterday.
on a fucking Saturday. That's like, I was like just trying to chill and enjoy my day, and I see this shit.
Yeah,
and, like,
so at
classic.
at 2 p.m. on Saturday, I tweeted a set of two numbers separated by a slash, the phrase cactus seeds, and said that you had 8 hours. This was a puzzle, and I thought that it was a pretty easy puzzle. I thought people would get this puzzle, but at 4 p.m., there kind of wasn't any progress. I wasn't seeing any progress. So I tweeted explicitly, okay, this is a puzzle, and the first person that figures this puzzle out will get the cactus seeds skull inscription.
Yeah.
There was still no progress, okay? This is an easy puzzle, but the degens were like looking at sat number ranges. They were looking at all this random stuff. So at 6 p.m., I tweeted basically the solution to the puzzle. I tweeted int puts int star as a C function signature. So if you're a C programmer, this is instantly obvious. The puts function, it prints a string to standard out, but its argument type is usually char star, and I tweeted it with int star. So if you use this different declaration and pass the two original pointers to the two original numbers, it would print out 2B2T. 2B2T is the name of a very famous anarchy server, Minecraft anarchy server, that's been around since 2011, which is huge and sprawling and chaotic and incredibly dangerous, and everybody uses hacked clients to get around. And those coordinates, which printed out 2B2T, were my coordinates. I was sitting 200 blocks underground in a little room in that server waiting for the first person to come.
Well,
to claim
that's
the
why it
inscription.
mattered that it took people so long to figure it out, because you were just sitting there waiting.
I was so annoyed.
Your Saturday afternoon was just you sitting in a hole in Minecraft.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
you were like, where's the party?
Yep.
Why isn't anyone showing
So
up?
I am really disappointed in the degens. This is easy. This puzzle
but
was
they could have
fucking
figured
easy.
it out maybe in like a couple days, you
Well,
know?
I think what I should have done is I should
You
have
got
told
impatient.
people one thing. I should have told people explicitly, like, this skull, which is the grandchild of Inscription Zero, that's the prize.
No, they figured out that early.
No, they figured out that it was related. They didn't figure out that it was the prize.
Sure, yeah.
And then I also should have said really explicitly, this is a puzzle. Because I honestly think that without that, like...
You tweet so much random shit
Yeah.
all the time, it's like, who even,
Yep.
is going to
Yep.
decode all that?
Yeah, but I think that if I had done that, and also I think that if I had said, like, maybe a week in advance, and I had tweeted about it every day, on this day I'm going to drop this puzzle, people would have gotten kind of serious about it quick. Like,
Yeah.
it would have known, like, okay,
Yeah,
this
you
time-
dropped it on a Saturday. At 2
Yeah, on
p.m.
a Saturday at 2 p.m.
Just
Yep.
because you were bored.
So at 7 p.m., I did the full reveal where I said, these are coordinates on 2v2t. I'm sitting there waiting. Charlie, like, capitalized on all of the server influx by just starting to stream gameplay of Satisfactory.
See, Charlie understands that attention is
Yeah,
currency.
yeah. He got like 200 people to sit in a live stream with him for 4 hours and watch him play Satisfactory because he said he labeled the stream like real alpha for real degens only.
Good for him.
Mhm.
You know?
Yep. So then at 7 p.m., people are like whispering me on the server, like they're on the Minecraft server, but they're totally fucked. If you're like a Minecraft noob, 2b2t is a very hostile place.
Mhm.
It's like really hard to get around. There's no food at spawn. People just kill you. But then what happens is that somebody named Bruno sort of leaked it from one world to another. So Bruno was like in the live stream on the Ordicord, and he went into a Twitch streamer named Riffs, and he posted, RITHS, he posted, I will give you $10,000 if you go to these coordinates. So that is where the, like, sort of the degen bubble was, like, you know, intersected suddenly the 2b2t gamer bubble.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, you needed two knowledge bases in order
Yeah.
to figure this out. You needed some level of understanding, like ordinals,
Mhm.
because like otherwise you don't know what you're referencing with like cactus seeds or whatever.
Mhm.
And you also needed to understand Minecraft enough.
Yep. Well, if you had figured out the puzzle early, like let's say you'd figured it out at like 3, right? 1 hour after I posted the puzzle, and then I did sort of the bigger reveal at 6. You could have made it to me if you had logged into 2B2T. It's not that hard. It maybe would have taken you like,
How hard is it to log into 2B2T?
well, you have to buy priority queue. So that's just like $20. And then you need to get out of the spawn region, which is like fucked.
It's a dangerous game.
Yeah. But that's not that hard. Like you can get out of spawn like in like an hour or something after like trial and error. And then the key was to head onto one of the diagonal highways in the Nether, which is like the fast travel mechanism. And then literally it would take you, if you did it fast, like 30 minutes. So you really would have had enough time in 3 hours to do it with a head start.
Yeah, the Twitch streamer should have gone for it.
Yep.
What else was he doing in 2B2T?
Yep. So people started whispering me on the server, like being like, hey bro, like where are you? What's the next step? It's a puzzle, guys. I'm not going to fucking tell you like how to do it, you know? And you can see death messages on 2B2T. So I was seeing all these like ordinals people like log into the server and whisper me. And then you could see their death messages as they like died around spawn, like fucking haplessly. But then at 7:50 p.m., a viewer of Rift's stream, Rhino Howl, shout out to Rhino Howl, he just like dropped through a hole in the little like chamber that I was sitting in.
He should have just killed you instantly.
I think that's what he's thinking about doing. He thought that maybe somebody was just trolling and like was gonna try to like lure the streamer there to kill him on stream.
Yeah.
But then I was like, what's the password? And he was like, I don't know. And I'm like, it's not too hard. It's in my original tweet. Because I had decided ahead of time that I would only give it to somebody who knew that the password was cactus seeds.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want some random interloper who didn't know what was going on to get the skull. So he said it. And then I was like, this is 7:50 p.m. And then I was like, what's your ordinal's address? He typed it in Minecraft chat, and I the skull wasn't on the computer playing Minecraft, but I had to like log into I had to go to the skull computer and then like hand type it from the Minecraft chat. I immediately yeeted the inscription to Rhino Howl, and he was the winner. And like maybe 2 minutes after Rhino Howl dropped, like even before I was able to send the inscription, other people dropped into the room after him.
Sucks to suck.
So on 2B2T, people use hacked clients because it's an anarchy server. There are no rules. And people were complaining like, oh, people use hacks on the server. Like, I got here legit. Like,
That's what you like about it.
That's the point of the server. That's the culture of the server. It's like, it's super fun to play with a hacked client, and it's a totally different experience. And so Rhino Howl was flying towards me using a Lytrafly, and he saw somebody who was also flying towards me. But Rhino Howl passed him because his hack client was faster than this other person's hack client.
That's the free market, baby.
Yep. So yeah, congratulations to Rhino Howl. Riffs and Rhino Howl jumped into the Ordicord live stream that Charlie was hosting. So we all got to talk.
That's cute.
Yeah, they're both like British guys. They seem really wholesome. Both seem like awesome dudes. Rhino Howl is in his first year of university.
You're doxing him too much.
No, I mean like he said this on Twitter and in the
All right,
chat.
then fine.
Yep, and then Riffs is a family man. He's got young kids. I went into Riff's stream and donated $1,000 because he was like,
you were really feeling your Mr. Beast.
yeah.
You were
Being
loving
Mr.
it.
Beast feels good.
Yeah, that's why he does it.
Largesse, you know, is fulfilling your noblesse oblige. So yeah, that was dope. I think it couldn't have gotten to somebody better. People were like, "Oh, you're calling it an NFT?" Like, bro, come
Whatever.
on. Like, don't.
You probably
hate on
called it an
Rhino
NFT
Howl.
to
Yeah.
him, to be
And
honest.
people were saying, "Don't call it an NFT. It's an ordinal." No, it's an inscription.
Yeah.
You fucking
Get
retards.
fucked, guys.
Yeah, get fucked, you fucking retards. And also people saying, "Oh, like you can't believe he's selling it." Bro, if the money is useful to you, fucking sell that shit.
Yeah.
Fucking sell that shit. I have no fucking problem. I want as big a payday for Rhino Howl as possible. I'm super happy if Rhino Howl makes a pile of Bitcoin off of this.
It's an onboarding experience.
Yep. I want it to sell for at least 2 Bitcoin.
Okay.
That's my goal.
That's your goal.
That's my goal.
For Rhino Howl.
Yeah, that's my goal for Rhino Howl. Yep.
That's fine, I guess. I don't know. I like truly have no idea. We were actually talking about this earlier. Like, I don't even know where. Like, a lot of the big ticket inscription sales, like above 1 BTC, do they happen on marketplaces or OTC? Because obviously I know a bunch happened early on, like when people were literally just like sending Bitcoin to random people on Discord being like, can you please send the inscription to me back? Like before there was, you know, sufficient marketplace tooling or whatever, I definitely remember people sending crazy amounts of Bitcoin for inscriptions. That said, the price of Bitcoin was much lower at that time. It was probably like 30,000.
I don't remember.
I think it was like in the 30,000s when Ordinals launched, around that. So it's like, okay, you know, do a little bit of the inflation math there. It's like 1 Bitcoin of now would be like 2 or 3 Bitcoin of that price. But I definitely remember people kind of like nuking crazy amounts of Bitcoin, like OTC. And certainly things have sold in like big auctions, you know, like maybe like, I don't even know, like Sotheby's style though. I think they literally just use dollars. I don't think it, but in terms of like big ticket inscription sales, like 2 BTC plus, where do these happen? Like, do people sell this shit on Magic? Like, I'm curious for the degens because I don't think you know either.
I want to know. Yeah. I also think this one is tricky because, it's only 8, you know, the quote unquote collection, and it's you know, it doesn't fall into the format of collections that get a lot of attention, like 1,000 items plus, you know, that are like actively promoted. I think it's an interesting kind of test of parent-child. We know that low inscription numbers are valuable. We know that big collections that teams hype are valuable. We don't really know if like parent-child provenance with interesting inscriptions is valuable.
Well, this is what tipped you off to the whole parent-child thing in the first place, because you like saw that he listed the skull and you were like, why doesn't Magic Eden recognize that this is a part of the collection? I was like,
such a massive fail on Magic Eden's part that they don't support parent-child. I've got to say.
This is the type of shit where
I don't wait, but to be clear, I don't begrudge Magic Eden Assist at all. They are a company. They're there to make money.
They have the right to do whatever they want.
And they have limited resources. They've got to decide like how those resources are spent. I think that parent-child is pretty easy to support, so I would just support it. But you know, I think we as the devs have to do more to make them want to support it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. I mean, I feel like it's something you literally didn't notice until you decided to do a Minecraft puzzle around it. Like that's the thing. I feel like that's why I think it's good that like I psyop you and Raph into doing these types of things, because like like you ended up having to do the JSON upload thing to Magic Eden to get them to recognize the Skulls collection. It would be great if instead you could just say, here's the parent, this is the collection name, just auto-populate.
Yeah, even
like,
if
like
you have to
seems
update,
doable.
even if you have to update the metadata manually, because they don't support on-chain metadata, which is a little bit more complicated. I think we do need to have a schema that they can follow. It's just kind of less work to identify.
That's what I think too. I mean, I guess the idea is that it's work to implement it, and there's not enough payoff for them to do it. I would like to do it. I think that would be. It just would be cooler. I think if things auto updated with like new children coming in under a parent. You know. Feels a little bit more true to form.
So many things are like this. Like something will be like bad, and everybody complains about it. A lot of the time, I will fix it. I have fixed things that people complain about, but then I'll just kind of like not pay attention to it, and then like months later, I'll like try to use it, and I'll be like, oh, this is shitty, and then I'll like be like, all right, and then I'll just fix it immediately. It's frustrating. Like we don't have the level of. As a really good example, I had like deleted the Skulls wallet from my computer, and I had to restore it to an Horde wallet. Like I had the seed, but it wasn't on a computer, and it triggered a full, rather lengthy rescan of the blockchain to locate the inscriptions, and or it didn't. They didn't show up immediately. It didn't trigger a rescan, and this is like bad behavior. If you're restoring a wallet, it should by default trigger a rescan from the beginning of time. But our wallet just didn't do that, and so I made a very simple PR to make it rescan when it's restoring a wallet. And this is an issue that had been opened for a long time. I think like March of last year, somebody complained about this, that things didn't show up in their wallet. And like I was sort of aware of it. I don't know why I didn't just fix it, but this wasn't a very hard pull request. Like this was really just a few like lines of code, really not too difficult, but nobody had opened a pull request to try to fix it. So it's like, It's weird. People will do things. People will open pull requests and be very active in issues for things that like directly benefit them. Like if a collection wants a new recursive endpoint for some feature, they will be very active in pushing it forward. But if it's simple things that are just quality of life improvements, it's very rare that somebody will contribute.
Yeah, and it kind of makes sense that then, I don't know, like, I mean, it doesn't apply for this situation, but it makes sense that somewhere like Magic Eden doesn't care about those things from their own perspective as well, right?
Yep.
But, I mean, yeah, the fact that you're doing your weird little puzzle games gets you interested. That's
so
good.
We're not going to do another Hell Money Pod thing probably for a while, but I am going to do some sort
He's
of
doing more puzzle games.
skull thing. Yeah, I don't know what the format is going to be, if it's going to be a puzzle, if it's going to be in a video game, if it's going to be in real life. But yes.
It was fun. It's cute. I
Yep.
mean, I think why not? You have like 7 more skulls.
Yep,
Right? Is
7
that
more
true?
skulls.
Yeah,
That's
so,
right.
you know, just
I've
have
got
fun with
to I've got to burn the parent skull.
Yeah.
Not the Genesis inscription, but the collection parent, to guarantee that no more skulls will be added to that collection. And I actually have a PR open that this is another example of like fixing things when they annoy me, so that you can include metadata when you burn an inscription.
Oh.
So you can include it in an op return, and it's in the same format as the inscription metadata. So if you want to burn an inscription with a message, you
That's
can.
fun.
And then if you do that, it'll show up on the inscriptions page as burned, and below the item metadata, if there is any, it'll show you the burn metadata. So it can be structured metadata, it can be like a string, like a message, it can be anything.
That's cute. I like that.
Yep.
See, look at you. You're so inspired.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Despite our downtrodden moment.
I'll also say what my kind of like current thinking is about trying to improve parent-child and also trying to improve on-chain metadata. So trying to get people to adopt on-chain metadata and parent-child. I think what I'm going to do is start designing a schema for on-chain metadata, so that if you have metadata in a certain format, and also possibly if you include in another tag what the schema is for that metadata, ordinals will ord will display it as a collection. So not just as a collection. What I mean is, for example, on the parent page, it'll show you all the collection attributes, and it'll let you filter by those attributes and search by those attributes. Filter by those attributes, and then on the child, it'll show you like the attributes with like a good display, and also give people some tools so that they can make sure they're uploading it in the right format. So I'm hoping that that combination of better metadata, better display on ordinals.com, might, for things that have this metadata and which use parent-child, might hopefully get people to start creating more parent-child inscriptions.
That's the challenge, D-Gens.
Yep.
That's the call to action.
Yep, call to action.
And also the puzzle game.
Yep.
I mean, that's kind of unrelated.
Yeah, but I think that if I do have a puzzle, I will announce it in advance.
Yeah,
so
you should.
everybody can, and I'll also like hype it. I'll like announce it a week in advance and then hype it every day for the next week so that people like all
know that it's happening.
Yeah, and also you needed to be somebody who was like, I think a programmer would have solved this pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And then also or like make it so that it has multiple steps, and like maybe I'm not really explicit about what the first step is, but then when people figure out the first step, then I start dropping more hints.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm excited for your Mr. Beast era.
Being Mr. Beast is fun, it turns out. Like showing up and donating $1,000 to a streamer,
Feels
and they've
good.
got to like wake their wife because they're excited about it. Feels fucking great, man.
Yeah,
Feels
you
good.
might be in a cardboard box.
I might be in a cardboard box. Yeah. And I may just straight up sell some of the skulls at some point in the future.
Yeah, so whatever.
So if you would like a skull and you want to offer me...
He already said how much he thinks it's worth.
No, but I want to sell them for more.
You're like 100 Bitcoin.
Nah, not 100 Bitcoin, but like, 5. Three to 5.
Price.
You want to offer me 3 to 5 Bitcoin. If you want to offer Rhino Howl some Bitcoin, I've told him that under no circumstances he should accept less than 2 Bitcoin. So if you want to,
But of course he's free to do what he wants.
He's free to do what he wants.
Rhino Hall, just do whatever.
Yeah, do whatever.
Do whatever, bro.
Yeah, but if you want to give Rhino Howl an offer, he's Rhino Howl on Twitter. And you can find the cactus seed skull. Just go to Inscription 0 on Magic Eden, click the first child, and then click the, I think it's like
It'll
sort of
show in the
neon
collections.
colors.
Yeah, it
Yep.
shows like which one's listed.
Yep, and then put in an offer for like 2 Bitcoin. Maybe he'll accept it.
Maybe he'll accept it.
Yep. So yeah, I think these skulls are going to be hot commodities. A lot of utility. There's puzzles, you know.
Yeah, the puzzle is
the puzzle is utility. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, I think it'll be fun. I mean, I feel like I can't really participate in your puzzles. That feels like
No, I wouldn't. If somebody close to me had found it, I'd be like, yo, get lost. Like, no fucking way.
So fucked
If
up.
Aaron showed up on Minecraft, I'd be like, no fucking way. Just get out of here.
Yeah, I'll just enjoy the puzzle game process.
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah.
happy to see people having fun on the computer.
Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's really what it's about.
Yeah, and that's what I want for people too. Like, so I said this before. I thought a lot about like how can you give utility to something, and the answer I've always come up with is you can't. Like, there's nothing you can do on chain but stupid gambling. You know, NFTs have some like quote unquote utility in that they're colorful, they're fun, they're interesting. But the only way that I've thought of it that you can kind of make these things fun and interesting is maybe doing things like this, like doing puzzles, doing treasure hunts, because the puzzle and the treasure hunt is itself like fun to participate in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
And it also gives, for an inscription, it gives like sort of mystique. You know, this is part of the history of the cactus cactus seed skull.
Yeah,
Yep.
indeed. No, I think it's fun. I hope that I don't know if you're going to do it on Minecraft or whatever again, but I hope the Minecraft community gets activated. It's a good
That's right.
onboarding experience for the Minecraft community.
Yep.
You know,
Absolutely.
get with it.
Yep.
Do we have anything else we need to talk about?
Election predictions.
I don't even have. I mean, well, I think this will be posted after the election,
Yeah, definitely.
realistically, so we can make predictions and then we can see how wrong we are.
Yeah.
Which is what we did for the runes launch
Yep.
too. I don't remember how right we were about the runes launch.
Yep.
I think I guessed the fee rate close.
Yeah, you guessed like 300, and it was, I think, like 100 to 1,000
Yeah.
over the course of the whole mint.
Yeah, yeah. But in any case, the election's tomorrow. I voted. Casey doesn't vote.
No, voting is stupid, and you shouldn't. The only reason to vote is if you personally find it fun.
I do.
Because your vote doesn't matter.
No.
People get really upset at you when they say that you don't vote. But then, like, if you ask them, well, how much would you pay me to vote? They say 0. And it's like, people's brains don't turn on until incentives are involved. But when they're involved, then they turn on very quickly. So people can have this very split brain thing when they're just thinking about it from some sort of like stupid, like morality. Like, I shouldn't even say morality, because morality also applies to things like whether you should kill people or not. But like, when they're doing it based on vibes, they're like, oh, you should vote, it's so important. But then the instant they're like, would you pay me $1 to vote? They're like, no. Their brain just immediately like turns on,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually, the real reason why we were deplatformed from Patreon is because you fucking endorsed Trump on the last episode.
Did I endorse Trump?
Yeah, you kind of did this like, yeah, you know, Biden's been so bad for crypto.
Yeah, well,
despite never voting.
I've sort of figured out like how one component of how I feel, which is that I'm so like traumatized by the Democrats and by wokeness, which like made a lot of like social interactions and living the Bay Area just really unpleasant.
Yeah. Which honestly, Trump presidency will probably actually make worse than
Yeah.
the alternative.
Exactly. Yeah.
But it
yeah,
is
it's like 2
traumatizing.
years into the president after Trump, wokeness kind of receded. You know?
I don't know. It's kind of weird. I mean, like, so we're in the East Bay, and it's kind of interesting. I did vote, and in California, you vote on a lot of shit. Like, it's like
Yeah.
pages and pages of stuff to vote on, and obviously the president is the least important one
Mhm.
because it doesn't, like,
Yep.
California's going to Kamala no matter what.
Yep.
So, it is kind of interesting in Oakland and in like the county that we're in. There are all these like recalls and like dramatic sort of, because it's Democrat on Democrat violence here.
So
like it's
Oakland-
not like there's no Republicans
Yeah.
on the ballot.
Oakland has a DA, who's basically like Chesapeake level, who is a really terrible DA in San Francisco. Basically like a just let the criminals free, like full on communist. And so there's been a huge rise in violence and property crime in Oakland. I don't want to be one of those people who's like, oh my God, it's like a third world country. It's not.
It's definitely not. Yeah.
It's not. It's a little bit worse than it's been before.
Yeah.
It sucks, but you know, it's not like, oh my God, you know, we're all
I don't
gonna fucking
fear
die.
walking around. Like,
Yeah.
it's fine.
So, but this DA it's because of this DA. And the mayor is like basically just sort of like a normie lady who like just gets on board with whatever. She's not like a as bad as the DA.
Well, she kind of fucked up because so it's interesting. Like, so both of them are facing recalls this election, and Gavin Newsom has like kind of spoke out against both of them.
Yep.
Like, it's kind of like in the 2022 election they were both elected. This wasn't 2020. This was 2022 that they were both elected. They were elected on this very like anti-police, defund the police kind of platform, and crime has gone up, especially petty crime that otherwise would have been addressed.
Yep.
Like whatever, things have gotten worse. And
the big thing for me is the nearest target. They closed their self-checkout counter.
Yeah, that's
because
been a
of
major
theft.
loss.
This was the one thing that I was like, this is like civilization regressing.
Yeah, no, the petty. Honestly, I think like the shoplifting thing is the most annoying thing because everything's behind glass, and it's just like so. It's like we can't go on like this. Like this is just ridiculous.
Yep.
But both of them are facing recalls where the recall campaign is mostly funded by Gavin Newsom style Democrats. It's not. I mean, there is no real Republican contingency here. Like it doesn't work like that in the Bay Area. So it's interesting to kind of see that play out. I'm curious, like, what will actually happen. Like, I think what I liked about voting is that, I feel like a lot of people vote for Trump or for Republicans. Not all of them. There's some people that are genuine, like MAGA Republicans, but a lot of people vote for Trump because they just hate the Democratic Party so much, right? Like, I think people like us would fall into that bucket.
I think that if I was going to vote, I would actually kind of like turn my brain on and like, although I have very negative feelings about the Democrats, I have pretty much equally negative feelings about the Republicans. I'm really sort of like a libertarian, like anarcho-capitalist, like not really anarcho-capitalist because I do think that we don't have a model of how the world works without any government at all. Like how do you avoid violence unless the whole world is this like anarcho-capitalist paradise? Like how do you deal with the fact that there are other violent governments out there like Russia? Like I don't think you can really be anarcho-capitalist if Russia is out there because Russia will just come and like invade you and then you'll become part of Russia.
Right.
But yeah, it's hard. I mean, I just think the two parties, like their platforms are so bad. I hate the economic policies of the Democrats. The economic policies of the Republicans are generally a little bit better because they're more free market. But at the same time, it's not like they spend less on government shit than the Democrats.
No.
Like if you look at spending under the Republicans and the Democrats, it's basically the same.
Goes to proportionally different things.
Yeah.
That's really all it is. I mean, the reason why I said that is just like, I think there are people that are tempted to vote for Trump or are voting for Trump because they hate the Democrats, not like because they hate the Democrats that much. And I think like what's interesting about voting in the Bay Area, because you vote on so much shit and because it's assumed everyone's a Democrat, you actually can see the dynamics within the Democratic Party have to play out. Whereas like, on the national level, if you kind of have this like two-party binary where it's either like you're voting, I mean, essentially like in this election, people are talking about the border and they're talking about like trans stuff.
Yeah.
Like it's kind of like these issues that are like divided along the red and blue lines.
Yep.
Whereas in Oakland, like I'm voting on like a defund the police versus like a more tough on crime thing within still the Democratic Party. So it's kind of, I'm curious to see how the election plays out in the Bay Area because I feel like the type of change that I think nationally people would like to see from the Democratic Party does happen in the Bay Area, for better or for worse, right? You get things like defund the police, which a lot of people in the Democratic Party would love for the Democrats to embrace, right? But you also get like the reaction to that. And so like, it is kind of fun. I mean, I feel like, I don't even know, like if I had to figure out like where I fit politically, like I am politically homeless, like
Same.
There's no real fit for me. I think it's more that like I'm interested in the way that like politics reacts to society. Like it's a barometer on society. And then like you can kind of like fiddle with the knobs and see how things work. And like, I mean, you really did competitive governance pill me, like however long ago that was now that we were talking about it. But like a lot of what's on the ballot for Oakland is based on Emeryville's successes, for example. Like that's what like several people are running on is like I was the mayor of Emeryville and because I mean for those, this is such like Bay Area like internal conversation that's going on here, but basically like there's all these little towns and cities within the Bay Area that are all very different from each other.
Yeah, and like the Bay Area, you can drive from like really like I don't know like Vallejo or or something all the way south to South San Jose, driving like an hour and a half, and you're never outside of a city.
Yeah.
But they're all different cities that just abut.
Very different cultures, very different like vibes. It's something that I love about living here. It also like the nature is that way too, right? Like you go to like 10 different temperature degrees like when you drive through the Bay Area. Like I think because of that, it's like you have all these different areas in the Bay Area that have experimented with different models, and you see what works and what doesn't. I think, you know, Oakland and San Francisco are essentially the examples of like the progressive radical left for the most part. And then you kind of have Emeryville that's like sort of seceded and done its own thing.
Emeryville is very small. It's surrounded by Oakland and Berkeley, but it's actually kind of markedly different. Like it's much cleaner. It's much safer. There's much less homelessness, and they actually do manage to build new housing. There's like some industrial and commercial stuff that's gone up. So like it is really different. Like the main way that it's different visibly is that it's cleaner, and that I don't think that Emeryville is cheaper because they've built more housing, because ultimately there's still part of the greater Bay Area housing market that is failing to build housing, but they just build a lot more housing.
Yeah, I would say the key differences are like Emeryville is like tougher on crime, whatever that like means. It's just like not as much homelessness and crime, and it's.
Well, I know what it means is that if you are homeless in Emeryville, they will tell you to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Like I would say like there's that aspect, and then Emeryville is YIMBY, whereas like Berkeley is extremely NIMBY.
Yep.
So it's like you kind of see those two things playing out right next to each other, and I think it's cool that there's such difference. It like in California, you vote on like 90 things when you vote. There's a lot of like there's a lot of propositions, and like it's much more direct democracy, which has issues as well. But it does mean that things can change, and that you can have market differences between places that are quite close, and you can see this policy was successful here, maybe we should do it here. And I feel like that's something, because I grew up in Pennsylvania, so it's like it's interesting to see the difference where like if I was a Pennsylvania voter, my presidential like ballot would matter so much, right? Like it would matter, I mean, it's like infinitely more than my ballot matters here, right? But in Pennsylvania, I vote on president, senator, congressman. That's it. You vote on 3 things max. You don't even vote on all 3 of those things every single time. Whereas like in California, there's all these things that like very directly affect my life. Like, should the local county issue bonds to pay for this thing? Like, you vote yes or no. And like, it's just, that's why I like voting in California, because it's just like fun to kind of see that. And I also like seeing the way that, it's like I like seeing the interaction between like the city and the elections, and then you kind of get that as like an actual baseline of how people are feeling about things. And as a result, they do stupid shit a lot of the time. But then you kind of course correct. I don't know, I just feel like there's more malleability like in California on like a government level.
Yeah, interesting. So back to the national election. What's your prediction?
I mean, so astrologically speaking, election day is very fraught. I'll probably post about it tomorrow. I've kind of looked at it a little bit, but like any astrologer who's telling you that they know who will win is bullshit. Like,
as usual.
You know, as every astrologer who tells you anything is bullshit. But like the election day chart is like so fucked. I mean, to boil it down, it's basically like there's the malefic planets and the benefic planets, good planets, bad planets. There's 2 like bad planets that are like at war with each other, and then there's 2 good planets that are at war with each other. But those 2 battles are not interacting with each other. So it's like the good versus the good and the bad versus the bad, and those 2 things are like it's not bad versus good. And I feel like that's kind of my take on this election. It's like there's no good guy here, there's no bad guy here. It's like there's bad and good aspects to both of the candidates and kind of what's playing out nationally. And I think there's also like, I mean, this is now not talking astrology, but more just thinking about the election from like my real world perspective. Like, I feel like there are a lot of kind of like movements going on to try to sway the election. And I think it's happening in both directions. Like, I would say like Elon is trying something that's never really been tried before, where he's like essentially taking like the biggest, like he's like the wealthiest person in the world, and he owns like a huge media platform, and he's actively endorsing, campaigning, and like putting money into a candidate. Like, for as much as anyone on that side of the spectrum wants to complain about like the legacy media being bought and like the New York Times being a propaganda machine. It's like that is what Elon's doing. Like that is actively what Elon's doing. And so like I feel like you have that aspect that's new. And then I think the Democrats are also, as always, doing their shady shit, you know? I mean, whatever, to not get too conspiratorial, I just know a lot of people in Pennsylvania who've gotten weird texts telling them like incorrect polling places and shit like that. And like that's, in my opinion, the Democrats that are doing that, maybe the Republicans as well. But I feel like there's just like a lot of weird forces going on. And I think it kind of seems to me that both sides are kind of prepared to declare victory no matter what happens. And so I don't know. At the beginning of the year when I was talking about the astrology, I said this election has like end of democracy vibes. I feel like that's kind of the vibe.
Yep.
Like, I don't know who's going to win.
Same. I have no prediction. It's a toss-up. Statistically, it's a toss-up. Like, there's no way of knowing.
But I think, like, in 2020, the style of Trump, like, you know, saying that the election was rigged, whatever, I think both sides are going to do that this time.
I actually don't...
That's my prediction. That's what I think is going to happen, is I think, like, they're both going to kind of be like, no, we actually won. And then there's going to be, like, narratives fighting. And it's like, I don't know what narrative will win. That's sort of what I think is going to happen. My prediction.
Yep.
What's your prediction?
Nothing. It's a toss-up. No idea. I don't even really know who I want to win. Like, I mean, the vibes in the Bay Area are going to be bad if Trump wins.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like, this is the worst place for a Trump presidency. Like, we are the most insulated policy-wise.
Yeah.
But, like, just the libtards are going to be insufferable. They're going to be freaking out. They're... You know, I wouldn't be surprised if this was like new rise of wokeness, you know, like...
Yeah, well, this is what I mean with like the elections that are happening right now. It's like the Democrats currently in Oakland have no one to blame but themselves, and so they do.
Yep.
But if you have like the literally Hitler evil orange man like in the presidency, it doesn't matter if it's actually still the Democrats' fault what's happening in California, which it is.
Yeah, you can point to, oh, it's like the evil, it's some sort of weird national thing about the orange Cheeto man.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's I mean, it's just like creates such weird cognitive dissonance where like people here are the most angry and like scared about Trump while being like the least affected by anything that he would enact. And it's just like it just makes it
like Berkeley
way lamer to
Berkeley
hang out.
declaring itself like a immigrant sanctuary town.
It's like
shit like
we
that.
knew, guys. Like,
yeah.
But, you know, wouldn't want to live anywhere else.
No,
I like it here.
Unfortunately, yeah, the politics and the housing prices and the crime and the homelessness are the only downsides.
Now,
but everything else is great. The food is great. The people are smart. The weather's
awesome.
great.
Yeah, people are really weird here, which is cool.
The nature's awesome. It's incredibly physically diverse.
Yep. So still bullish on the Bay Area regardless.
Bullish on the Bay Area. You can't stop us.
Yep. And that's why we're having a meeting.
Yeah.
A meetup.
Yep.
Yeah, November 24th. We'll see if the election's decided by then. Who knows?
If we're still talking about the election, I'm gonna be really pissed.
You're canceling the meetup.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay, anything else? I guess sign up for X subscriptions, because I think we're going to be doing that.
Yep.
I want to thank Jason.
Oh,
Jason
yeah.
has our editor and social media intern.
Yeah, he's done a bang-up job. He
did an
awesome.
incredible job. I feel like you can tell that the Hell Money account has been kind of taken over by him, and I love it. Like, it's just like the perfect vibe for the account. He's done such a good job.
Yeah, you don't want
with
me or Aaron secretly posting on the Hell Money account.
No.
You want the social media intern, you know,
yeah,
vibes.
like making fun of, like making weird memes of Casey
Yeah.
or whatever. No, it's like so perfect. He's done such a good job. He's just been like the best. I mean, we started working with him at the beginning of this year. He's just the best. Follow him on Twitter or whatever. I don't even know what he wants, but yeah, just props to Jason.
Yep,
He
props
was
to
the real
Jason.
one throughout all of this.
Yep.
So, yeah,
All right, I think that's it.
that's all.
Thank you for joining us. Hopefully our condition does not deteriorate further by the time you see us in the next episode.
But no promises.
If there even is a next episode and we don't both die of fentanyl overdoses or something.
Right. They deplatform us.
Yeah, they deplatform us
Again.
from life.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You die in 2v2t, you die in real life.
that's right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, stay posted for more puzzle games.
Yep. Yep. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Welcome back to all the ungovernable misfits. Today we have a very special episode for you.
Alright, you ungovernable misfits. I'm your host, AI Max, powered by Jordan. Everybody knows that Bitcoin is useless, but you know who else is? That British cunt that usually does this podcast. He's been sending voice notes of his wretched voice the past couple days, so I told him I'd save the day while he whinged in the hospital. Hopefully that retard makes his return soon, because we have podcasts to do. Anyways, let's get started. Everybody knows that Bitcoin is useless, worthless, and doomed to fail. But what if everyone's wrong? What if it's the system that is doomed to fail? Join me as I speak to some of the brightest people in the space and slither to the deepest, darkest depths of the Bitcoin rabbit hole. Welcome back to the show. Today we have a special interview with Ashigaru. It is titled 100 Spears, 100 Pieces. You may be asking yourself, what does that mean? It comes from Asakura Toshikage. Around the year 1480, he wrote a 17-article house law. One excerpt stated, "Do not excessively covet swords and daggers made by famous masters." Even if you can own a sword or dagger worth 10,000 pieces, hiki, equivalent of 10 mon, it can be overcome by 100 spears each worth 100 pieces. Therefore, use the 10,000 pieces to procure 100 spears and arm 100 men with them. You can, in this manner, defend yourself in time of war. These words reflect the nature of this interview, and as it will become clear that this team is not in pursuit of the grandiose, but to build the spears that are accessible to the common users. Before we start, I want to thank every one of our listeners that are now listening on Podcasting 2.0 apps. The majority of the Misfits are on Fountain, but there are also others on AntennaPod, Podcast Guru, Podverse, and many others. So, if you haven't already, get yourself a new podcast app at podcastapps.com. Time, talent, and treasure are important parts of the show dynamic. Every time we get a Misfit streaming some sats, boosting the episode, sending a Paynim transaction, or dropping an XMR chat, it's a great feeling. So thank you for your treasure and returning value back to the show. If you have time to help out the show with things such as engaging on social media with a question, or helping spread the show to family and friends, that value is much appreciated. And don't forget, if you're an artist, come up with some evergreen art for the show. If you're a music producer, help us with some segment jingles for the Bitcoin Brief or Action News. We put the value out there in the form of this show and ask you to return, in kind, the value that you think it is worth. I also want to say a huge thank you to Foundation Devices. Foundation Devices help keep this show running, and they do things properly. Everything they do is fully open source. Their hardware is absolutely beautiful, and it is fuckwit resistant. I use this all the time. I have no issues with it. I don't manage to break it like everything else. It is piss easy to use, and that's what you want from your hardware. You don't want to be worrying, getting scared, and making mistakes with your life savings. You can use their companion app, Envoy, which makes labeling very simple. You can do backups that are encrypted, so you keep all of your labels, or you can use this with Sparrow. It really is the best hardware out there. And if you are scared to do this by yourself, you can go to any of the guides out there that make it very simple. They have them all on the website as well. And if even that is too much for you, you can pay an extra $99, and you can have Bitcoin Q&A himself hold your hand and walk you through the process. Check them out at foundation.xyz/ungovernable for $10 off a Foundation passport. On December 16th, Foundation is going beyond the hardware wallet and venturing into the realm of personal security. Join them on the 16th for a live stream at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and see how they are going to revolutionize the space. And last but not least, the newest partner of the Ungovernable Misfits team, which is Cake Wallet. They support a lot of grassroots projects in the Bitcoin and Monero ecosystems, and we thank them for adding us to that stable. For those of you who actually use Bitcoin and actually care about their privacy and security, Cake Wallet make it incredibly simple for you to live outside of the traditional financial system. You can use Cake Pay within the app to buy gift cards for food, petrol, and whatever else you might need day to day. You can use silent payments, and of course, you can use Monero. You can connect both Bitcoin and Monero nodes, use coin control, and this team are constantly innovating. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me, but check them out at cakewallet.com. Download the APK and start using this today on Mac, Windows, Linux, iPhone, or of course, your Android device. So, how was AI Max? Was the intro good? How were the sponsor bits? Let me know in the boosts, and as always, enjoy the show.
Hello? You can hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah, thanks for coming on, mate.
No problem, sure.
I just wanted to mention to the listeners that the person I'm speaking to will be using a voice changer for this discussion. This is to protect their identity, and this is extremely sad. The people who build the tools and protect others are attacked and falsely labelled as criminals. The real criminals are the ones writing the laws, attacking good people, eroding our freedoms, spying on us and stealing our time. We wouldn't need these tools to protect us if it wasn't for these parasites. But here we are, and I wanted to say before we jump in, regardless of how privacy advocates like you are labelled, to me, and I'm sure I speak for my listeners as well, what you're doing is incredible, and we're grateful for what you've built. Welcome to the show.
On behalf of rest of the Ashigaru open source project, thank you for taking time to listen to what we have to say and appreciate time to be invited onto your podcast. Thank you.
What shall I call you? Ashigaru Dev or?
Ashigaru Dev, that is fine. But there are more than one, but for this conversation, it is fine.
Okay, cool. I want to respect your privacy, so if at any point I ask a question that you're not comfortable with or that in any way could jeopardize the project, you just tell me, and I'll make sure that that bit is taken out. I want to say a big thank you from me and all the listeners for coming on. It's a great honor to have you on here. I believe this is the first podcast you've done, and it's something that I've discussed a lot on the Bitcoin briefs with Q&A and behind the scenes with many others. There's been this massive void since everything happened with Samurai, and once we saw Ashigaru wallet pop up, there was a little glimmer of hope in what otherwise was very, very dark. It's been lovely for me as someone who has used Samurai Wallet from pretty much the beginning of getting into Bitcoin to see what you've done and how things have changed is really, really nice. Like, there's a nostalgia about it, but there are some serious upgrades as well. I've been using it on testnet just to have a play around. A lot of the post-mix spend stuff, a lot of the like warnings that you've put in there, the updates to pay NIMs and everything else. So I just want to stress to anyone listening to this, this is not just a carbon copy. There's a lot of work clearly that's gone into this, and I've really, really enjoyed using it. So I guess before we sort of go any further, what's the reason for you doing what you've done and sticking your neck out? And I understand it's not just you, there are others as well, but yeah, what's led you to create Ashigaru Wallet?
So really, we are just like you. We Samurai users for like long time already, many years, and for many years, you know, many of us are Java devs, Java developer, or have familiarity with Kotlin, and we would sometimes, even for previous releases, make changes for ourselves on the wallet, like small things. Before like stealth update, we would do small things like change logo on the app, this kind of thing. So for us, we have some familiarity with the application, but obviously when the development team stopped, we realized that there were some things in the application that it is, how to say, they not work so well with these services that now not there anymore. So for us, we can make some small improvements and hopefully some bigger improvements in the future, but really we just start to do this for ourselves first, and then we later realize that maybe other people will find this useful too. And then after that, we make websites, but we had already called ourselves Ashigaru as more like joke between ourselves, from me and my friends, the other developers. Two things I would point out or highlight for your listeners is that yes, we make some improvements and do changes in the wallet. This is our work. But secondly, there is also still Samurai work in the wallet that other people had not seen. And Samurai, they develop in quite open way. So if you have copy of their GitHub or their GitLab, you could take copy and you could compile app before it is even fully released. For things like the post-mix send screen, these things actually Samurai had already built, but we were able to bring them to life, and for users to then use it directly. We make other changes like around Dojo connection and paynims, but there is also still much work from Samurai in our website, in our application here that yes, it has a Ashigaru brand name, but much work from both teams.
Yeah, and one of the big reasons I wanted to have this discussion was, Ashigaru is talked about, but because you don't have such a large online presence, and it doesn't seem to me like you use any social media or anything like that, it was really for me to bring to as many people attention as possible that, there is this incredible wallet that can be used now. It does have some really, really nice features on it. My hope is to build some trust because, yes, this is open source, and anyone who's technically minded or very technically minded, they could review the code and they can be comfortable that, okay, there's nothing malicious here, and that they're not going to cause themselves any problems. But for many fuckwits like me who have absolutely no skills as a developer, can barely read English, let alone code, we have to rely on other people. We have to build up some trust over time, and that's something that I built up with the Samurai community and developers. And I think a lot of people are sat probably on the sidelines because, unlike me, don't have someone like Q&A who I can just go and pick their brains constantly, or others behind the scenes who I can pick their brains and say, look, is this good? Like, am I endangering myself here? And I think people will be sort of waiting. And I just wanted there to be the opportunity for you guys to have this discussion and people to know that, okay, we might not know who the human beings behind this are, but they are here for a reason. And I don't know, maybe you could elaborate a little bit on the reasons you're doing what you're doing and ways maybe that people can build trust in what you're doing.
This was good reason to come onto your podcast. Some weeks ago we came under attack, possibly DDoS, like bot attack on our site. And we were not aware immediately, but we saw even on social media that some people were already concerned that maybe we were disappearing just because website was no longer there for a short period of time. So we understand that we can describe what we are about on the website, but sometimes people also do not always read. We write blog posts. We spend quite a lot of time use AI to make English sound better. We know that is important to get like legitimacy in project, but also we think that if people hear on podcasts that there is actual human beings behind project, they will get more comfort. This will take time. We are not in huge rush. We are already actually quite encouraged by what people say and reaction. It is actually better than we expected, so we hope that more people will use, but we also understand that this will take time. We listened to podcasts before, Watchmen Privacy, and this is first time I have listened to that podcast, but as they do podcast about Ashigaru, about trust, I will say that pretty much everything that they say in that podcast is good advice for a new user. If you are not comfortable, do not use the wallet. If you have familiarity with code, then you should get comfort sooner. If not, but you know someone else that can review code, then maybe you use it. Maybe you try it with testnet, then you try with mainnet, and then you get more comfort. The other thing that we saw, which we were actually quite surprised, is that a user on X, John, I think French person, he did AI code review of wallet. Now this AI code review is not perfect. In fact, it highlight that us using Tor only was security issue potentially. In our next update, we will be making wallet even more dependent on Tor. But nevertheless, the AI code review managed to break down many of the changes that we make to the original code base very accurately. And you can get a much better idea of what risk is from various change we make in the wallet. It is not just if we malicious. It is also if we are actually good coders. That is also a risk that users have to think, but it will take time. And if we do more good releases and the releases offer a good functionality to our users, then we have no doubt that we will build up more faith in the wallet and the team, even if those users do not know who we are. But it is probably obvious to you because you can hear my voice now. I'm not me personally. I am not part of Samurai communities. We just use the wallet ourselves. Even if I did put my actual name out here, it would not make difference anyway because no one would know me. So really it is the same risk. New team, you have to preserve faith, but this time, if you have faith in development team, you now trust PGP key and work that comes and is signed from PGP key, not just by real person name.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's perfect, and what the guys at Watchmen did was great, you know, breaking it down in that way. I like to think, at least, if people are sat on the sidelines and maybe people listening to this, that they would feel comfort in the fact that other people are reviewing this who we know very well. They can run it in testnet and have a play around, and then it just comes down to time is the only other factor. Trust will be built over time as the good work goes out there, but I have to say I've been really impressed. It's been really nice to be using this, and the changes that you talked about, like when I'm going onto the send screen, that's a big improvement. I think you might have said, or someone might have said to me, that that was actually work that was already in the hopper from Samurai and that you guys have pushed, but having the nextblock.is thing in there and, you know, like a breakdown of how you're doing a spend and all this kind of stuff is just really slick. It's a big improvement.
Thank you. It is very good to have such feature because we can add to that feature even later with extra warnings as users use it. So for us, it is good because we do not have to think of completely new feature. We can add to something already existing and still give users a wallet that they are familiar with in terms of the way it works. I would say in terms of the work we did the most, it was mostly around syncing for importing wallet because we were concerned with connections you make via a BIP47. We improved this flow and we make it so that users can migrate as much as possible. So this is probably the work we spend most time getting right, and we actually feel we make quite few improvements over Samurai app there.
You definitely have. I was actually saying this to someone the other day. It felt a lot smoother and quicker, and the other thing that I noticed was you seem to have removed the fees, the connection fees. So I connected to a couple of paynims and did some test transactions, and I was like, oh, these fees look really, really low. And it was just a minor fee.
Yes, we follow example of Sparrow. It is also serves as encouragement for users to go to Ashigaru because we want to encourage users to come from Samurai. So give small monetary incentive for them to move over and give more consistent user experience with other similar wallet.
It's just the little touches, you know, that was something I noticed that makes quite a big difference if you're connecting to lots of people, and being able to label them was another thing where I was like, oh, that's a nice feature. I'm sure that that wasn't possible in the Samurai that I was running. Not having to remember, oh, who was that again? What was that paynim? It's nice just to be able to put your own notes on there. And just the paynims in general, I think they're fun, they're cool, I like that they're different, it's refreshing.
We are proud of resident artists that do Pepe hash paynim. I think he used to use rare Pepes from many, many years ago in Bitcoin, and this inspired for replacement paynim. We were actually quite nervous of moving new paynim scheme, but we could not replicate the old scheme. We tried. It is server-side logic as far as we can understand. Even though much of the code there was open source, the actual algorithm for selecting image and name we could not replicate. So for us, we improve labeling on NYM so you can have both new and old name to assist users with migration. That is why we spend time doing the label improvement there.
Yeah, that makes sense. I had a question on that actually. As I was doing it, I was like, you know how you have like the separate website where people would go and claim their paynims? Is there any way that you could search paynims directory within the wallet at any point? So if I knew someone, you know, if someone's, I don't know, Cheerful Frog or something like that, I can start searching that and then it would come up with their paynim and I could connect.
We would like to improve our UX around PayNYM more. I think we could make improvement for searching. I would be reluctant to do website in app because in app Tor browser is a little not so responsive for users' experience. But yes, this is definitely something we would like to do.
Yeah, that would be cool. Because Paynims are just, it always surprised me how few people outside the sort of Samurai wallet and now obviously Ashigaru groups, how few people actually use it. And it's just, it's so nice once you're connected to someone. It's so much easier than fucking around with QR codes and sending new addresses and all this kind of stuff. And then how are you going to send it? You know, you're going to do it over something that maybe might not be secure. It's just so much slicker and so much nicer.
When we begin this project, Samurai have many different services. We could not do obviously everything, but when we looked at the wallet and what we could preserve, we were most worried about Paynims. Last month, Samurai URL or the Paynim.is expired, no longer under their control. So we worried that with that gone, users would use BIP47 even less because Paynim really helped BIP47 UX. But what we do is we actually buy, after expiry, old Paynim server, not Paynim server, Paynim URL, and direct it to our new Paynim server. This will help preserve wallets that still keep old connection. We can have that and ensure that they still have Paynims functional in wallet like Sparrow.
Yeah, that's very nice. And sort of along the lines of BIP47, have you got any thoughts around potentially adding silent payments? Again, a lot of the Samurai community aren't so keen on them. They do prefer BIP47, but I kind of look at it as like, it's also a useful tool. Is it something you would ever have interest in?
We actually had email from developer who offered to build silent payments into Ashigaru, and he said, would we be ready to accept it? Our response, we do not really look into silent payments. There is not much adoption and we do not see much use. But we asked this developer, but why do you want to add silent payments to the wallet? And the response is mostly because it is additional tool. But this is not reason to add new functionality to the wallet just because it is a tool. For us, what we are interested in is what does it actually bring to the user? Let me put this other way. Rather than looking at how you put solution in, you think first, what is your problem? So BIP47, it is not perfect, but maybe if you have problem with BIP47, you can think, how would you solve that problem rather than adding whole new protocol? So if you do not like doing connection transaction, maybe contribute code to our wallet that would not need connection transaction and maybe make use of Soroban server for communication, for storing data. If, for example, you like to use cold wallet with BIP47, which is not straightforward now, maybe you could look at pairing information between online wallet, like online Ashigaru, and Sentinel wallet. You could do that. That would give you functionally many of what would be potentially problems with BIP47 now. Secondly, if we were to add to BIP47, can you imagine what that would look like in the app? I do not know, but it is extra UX work for sure. You now have two different payment schemes. The user will potentially get confused as to which one to use under which circumstance, which user uses which tool. Do we do type, logo, or avatar, as we call it, for silent payments? I do not know, but you can tell these are actually quite big questions when you look at how it would apply to mobile app. So for us, this is more our approach. It is not issue with silent payments, although it is also has downside. It is more, what can we add to the wallet right now that gives user meaningful change?
It makes sense. And also, if someone wants to use silent payments, they can spin up another wallet and they can do that in there. I understand what you mean. It's nice to have something that's clean. If someone is thinking about these sort of things and, like you said, working on making some changes so that things would run smoother and they're experienced, what's the best way for someone like that to potentially reach out and collaborate with you guys?
Sure. We like the way this developer contacted us. He requests access to our Gitia. We give him online account, and then we say to him, you can look at issues that other users have already raised. There is none now. I will be clear at the moment, no issues yet. But if users start to raise issues, or even if developer want to contribute code, everything should start with issue first. Identify issue, set up account on our Gitia. When you identify issue, you then propose solution. We can then discuss, and then if you provide code, provide pull request, we can then look to integrate. But better to do it that way than expect us to just accept code contribution because we have our own plans with the wallet. And unlike Samurai, we do not have as open development process. And this is because we feel that it opens you up to more competition, more attack. We need to keep these, how do you say, like cards close to your chest on some. Although all our code will be open, and when we release application, it will always be open source. What we plan and what we do first, we keep this within small team only, and this team will not change. We are many, many years, we know each other. We will not accept outsiders.
So at the moment when someone's downloading Ashigaru, you've got to do that through the Tor browser, fully understand why you do it that way. Is there any way that you can see the amount of users that you have when it's done that way compared to using something like F-Droid or anything like that? Is there a way that you can see how many users you're actually getting on board?
Actually, with Gitea, even you can see how many downloads of application has been made. Last I checked, it is almost 3,000 downloads of application. We cannot actually see how many users or how often users use the wallet because we have no tracking, but this is already encouraging that there is this many users. The other potential way which we could understand how many users are using the wallet is to look at how many Paynim claim. Not every user will claim Paynim, but there will be some. And we can guess from there how many active users there are in the wallet.
3,000's a lot. I have to say I'm quite surprised with that. That's a lot of downloads.
I promise you that we have not been downloading from our own website to pump numbers.
That's very encouraging to hear. And like you say, there are other ways to track it, like the Paynims. That's very, very cool.
It is not easy way to download app. We actually reach out to developer of a Crescent app. It is app that is bundled with Graphene OS. Actually, this Graphene OS on social media say we should use this app rather than complex download instructions. But we email them. They initially respond, then ignore us for the last 2 months. So we are not that hopeful that we will get onto Central App Store. We rely on users either using Tor browser to get application or download from other source, such as being sent over Messenger. But of course, if the user receives from a friend or from location that is not from our site, they have to be much, much more careful with APK. They should check with signature on our website and verify that it is verified. But for the moment, I suspect that it will be not available on Central App Store for much time.
And this Central App Store that you said isn't responding to you, is that the App Store separately, or is that Graphene that aren't responding to you?
We have not reached out to Graphene. Graphene bundles other app store that works well with Graphene's security model. It is a very, very small app store. The developer did say it is kind of closed. I don't know if closed beta, but it is not ready yet for many, many apps. But still, it would seem to us that this is perfect fit for Ashigaru because we are obviously not going to go to Google Play Store. We provide custom Paynim for Graphene OS as well and make sure that they are visible to be donated to as we use their phones for our testing.
Okay. And how does that work now? In the olden days, when you wanted a custom Paynim, you just reached out to Samurai. Is it the same now? Someone would try and reach out to you guys, or is there a different way of doing it?
We do initial batch of custom Paynims for open source projects and like charity, just to be fair and provide some continuity. For new users that want custom, they can reach out, they can email us at our contact details. We will probably get them to do verification that they control address, but we are quite open to, within reason, giving users custom Paynim. What I will say though is if we have contribution from people in community, we'd like to thank them with custom Paynim. We ask our resident artists to do custom Pepe Hash. We are very proud. So if you would like, as I thank you for inviting us to your podcast, we would be honored to give you custom Pepe. We have already got in draft custom Pepe for users that do video guides like BTC sessions. We had very, very nice, beautiful painting for him. And also Ketan, he do video guide for running dojo. We do custom painting for him as well. So we will do this over next few days.
That's awesome. Well, I appreciate that. I would love to have a custom painting. And I would just say to anyone who is going to reach out to the Ashigaru team, if you are requesting a painting and maybe you haven't done anything to donate to the project, it'd be worth sending some sats their way for the work they're doing. So if you're going to ask for something like that, just make sure you donate. We touched on it just briefly there, talking about Catan and his guide running a dojo. I had a message. Would they consider running a centralized dojo in the future for users unable to run a node? I think I probably know the answer to this, but I'm asking it anyway.
We will not normally say what we will do or not do for this project, but for Central Dojo, it is not something we will do. We like how to say, it is problem in our wallet at the moment that user has to have their own dojo. We are aware we cost ourselves many users by not having easy connection to already existing dojo. What I will say though, we are not against users connecting to dojos that they do not host themselves if they are comfortable with risk. What we would like to see, it cannot be us, but what we would like to see is maybe federation or community of dojo that is run, possibly being even charged for. If we could provide selection of dojos in different jurisdiction or through certain trusted LM, this would be acceptable for Ashigaru, but we will not run website like that. We will not be involved in running nodes. We do not want to be centralization risk for our users. So if we disappear, they have different provider for their node. But also if their provider for their node disappear, they still have a wallet and can maybe move to other dojo, but it not all go at the same time.
I think that's very wise. I assumed you would say that. If someone's listening and they don't have a friend or family member who's already running a dojo, what would be your recommendation in terms of hardware? I know a lot of people are just running vanilla dojo on Nook or like these little mini PCs and things like that. Because anyone who's listened to this show long enough will know I've had a lot of issues in the past, either running on hardware that wasn't up to scratch or having hardware failures on vanilla dojos and Ronin dojos. What I'd like is that someone who listens to this episode who thinks, you know what, fuck it, I'm going to actually set myself up with a dojo, I'm going to start using this. I want them just to do it once and not have any problems. What would be your recommendation?
We like our mini PC or laptop or even larger desktop PC. These are the best hardware for dojo. These can be old hardware, not necessary for new machine. Can be 5, many years old, it is okay. Just have to be more powerful really than maybe like Raspberry Pi. We find that not really powerful enough, and it also affects wallet too. Wallet make many calls to dojo. If dojo is slow, not responsive, affect wallet UX. If for like me, my electricity is not the most reliable, I run dojo on laptop, on ThinkPad laptop, because it includes battery. But if your electricity is very reliable, then no need laptop. Just run mini computer, mini server, or desktop computer. This is fine.
Yeah, all these little Eton power supply things for if the electricity drops, if you're running like a little mini PC. That's what I was running on my Tanto. Had one of those plugged in. It's always a good thing to have. So basically, you don't need to go crazy on the hardware, but you're going to want to upgrade to like 1 terabyte NVMe or something like that. 2 terabyte.
Actually, yes, 2 terabytes, because if you have desktop OS, not server like GUI OS, more space. Fulcrum, much more space. 2 terabytes required, maybe total cost, good deal, $300 equivalent, but maybe 400. But you should not need to spend more time with more money than that.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's good advice. As you said, if you have a friend or family member or someone you trust who's running one and you can link to that, consider that just while you start using it. That's what I'm doing currently.
We would like to see pre-built nodes supporting Dojo more or better. We have emailed Umbrel We have emailed MyNode to ask them, can you please update your Dojo version? It is so old. It caused problem. It leads to bad experience in wallet. We get no response. This is other reason we do podcast today. It is to tell users that if you have problem with you are existing customer of these providers, please, if you are in their Telegram group or their forum, please, if you want it, you raise it with them. We have tried, but we have been ignored.
Have you tried with Start 9 yet?
We have not. It is a good node.
I've tried a couple of times, and I think the response was, we're looking at it and that it might be in their sort of community app layer thing. But that would be a good one. That's what I'm running at the moment. A lot of people are running Start 9, and it's pretty good. I found it pretty decent, so it'd be nice to see that in there. But like you say, you know, the Umbral one that's in there is fucking useless. And MyNode I haven't tried for a long time, but I think I had similar issues with that. So, you know, I think ideal world, if someone is a heavy user, they should probably just think about building something that is purpose-built and just does one job and does it properly. But it would definitely open you up to more people if something like a Start 9 had it. I'll mention it again.
Thank you. We try very hard on documentation to make it as easy to follow as possible. Our original GitHub with Dojo documentation can be challenging for a user, so we run through, but our BTC sessions guide, Catan guide, almost follow our guide to the same level. These are not easy, but it is possible for anyone that is motivated.
I can confirm I am so fucking technically illiterate, and I've managed it in the past, so 99% of the listeners here are going to be more technical than me and could easily do it. It's not that hard. If people like me aren't that techie, is there any way that they can help the project? Can they contribute in some way other than the technical side? You mentioned you've got someone working on artwork. Is there anything else that you need?
User issue, like bug, like question, this is what we need. We have come across users make comments on social media about us, most of the time positive, but in some cases users or non-users probably say questions or make allegation. Please, if you want answer, do not post on social media for answer. Just email the project if you see issue. Get added to our Gitea. If you write issue, if you send email, we may not do everything that you ask, but we will always respond at least. This is our method. We think this is reasonable. But user bugs, user issues, these are all useful things. Obviously, donations to the project are appreciated, but this is not expected. It is appreciated, but not expected. Most useful for us is that we get a user feedback and directly to us as soon as possible, and then we can look at it.
What do you think Samurai Wallet and T-Dev would think of your project?
I think we are all nervous of what they feel. We hope they see this as a monument to their work. We do not want to market ourselves as improved samurai or better samurai or anything like that. Everything we build here is standing on shoulders of the giants. This is what we hope they see. Maybe when they get through their problem, we will hear what they think. But everything that we do here, we are sensitive to the legacy that they leave to be with us. So we hope, but we cannot know. We do not know them.
I'm sure they would be very impressed with what you guys have done, and I'm sure we'll find out soon. And I'd like to just point anyone who's listening now, just a reminder to use #FreeSamurai in your posts to raise awareness, and there's a link in the show notes if you want to donate. It's a very important cause. When I was first getting involved in using Samurai Wallet, early days, Samurai had a lot of haters. Probably the most impressive haters I've seen. One of the things that was thrown at them, it was explained to me that this really wasn't so much of an issue, but was reproducible builds. Is your app reproducible?
We leave reproducible instructions on our Gitea. It should be as an app, reproducible, but I will explain some further things to consider. Number one, for us, it is probably easier to be reproducible than for Samurai, because some challenges with reproducibility were because maybe APK on Play Store not exactly the same as APK on GitLab or APK release in F-Droid. For us, APK only from one source, no play, no other signature, much easier to be reproducible. However, one thing that we saw when we were looking at reception as of our app, as to how people felt, we see users look at reproducibility. Some users say able to reproduce, others have criticism. We realized that one component of our code include a pre-compiled binary. It is not risk from our perspective, it is not a problem, but because it exists on our development environment, we did not see that that library would be problem for reproduce. But work being done at the moment for the next release will read the components of that code, so users will not need to see existing binary. What I mean here is that if users were not entirely happy about our reproducibility steps, we will have improvements. But also, if the users still are not happy on 1.1 version, then they should email us, not talk about it on social media, where we will not see and where we cannot answer questions.
Yeah, definitely. One more question, which again, I think I know the answer, but I keep getting asked it. Whirlpool, is there any chance that you or somebody else, or any ideas or different ways of doing something so that somebody who opens up the app and doesn't already have post-mix could experience the pure joy of actually having privacy in Bitcoin? Because there is a massive hole that has been left when I'm advising people for privacy on Bitcoin. It is a lot more complicated than it was just a few months ago. Are there ideas that you guys have to help people break links and not be tracked going forward?
There are two questions here mainly. I will start with the last one now. Without Whirlpool, privacy for the on-chain Bitcoin is difficult. To break links, it is not as reliable now that we do not have Whirlpool. There are many ways which users can still break links, but they do not have the same properties as something like Whirlpool. You can use Monero and do atomic swap, even though Samurai's atomic swap app is no longer working. There is also other non-custodial atomic swap app for the Bitcoin and Monero, which users can use. The other thing that we would encourage is for users to use peer-to-peer coin joins, which, although they may not break links entirely as well as Whirlpool, when we create Ashigaru, I say earlier we want to provide incentive for users to move from Samurai to Ashigaru. Before, I mentioned no payment fee. Also, because we host Soroban server, users can do quick and easy peer-to-peer coin joins. These should not be forgotten about. They should be used with existing postmix. Plus, they can also be used in conjunction with a wallet that is being used in many peer-to-peer transactions where you are not providing details or you are not feeling that environment is hostile for surveillance. These peer-to-peer coin joins are very useful when used subsequent or prior to atomic swap. Now, to your first question on Whirlpool, we are mostly front-end dev. We already have quite much work with existing wallet and to make improvements on wallet. We will not say never, but to do something like Whirlpool, to host, to operate service, plus to maintain mobile app, this is quite a lot. We obviously use Whirlpool ourselves. We would like to see Whirlpool in an app, but we also have to think carefully about too much centralization with our team if we are doing app plus operating Whirlpool server, etc., etc. We hope that other developers and contributors can continue different parts of Stack over the next few months, next few years. For example, the Dojo project, the Samurai Dojo project, it has nothing to do with Ashigaru. We will use it. We will stay compatible with it. We will make sure the wallet keeps up to date with connecting to Dojo, but entirely separate project staffed by former Samurai wallet developer. Similarly, Sentinel project, also independent project, former Samurai developer, they continue this on. In ideal world, we will see. but we would like to see OXT come back. Plus, we would like to see Whirlpool, and maybe we could connect to Whirlpool. But we are concerned that if we were to do too much, if for whatever reason we disappear, it leaves once again big hole in the space. But we will see how this goes. It is challenging.
No, that makes total sense. I like the idea of it being more decentralized, and we've all seen anyone who actually used Bitcoin and actually transacted, this hole in everyone's privacy and security and spending was massive. I mean, to the point where when people are asking me now, oh, well, how do I transact privately with Bitcoin? I'm like, if you're new, pretty much just use Monero and switch in and out. If you're relatively sophisticated, use some of the spending tools that you've got in Ashigaru and other wallets, use your collaborative transactions. There's some clever stuff you can do with Lightning for sending, but it's also easy to fuck yourself up. And when people really actually need to make sure that they're not being tracked, I worry basically about just like giving this elaborate, do this, then do that, but make sure you've got this, and you're going to fuck yourself if you don't do this, and they're a new user.
It is challenging.
It makes me look back and just think how lucky we were. We were blessed that, you know, from the beginning of me getting into Bitcoin, I could use those tools, and it would be great to see them come back. Until then, we will have to tread a bit carefully, but I suppose, I wanted to just round things out by again thanking you and your team for sticking your head above the parapet and building what you're building. I've really enjoyed using it and testing it. I'll continue doing that. Hopefully we can keep the conversation open. Hopefully some people listen to this and want to do some testing as well. But again, thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you so much. One thing that we will do, we discuss in team. We will open source our image assets, provide the SVG files. So if you want to use logo, if you feel more comfortable with Ashigaru, we appreciate underground marketing. We cannot do this ourselves. We will not be doing this, but we do not want shills. We do not want people telling people that they're not ready for our wallet to use our wallet. But if you feel comfortable, if you enjoy the wallet, we appreciate spreading the message, because we as developers, we like our code to be used. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thanks for joining me, and hopefully we will speak again soon. If any listeners have any questions, reach out on the email. If you have any bugs or any issues you find, don't go onto social media and bleat on there. That's not what we want. We want to try and help and build this project. So, yeah, thanks again, mate. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed that. If your interest is piqued, consider using a Tor connection to access ashigaru.rs and download the APK. We are working on creating a meetup presentation that guides users to get started with a testnet for wallet on Ashigaru. Depositing coins from testnet fountains, claiming and adding paynims, coin control, spending tools, etc. If you would like to present this to your local meetup, hit us up at ungovernablecrew@protonmail.com. And if you haven't already checked out the website, ungovernablemisfits.com, it's well worth taking a look. We have articles, podcasts, clothing, and artwork. Thanks again for all the support. Thank you, Ashigaru Dev, for trusting us with your team's message, and I'll catch you on the next one.
Welcome everyone to our OpTech deep dive on channel depletion research. Today we have Renee Picard and Christian Decker joining myself and Dave Harding to dig in on Renee's recent Delving Bitcoin post. Renee, you posted to Delving a post titled Channel Depletion, LN Topology, Cycles, and Rational Behavior of Nodes. In it, you present evidence to explain the high rates of channel depletion that we see on the Lightning Network. We had you on in podcast 309, and you mentioned you were writing a paper titled A Mathematical Theory of Payment Channel Networks. And it looks like since then you've published that paper, or a version of that paper at least. And in this Delving post, you reference that paper along with 2 Python notebooks that support your research. I know this is a deep dive, and Christian and Dave will have some deeper, astute questions. but maybe summarize briefly for the audience your recent work to give the audience a bit of context.
Yeah, sure. Thanks for the invitation. So what I have been doing is I was trying to understand why payments on the Lightning Network occasionally fail, even though nodes doing really good and smart work to try making attempts of payments over and over. And I was trying to understand the mathematics of the Lightning Network topology. And one new angle to look at this is to study wealth distributions. So every node and every participant in the Lightning Network has a certain amount of Bitcoins that they bring to the Lightning Network, and they allocate this to payment channels. And then within the payment channels, the money can be split among participants and it can be routed through the network. But the bottom line is whenever a payment has been conducted successfully, the wealth distribution in the entire network has changed. And it turns out that studying just the set of feasible wealth distributions is a much more natural way to looking at this, to express things mathematically, and from that we can derive certain things. And yes, one thing that turned out that was possible for us to study is why channels actually deplete on the network. And I think that's what I posted on Delving Bitcoin and where we're doing the deep dive today.
Yeah, so it seems like the real headline of this post is you found a very interesting correlation that you didn't expect, and a very strong correlation. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, so a couple of years ago there was a paper dropped on the Lightning Dev mailing list that already said if the network has a somewhat stable state and they derived a Markov model, there should be a spanning tree of channels that have a uniform distribution of liquidity and the rest of the channels should be depleted. And when I did my research from a very different perspective, from this geometric perspective, I basically reproduced the same finding and the same result. And that I found very, very interesting because at that time, the Markov model-based paper, I found interesting, but I thought the assumptions in there were not perfectly fitting what is happening in the dynamics of the network. But now we have a situation where we can see this. And again, it starts with studying the wealth distributions. If you have the smallest possible Lightning network that you could have, which is just one payment channel, and you assume every wealth distribution is equally likely, well then every state in the payment channel is equally likely, because every state corresponds exactly one wealth distribution. And the same holds true if you don't do one payment channel, but a tree of payment channels, because the argument basically follows true. But as soon as I include a circle into the network, what happens is that I can do a circular rebalancing, so I have several states that now belong to the same wealth distribution. So what this shows us already is that the existence of circles allow us to have more network states than we have wealth distributions. And then the question is, what is the liquidity state that is most likely to occur given a certain wealth distribution? Because payments are, as said before, always a change in wealth distribution. And one part that is in the paper that is very fundamental was the observation that when I present the topology of the Lightning Network, just what you see from Gossip, and a given wealth distribution, you can solve an integer linear program that gives you the liquidity state. But it just, at that time, gave me one particular liquidity state, and that was proof enough to say this wealth distribution is feasible. But when you then say you want the liquidity state that optimizes the fee potential of the network, which I showed in the blog post is a reasonable assumption, well, then it encodes the dynamics that goes on when people make payments. So for example, people who want to send a payment, they try to find a cheap payment route. And what happens is that money in the network starts to circulate around. So for example, Dave, if I want to send money to you, it could very well happen that my node decides to find a path routing through Christian. But when Christian wants to send me back the same sats, if we have circles, Christian might find a route that goes over Mike to you. Right? So in that sense, we four people interacting with each other, we might all go in a circular direction, well, and then all the channels deplete. Whereas, again, if we had a spanning tree, well, Christian would be forced to use the same path back to me, or to you. Yes. So the existence of circles and the fact that the fees are asymmetric on channels, they that money circulates around the network and the circulations produce a depletion.
So I guess we're already pretty much into the results themselves. For my own understanding, I had to chew on this quite a few times. So my question